Chapter 601. 12 corpses were lying in a row on the drill ground of Ningbo City. They were clean, without a trace of blood, and each had a very thin wound on the left and right temple, as well as the heart. It was these 3 wounds that took the lives of these soldiers. All the soldiers who were training in the drill ground had rushed to the city wall, and the defensive mechanism of Ningbo City had been fully activated. A layer of grayish-white mist pervaded the wilderness about 100 miles away from the city wall. Vaguely, some strange figures could be seen moving amidst the mist. They looked like humans, but if one took a closer look, one would find that they were actually twisting humanoid shadows. This mist was the first layer of the defensive mechanism of Ningbo City, the weeping of 100 ghosts of the Yellow Spring. There were only about 100 soldiers led by Huang Liang on the drill ground. When Wuxia arrived with a few armored soldiers, Huang Liang was lying on top of a corpse like a hound, his nose twitching rapidly and making a clear, audible gasp. His fingers were swiftly stroking the corpse inch by inch. Judging by his rapt attention, those who did not know him would think that Huang Liang was a pervert who liked corpses. Wuxia strode up to Huang Liang and asked in a low voice, "What did you find?" Huang Liang raised his head. His usual wretchedness and slipperiness had vanished without a trace, replaced by a surprising seriousness and solemnity. "All of them were killed in an instant, almost without being able to fight back," he said in a deep voice. "There is no smell of blood on their weapons, which shows that they did not hurt the enemy. All the blood in their bodies has been drained and filled with a strange potion." The sound of footsteps rang out as Yumu, who had received the news, hurried over with a large group of officials from High Province. Yumu happened to hear Huang Liang's autopsy report, and he snapped, "All the scouting teams are led by at least one general of the first star realm of the first Pang of Heaven. How could they be killed before they could even send back a signal? Is everyone's injury the same?" When Huang Liang was about to say something, a sharp and unpleasant ringing of a copper bell suddenly came from the distant mountains. The ringing of the copper bell was like an awl piercing into everyone's eardrums. Except for Wuxia, who was far more powerful than everyone else, the others could not help but cover their ears and squat down in discomfort. The ear-piercing sound of the bell rang out continuously. The 12 corpses lying on the ground suddenly moved and bounced up from the ground. Their claws were bent like hooks, and they ruthlessly tore at the living people around them. Apart from the fact that the 12 corpses had their blood drained and their skin turned as white as snow, everything else seemed normal. But as soon as the bell rang, the 12 corpses suddenly shriveled up. Their skin tightly wrapped around their dried muscles, and the lines of muscles could be clearly seen under the skin. Their originally snow-white skin had turned into a wretched green, and their suddenly open eyes had also turned into a frightening crimson color. Their claws had also turned into iron hooks, and their pitch-black claws carried a pungent stench. It was obvious that they had been poisoned. "How dare you?" Wuxia snorted coldly and stamped his foot. The ground of the drill ground, which was paved with boulders, rippled like water, and a shockwave spread out in all directions. The others only felt their feet go soft, and then nothing else. However, the 12 zombies who had suddenly sprung up were swept by the shockwave, and the bones below their waists made a series of cracking noises, while the bones in their legs were completely shattered. With their legs broken, the 12 zombies fell to the ground at the same time, waving their arms wildly and letting out roars from their mouths. "Someone is using the art of refining zombies right in front of us." Wuxia laughed in a deep voice. Suddenly, a large cloud of grayish-white mist gushed out from his palms. Accompanied by shrill ghost howls, the mist was set ablaze, and a green ghost fire wrapped around Wuxia's palms. The flesh on his palms had turned into a strange green and transparent state, but the bones underneath were clearly visible, emitting an evil black light. "Yo, the nether ghost soul, captivating palm, has already reached the level of Mahayana? Tamlang, we did not choose the wrong person. Cultivating both body and magic is indeed a wonderful thing." Large sheets of gray mist and green flame burst out from Wuxia's palms. As he was about to strike the 12 zombies, a deep, hoarse, and unpleasant voice suddenly rang out. Yu Huai, who was clad in a long black robe and wrapped in a black cloth from head to toe, strode over with a few men who were also clad in black cloaks. While walking, he kept praising Wu Qi, saying that a talent who cultivated both body and magic was really rare. Wu Qi smiled faintly, shook his head, and said, "Your Excellency Yu Huai, you flatter me. How could the people of Myriad Immortal Alliance use such a petty trick? Tan Lang just wants to teach them a lesson." Yu Huai laughed coldly and said, "Of course, a lesson must be taught. However, the Nether Ghost Soul Captivating Palm is more effective when used on a living person, but it is still a little lacking when used to scheme against someone from afar. Since it is an art of corpse control, I think it's better to let Lao Tzu teach them a lesson." With a shake of his hand, Wu Qi retracted the Nether Ghost Soul Captivating Palm and looked curiously at Yu Huai. In the mansion of Yu Clan, Yu Huai had been hiding in his own great hall and refining 108 fiend corpses. It was a forbidden art of Yu Clan, which showed that Yu Huai was very proficient in spells related to zombies. As he said, the Nether Ghost Soul Captivating Palm Wu Qi had learned in recent days could cause severe damage to a living person, but when used to curse someone, its power was very ordinary. Yu Huai would be the one to show his trick and let Wu Qi see what kind of powerful trick he had to scheme against someone. The ringing of the bell in the distance grew more and more urgent, as if the person who rang the bell was very impatient to get these zombies to attack someone. But as the legs of these zombies were all broken, they could not stand up at all. They could only roll and crawl on the ground and did not have the strength to hurt someone. Yu Huai came in front of the 12 zombies and let out a few strange laughs. Suddenly, a large plume of dense black mist gushed out of his black cloak. Like a living creature, the black mist quickly enveloped the 12 zombies and crawled into their 7 orifices. The 12 zombies stiffened abruptly, and their bodies gradually floated up into the air, quickly leaning against each other in midair. In Wu Qi's astonished gaze, these zombies fused with each other like water droplets, gradually forming a pitch-black body that was as tall as an ordinary man. Pulling out a pitch-black bone knife, Yu Huai came in front of the floating body and recited a few incantations in a low voice. He stabbed the knife hard into the center of the zombie's brows, then pierced the zombie's heart, lower abdomen, ribs, and other vital parts with the bone knife. After stabbing the zombie 18 times in total, Yu Huai smiled sinisterly and casually slapped the top of the zombie's head with his palm. With a swoosh, the zombie disappeared without a trace. Almost at the same time, a tragic scream was suddenly heard coming from the mountains in the distance. Dozens of sword beams shot into the sky from the mountains, charging menacingly in the direction of Ningbo City. The scream had been coming from the mountains, rising high into the clouds and going on endlessly. Yu Huai laughed strangely and said, "A healthy immortal suddenly has the flesh and blood of 12 zombies in his body, and hidden in them are the eggs of the nether butterfly, which can only be found in the yellow spring. When the larvae hatch, they feed on his flesh and blood, and it will take them 3 days and 3 nights to devour him along with his soul. How dare you show off such a petty trick in front of Lao Tzu?" Wu Qi sucked in a cold breath. He imagined that an immortal suddenly had the flesh and blood of 12 zombies inside his body, and countless eggs were hatching, feeding on the flesh and blood to break out of their shells. It was a cruel torture. A chill ran up and down his spine, and he became even more fearful of the various terrible mystic arts of the Directorate of Celestials. Since Yu Huai had such a trick, Yu Mu might have even fiercer curses. He had to be extra careful, or he would not even know when he would suffer a great loss. Dozens of sword beams flew out of Ningbo City, and then came a sharp female voice that sounded like steel needles. "This is outrageous. How could you plot against fellow Taoist Lao Yin with that evil fiend technique? Poor fellow Taoist Lao Yin, he died so miserably. All of you are guilty, and you will be punished by the heaven." Wu Qi grinned, then cupped his fist and bowed to Yu Huai. "Your Excellency Yu Huai is indeed an unpredictable prodigy. Now that those scumbags from Myriad Immortal Alliance have come to our door, I'll bring my men and give them a head-on blow." Yu Huai waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Go, just go. They're just a group of heaven immortals. Tan Lang, you can totally defeat them all by yourself, and you don't even need the honorable elders to do anything. Take your time and play with them. Let's see how much Myriad Immortal Alliance can spend for the sake of High Province." While Yu Huai was talking to Wuxia on a mountain 900 miles away from Ningbo City, a black stone chair was placed upright on the top of the mountain. A man clad in a black linen robe and wearing a black jade crown on his head, his face expressionless and his body emanating a deathly aura like that of a zombie, was sitting steadily on the stone chair. He looked in the direction of Ningbo City without saying a word, and behind him stood 36 generals clad in heavy black armors, who were standing in a row. From a distance, he saw Wuqi leading his men to the top of the city wall and arguing with those heaven immortals hovering in midair, cultivating both fleshly body and magic. "I can't believe Yimu has found such a good seedling. Is his name Tan Lang? Pay more attention to him, and if possible, promote him. The Yu clan in Liangzhu is already under my control, and this Tan Lang is now one of us." A general behind him answered in a low, muffled voice, then asked in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, the sovereign of Myriad Immortal Alliance was severely wounded by Lao Wang, and he is now searching for spirit herbs to save his life. 13 of the 18 elders of Divine Hall were seriously wounded by Lao Wang's scheme, so they should be hiding and recuperating now. Why are they fanning the flames and stirring up trouble?" The man frowned. After pondering for a long time, he slowly raised his right hand and said softly, "They must have a goal. Apart from High Province, Myriad Immortal Alliance is stirring up disputes in over 200 ninth grade provinces at the same time. No matter what they want to do, we just need to kill them all with the strongest force. Pass down my order. All the soldiers must not slack off." The 36 generals behind him responded in unison. Just when the black-clothed man was about to give some orders, a wild gust of wind suddenly rose from the ground. A fierce-looking man, who was dressed in a black tight suit and only had his eyes exposed, rushed out of the gust and respectfully knelt down before the black-clothed man. "Your Excellency, the new celestial ambassador sent by the celestial court to Diyu's imperial city has arrived." The man looked up and asked curiously, "Which celestial lord is it? Or is it an immortal king who has come to the mortal realm?" "It is the immortal king conferred by the celestial court, King of Han, Liu Bang," the burly man answered in a deep voice. The man clenched his fists and crushed the armrests of the stone chair. "Liu Bang?" he cried out through clenched teeth. The burly man did not dare to look up and said urgently, "And the 3 heroes around Liu Bang are Zhang Liang, Han Exen, and Xiao He, 3 celestial lords, who are his deputies." The man smiled grimly, then suddenly turned into a plume of black smoke and flew up into the sky, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Chapter 602. Ningbo City. On the city wall, Wuqi had also donned a set of armor made of leather. The inside of the pale green armor was lined with a leather armor as thick as a finger, and the outside was covered with a layer of shell that was half a finger thick. It was unknown what kind of large beetle it came from. The armor wrapped tightly around Wuqi's body, but it did not hinder his movement at all. On the contrary, when he walked, there was a breeze following him, which could greatly enhance Wuqi's fighting strength. The armor was also a fine product purchased by Yumu through private channels. Although it did not have any decorative patterns and looked very inconspicuous, it was actually crafted by a master craftsman in Liangzhu. It had an amazing defensive strength that could withstand a full-force blow from an upper-tier heaven immortal wielding an immortal item. Before the immortal stones embedded in the armor ran out of immortal energy, no heaven immortal below the 12th tier could cause any harm to Wuqi. Holding a dragon-hunting crossbow in his hand, Wuqi cocked a bone arrow engraved with powerful corrosive runes onto the bowstring and looked at the heaven immortals hovering about 1 mile above him with a smile. Just now, He and the group of heaven immortals sent out by Myriad Immortal Alliance had been quarreling for a full hour, leaving dozens of heaven immortals speechless, and their faces livid with rage because of Wuxi's rich imagination and almost unimaginable words. All kinds of vicious, mocking, insidious, and obscene curses from the internet on Earth had greatly broadened the horizons of the generals and soldiers around Wuxi. If not for the fact that the dozens of heaven immortals in Midair had not attained the body of a heaven immortal and had no cardiovascular disease, 2 or 3 of them would have been cursed to death by Wuxi. A pretty female immortal, who was dressed in a palace dress and had 2 large peonies on her head like a matchmaker, was so angry that her eyes darted from side to side. She pointed at Wuxi and snapped, "I don't want to talk nonsense with you, you little man. You have a sharp tongue, and I'm ashamed of my inferiority. If you're a real man, come out and fight me." Wuxi smiled, then waved at the female immortal and said, "Let's go out and have a showdown." "Woman, do you think I'm stupid? So many of you are waiting outside the city like fiends. Do you want me to go out and let you attack me?" The female immortal paused. She glanced at her companion and frowned. "Fairy, I guarantee that if you dare to come out, no one will attack you." Wuxi sighed softly. He crooked his finger at the female immortal and laughed out loud. "Then, Fairy, please enter the city and fight me on the drill ground. I swear on my character that I will never let my subordinates attack you." The female immortal's expression changed slightly. "How would you have the guts to enter the city and fight it out with Wuxi?" Not only the female immortal, even the other immortals had an unsightly expression on their faces as they glanced at Ningbo City, whose defensive strength was worlds apart from before. Especially the numerous archers and crossbowmen on the city wall, as well as the 200 huge fire soul catapults. Such a defensive strength was not something that dozens of heaven immortals could break. After pondering for a moment, the female immortal's tone suddenly became very weak. "Why do you have to be so hostile? As long as High Province releases fellow Taoist Yao Yu and his people, Myriad Immortal Alliance is not willing to go to war for no reason." Wuxi shook his head and said indifferently, "Don't use Yao Yu as an excuse anymore. That Taoist and his people are destined to become sacrifices to the ghost god. According to the law of the Yu, Yao Yu has a bad record, and what he has done has greatly violated the law of the Yu. If I don't punish him severely with torture, will you, the itinerant cultivators, still take me, the human emperor of the Yu, seriously?" The female immortal and her companions looked at each other, then softened their tone at the same time and chattered with Wuxi. They did not curse or challenge him. Instead, they put on a calm posture and tried to reason with Wuxi. The female immortal even played the emotional card. She told Wuxi in a choked voice that there were many young children among Reverend Yao Yu's people, and if they were all sacrificed to the ghost god, didn't Wuxi think it was a little inhumane? Wuxi frowned and exchanged a puzzled glance with Yumu, who was standing next to him. These immortals of Myriad Immortal Alliance did not match the aggressive manner of the 3 black-clothed Taoist emissaries a few days ago. Were the immortals of Myriad Immortal Alliance so easy to talk to? Not to mention that they had just killed a team of scouts from Ningbo City, and they did not show any mercy when they killed them. Could it be that they were frightened by Yu Huai's cruel means? Were they stunned by Wuqi's nasty curses? Or were they stunned by the city's defense? Dozens of heaven immortals hovered in midair, chattering like a swarm of flies as they kept blaming the officials of High Province for the destruction of Mount Moon Gazing. They had deliberately raised their voices, and their voices spread through the city's defense so that the hundreds of thousands of people in the city could hear them clearly. First, they begged with gentle voices, but when they saw the indifferent look on Wuxi and Yu Zong's faces, their tone changed from begging to threatening. Suddenly, they became stern, pointing fingers at Wuxi and Yumu, telling them with the most direct adjectives that if they did not release Reverend Yao Yu's people, Myriad Immortal Alliance would definitely wipe out High Province, killing everyone in Ningbo City. Wuxi still paid no attention to these heaven immortals. If they had put up a desperate stance, Wuxia would have been interested in sending them to reincarnation. But although these heaven immortals were aggressive at first, they became as weak as quails in a storm, and Wuxia did not even have the thought of bullying them. Although the tone of these heaven immortals was stern, Wuxia could tell that behind a stern mask, there was a clear lack of confidence. If Wuxia rushed out of the city's defense and attacked these heaven immortals, as long as he killed one of them, the others would definitely flee in different directions, and he would have to chase them all over the world. That would be troublesome. But these heaven immortals did not attack, nor did they flee. Instead, they just stood there, muttering under their breath. This was really offensive. What were they trying to do? With a wry smile, Wuxia gestured at the dozens of heaven immortals and said, "Forget it. It's not worth wasting my breath on you. All military officers with a cultivation base above the first Panga heaven, listen up, charge out with me, and kill all these bastards." Among the private guards brought by Yumu, dozens of military officers with a cultivation base strong enough to fight against heaven immortals answered with a thunderous roar. One after another, they crushed bone talismans to enchant themselves with various defensive mechanisms, then stepped on purple clouds and rushed toward the heaven immortals with Wuxia. Looking down from this height, even the largest ocean on Panga continent was only the size of a mung bean. This was the outer heavenly realm of Panga continent. Countless shooting stars were streaking across the sky, and from time to time, large patches of aurora could be seen. 3 immortals clad in golden Taoist robes hovered in the sky on clouds, their powerful divine sense locking down Ningbo City. "Why so careful?" said one of them discontentedly. "It's just a 9th grade province. Why should we be so careful? Even if they have an ambush, how can they hurt us? Let those good-for-nothings waste their breath and disgrace myriad immortal alliance for no reason. It doesn't matter if they lose face, as long as they don't lose their lives." Another golden-robed Taoist said coolly, "The sovereign is severely wounded now. If we are not careful, we may be killed by King Xianxia's army. We only have one life, so we'd better be cautious." "You're right. What we've done this time will surely shake to you and the Celestial Court. If we're not careful enough, it would be a light punishment for us to be smashed to pieces." The last Taoist took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Look, Ningbo City is densely covered with armored soldiers and all kinds of city defense equipment. It seems that they are well prepared. But such a force may be useful against some heaven immortals, but against us? Oomph. Huh." The 3 Taoists burst into laughter. They could not help but shake their heads as they watched Wuxia and the dozens of military officers beat those heaven immortals and make them flee with their hands covering their heads. As soon as Wuxia made his move, he unleashed a vast sheet of Shun energy that blanketed the surrounding void. Under his control, the military officers could see those heaven immortals clearly, but the heaven immortals were so confused that they could not even tell which direction they were facing, and their overall strength had been reduced by at least 60%. These heaven immortals did not have very high cultivation bases, and they did not have any powerful immortal items. Therefore, in less than a quarter of an hour, Wuxia and his men had killed all the heaven immortals except for 3 female immortals. The 3 female immortals were captured alive by Yu Miao's guards, who all had strange smiles on their faces. Wuxia knew that female immortals or cultivators were very popular among the nobles in Yu, and everyone was proud to have a few female immortals or cultivators as their slaves. The 3 female immortals all had the cultivation base of 30th tier, and they were all good-looking. It was a good idea to keep them for Yu Miao's use, and if he sold them, he could get at least a few large flying ships. Wuxia paid no attention to what these guards had done. It was the unspoken rule of Panga continent, and he did not have the consciousness of being a savior. He just wondered why the Alliance had sent these unruly heaven immortals here. They had even killed 12 soldiers of Ningbo City and tried to trap Wuxia and his company with the art of controlling corpses. But the cultivation base of these heaven immortals was too weak, and they did not have any fighting strength. So what were they doing here? Even if they were here to spy on the enemy, did they really need to sacrifice dozens of heaven immortals? High up in the sky, 3 golden-robed Taoists put a jade slip that could record images into their sleeves at the same time. One of them sighed and said, "We have all the evidence. High Province has innocently abducted our allies, and our allies are so indignant that they have gathered in Ningbo City to demand the return of the captives. But Ningbo City has brazenly killed 57 of our allies and captured 3 alive. We have no choice but to retaliate." Another golden-robed Taoist nodded and said, "When they attacked just now, I paid attention to the surroundings, and there was no unusual movement in or outside Ningbo City. If we strike now, we can catch them off guard. Even if there's an ambush, we can still escape smoothly." The last golden-robed Taoist nodded heavily. The 3 of them exchanged a glance, then stood in 3 positions and unleashed their gold immortal energy at the same time. A meteor with a diameter of 30,000 miles swept past them, but was forcibly imprisoned by the gold immortal energy. Accompanied by a dull rumble, the meteor was compressed to 100 miles in diameter. The 3 golden-robed Taoists waved their hands casually, and the meteor suddenly turned into a beam of strong light, whistling down from the sky and falling to the ground. The 3 golden-robed Taoists followed closely behind, performing incantation gestures and reciting spells with both hands, laying out layer after layer of powerful restrictive spells on the meteor. Suddenly, a small sun appeared in the sky, illuminating millions of miles around Ningbo City. Chapter 603. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the 3 gold immortals had deployed 36,000 layers of powerful defensive spells on the tiny planet. The 3 gold immortals pushed the planet all the way to the sky less than 3,000 miles away from Ningbo City, and only then did they suddenly flee. From the time they began to attack until the planet was less than 3,000 miles away from Ningbo City, only 3 seconds had passed in total. As the 3 gold immortals had expected when they were discussing in the sky, they pushed the star down toward Ningbo City. The sudden appearance of the star and the strong light attracted everyone's attention, and they fled from behind the star. No one could detect them with their divine sense, and no one tried to stop them. Perhaps the black-robed man sitting on the stone chair on the mountain had the overall strength to stop them. But when he heard that the new celestial ambassador sent by the celestial court to Liangzhu was Liu Bang, the king of Han, and his 3 heroes, he lost control of his mind, transformed into a wisp of black smoke, and fled into the distance. After the enigmatic black-robed man left, the 36 generals under him were also attracted by the strong light, so no one could find the whereabouts of the 3 golden-robed Taoists. Wuxia stared blankly at the planet that came crashing down from the sky with a threatening aura. He felt his body stiffen like a frog being stared at by a cobra. Wuxia's muscles tightened, and he wanted to flee as fast as he could, but his muscles were so stiff that he could not move. He could only watch as the planet approached inch by inch with an aura of destruction. The planet, which was 30,000 miles in diameter, was compressed to only 100 miles in size and was falling straight down from the extremely high void. Its weight and impact were enough to kill all living beings below the realm of gold immortal in an instant. Even with Wuxia's current peak rank, 1 physical cultivation base, he would not dare to face this whistling star head-on. What was worse was that the 3 gold immortals had cast 36,000 restrictive spells on the planet, which consumed 80% of their immortal energy. It was the equivalent of 3 gold immortals unleashing their full power on the star. Even those who were as strong as the 3 gold immortals would not be willing to fight the star head-on. Among the 36,000 layers of restrictive spells, several thousand of them were special immortal techniques that could absorb energy from the outside world. As the star fell straight down from the sky, the astral wind, heavenly fire, aurora, thunderclouds, Xianbing, magnetic force, and many other energies along the way were constantly absorbed by these restrictive spells. The star, which was already extremely compressed and had a density dozens of times greater than Mercury, had absorbed a tremendous amount of energy and become as hard as diamond. Even an ordinary upper-grade immortal item would not be as strong as it. The aura of a gold immortal, coupled with the aura of destruction brought by the falling star, had made Wuxia an expert with a peak-level fleshly body, stiff and unable to move, let alone the others. Yu Zong, as well as all the soldiers and civilians in Ningbo City, stood stiffly where they were, staring blankly at the rapidly approaching star. In a great hall next to the drill ground, 9 oracles of Yu Clan, whose sleeves were embroidered with different numbers of golden suns, up to 7 at most, rushed out of the great hall with Yu Huai, whose body was stiff and whose body was drenched in cold sweat. The 9 oracles glanced at the falling star at the same time, and Chi-Chi let out a long, furious roar. The all-out attack of 3 gold immortals, who had been accumulating power for a long time, made the 9 oracles, who were strong enough to fight against gold immortals, panic for a moment. They were different from immortals. The power of immortals resided in their bodies, and they could unleash powerful immortal spells with a casual wave of their hands, which had a terrible power that could split mountains and split the earth. On the other hand, the oracles of the Yu's Directorate of Celestials mostly borrowed the power of the outside world, the power of ghosts and deities, and all kinds of holy spirits. They needed a certain amount of time to unleash their strongest power. If they were given enough time, they could instantly kill immortals of the same level as them, with all kinds of strange curses and mystic arts. But, in a head-on confrontation, immortals could also kill an unguarded oracle in an instant. Of the 9 oracles who escorted Yu Huai out of the Great Hall, the strongest was a 7 Suns oracle, whose cultivation base was comparable to a 5th-tier gold immortal. However, that was after he had made sufficient preparations and borrowed all the power of ghosts and deities he worshipped. His current cultivation base was only comparable to a 17th-tier gold immortal, and his fleshly body was extremely weak. He did not have the courage to resist the falling star. But, after all, they still had the overall strength of the lowest-level gold immortal. Although they could not resist the falling star, they were more than capable of escaping. Amidst Yu Huai's sharp rebuke, the 9 oracles escorted him and sped up the city wall in a blur. Dozens of wisps of black smoke shot out of their sleeves, which rolled up Wuxia, Yu Miao, and the other important figures of High Province, as well as the elite guards of Yu Clan's private army, who were standing stiffly on the wall. Then, they turned into a gray beam and sped away. The power of a gold immortal was not to be underestimated. Roaring furiously, the 9 oracles brought hundreds of people and flew tens of thousands of miles away in a flash. A muffled rumble rang out from afar as the small star hit Ningbo City. An intense bluish-purple light dominated the world. Everyone felt as if their bodies had become transparent. The bluish-purple light passed through everyone's bodies, bringing intense pain to their internal organs. Except for those with strong fleshly bodies like Wuxia, who could resist the power of the light, everyone, including Oracle Chi-Chi and Yu Huai, coughed up blood. As soon as the blood came out of their mouths, it immediately turned into smoke and drifted away. Their body fluids were boiling. If it were not for the fact that they had the power of ghosts and deities, which made their bodies far stronger than ordinary mortals, the strong light that came from tens of thousands of miles away was enough to kill everyone except for Wuxia and the other generals. Even the 9 powerful oracles of the Yu Clan could not withstand the attack of the strong light. The oracles of the Directorate of Celestials still had the fleshly bodies of mortals, and their power came from ghosts and deities. They were extremely old, and their fleshly bodies were on the verge of decay. The strong light pierced through their bodies and caused terrible damage to them. All of them had lost decades to hundreds of years of their lifespans because of the damage they had sustained. Originally, these oracles did not have much lifespan left, and now they relied more on various spirit herbs to prolong their lifespan to support the vitality in their bodies. After losing so much of their lifespan, the 9 oracles cursed in unison. Towering resentment transformed into black ghosts and spread out from their bodies, carrying the crowd and fleeing into the distance at an even faster speed. In the blink of an eye after the first wave of strong light, a terrible bluish-purple shockwave, which contained countless destructive forces of nature, such as thunderbolts, Xian heavenly flame, aurora, magnetic force, and nether force, came rushing over. Wherever the shockwave passed, the earth turned into a desert. Mountains were razed to the ground, rivers and lakes dried up, and all the living beings along the way were crushed to powder. Even their souls were turned into nothingness by the natural force of the shockwave. In just the blink of an eye, Wuxia and the others had fled another 100,000 miles away. The few oracles of the Yu clan had finished reciting the incantation, and a huge celestial fiend god emerged over their bodies at the same time, emanating a dreadful aura. 9 gigantic celestial fiend gods raised their hands at the same time. Amidst a deep, muffled howl, sets of armors made of different materials, such as bone armors, stone armors, and scales, appeared on the bodies of Wuxia and the others. Shockwaves came sweeping over from behind, blotting the sky and blotting out the earth and sky, pulling Wuxia and his company into it. The group of several hundred men was swept away like a cluster of dandelions in a hurricane, unable to resist at all. Huge rocks kept slamming into their bodies, but the armors protected them, shattering all the rocks into dust and sand. Countless thunderbolts smashed on their bodies, and large balls of flame surrounded them. From time to time, cold and evil forces would come whistling over, and magnetic force, colorful aurora, and many other destructive forces would come smashing down. However, with the armors released by the 9 celestial fiend gods, although Wuxia and the others were dizzy from the impact, they did not suffer any actual harm. They tumbled and rolled in the frightening shockwave for the time it took to finish a pot of tea. But to Wuxia and the others, this short period of time felt like 10,000 years. Under the protection of the 9 celestial fiend gods, the group rushed out of the shockwave safely, and what came next was endless light and heat. The purple-red flame swirled around them, burning so fiercely that even the armors worn by Wuxia and the others could not withstand it. Many of the armors were cracking noisily and had many cracks on them. The 7 Sons priest roared. His old and shriveled body suddenly swelled up like a balloon. In an instant, he regained his youth, his muscles became plump and smooth, and his hunched back straightened. He had transformed into an 8-foot-tall man in the prime of his life. Clenching his fists, the priest suddenly thrust one palm toward the sky and the other toward the ground, causing the surrounding void to tremble. He shouted, "Flames in the world should not be so hot." As the old oracle gave a loud cry, the power of law within 1,000 miles was slightly twisted. The purple-red flames were still there, but their temperature had dropped to only 30 to 40 degrees Celsius. Although it was scorching hot, it could no longer hurt Wuxia and the others. Distorting the laws was a power that only experts of Gold Immortal Realm could possess. The other 8 oracles had also struck out with all kinds of means. Relying on the protection of the 9 great oracles, Wuxia and the others managed to escape the fatal blow caused by the meteor. 2 hours later, Wuxia and the others returned to Ningbo City with their heads and faces covered in dust. There was no more Ningbo City in this world. The place where the city once stood had become a huge crater, 3,000 miles deep and more than 50,000 miles in diameter. The water of the Great Eastern Ocean was pouring into the crater through a gap that was 10,000 miles wide. Everything in Ningbo City, the hundreds of thousands of civilians, the 30,000 new recruits, Yumiao's 3,000 private guards, the middle and lower level officials in the city, and the large amount of armaments that Wuxia and Yumiao had spent a lot of money to purchase, were gone. Fortunately, the 5 counties of High Province were tens of thousands of miles away from Ningbo City. Although the impact of the meteor had caused some damage to them, there were not many casualties. Ningbo City, on the other hand, was completely destroyed. Wuqi's eyes were blazing with rage. He threw his head back and roared furiously, then threw a heavy punch down. The seawater that was pouring into the pit was pushed back, and the waves that were tens of thousands of miles long rose into the air, forming a huge water screen in the void. Myriad Immortal Alliance. I will uproot you and leave no one alive. Chapter 604. More than 2 months had passed since the destruction of Ningbo City, and the aftermath was still rolling across Zhong Province. On that day, the city was destroyed, and more than 1 million people were killed in the city and the surrounding towns. Putting aside the loss of civilians, 1 million people was nothing more than a drop of water in the vast ocean when compared to the 300 provinces ruled by Zhong Province. What was worse was the army of 100,000 soldiers hiding outside Ningbo City, personally led by Bo Yunting, the beloved son of Bo Zhongfu, the new prefecture overseer of Zhong Province. Except for Bo Yunting and the 12 second Panga Heaven generals under his command, the army of 100,000 was wiped out by the sudden attack of the stars. The army of 100,000 was not the local army of Zhong Province. After the case of Feng Lingling, the local army of Zhong Province had been ordered to disband, and all the soldiers had returned to their homeland to retire. These 100,000 elite soldiers were the private army that Bo Zhongfu had brought from the fief of his clan, the private army sent by his clan to secure his position as the prefecture overseer of Zhong Province. The private army of 100,000 was made of gold, and each of them had cost Bo Zhongfu an astronomical sum of money. As a result, the army of 100,000 was reduced to a wisp of smoke outside Ningbo City, and only a dozen generals were spared. Bo Zhongfu was furious, extremely furious. Before he became the prefecture overseer of Zhong Province, he was the confidant of the current human emperor and had a very strong network of contacts in Liangzhu, the capital of the Yu. After his private army of 100,000 was wiped out, Bo Zhongfu sent a memorial to Liangzhu, which immediately shocked the Yu and Qiqi. A large number of experts and secret agents swarmed out of Yuxiong Plain, searching the world and hunting down the immortals and itinerant cultivators of the Alliance. In just over 2 months, the immortals of Ascending Immortal Hall and Hidden Immortal Hall had been fighting with the experts sent by the Yu dynasty all over Panga continent, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. There was a faint hint of the legendary cataclysm. No one knew what had gotten into the myriad Immortal Alliance's mind. After the massacre in Ningbo City of High Province, they had set fires all over Panga continent in just over 2 months. As a result, more than 200 lower-grade provinces were attacked by the same stars as the one in High Province. Only 13 of the cities were protected by experts, and they were lucky enough to escape the attack of the stars. The other 200 cities were completely razed to the ground. The Yu dynasty became even more furious and sent more experts to hunt down the immortals of the Union of 10,000 Immortals. It was even rumored that some imperial sinecures, who lived in seclusion in the imperial palace and had not shown their faces for many years, had sneaked out of Yuxiong Plain. Their targets were the elders and core members of Myriad Immortal Alliance's Divine Hall, and they had even fought and destroyed many places on Panga continent. The situation was slightly out of control. No one knew why the immortals of Ascending Immortal Hall and Hidden Immortal Hall of the Union of 10,000 Immortals had gone crazy. Under the circumstances of being attacked by the Yu dynasty in all directions, they actually formed groups to attack the cities and towns of the Yu. On the other hand, the experts sent by the Yu dynasty began to attack indiscriminately after suffering a series of defeats. When the human emperor's edict was issued to the whole Panga continent, all the provinces under the heaven swarmed into action, and their armies began to hunt down all itinerant cultivator powers in an orderly manner. For a moment, Panga continent was engulfed in flames of war, rivers of blood flowed, and countless itinerant cultivators and demons were slaughtered. As soon as the Yu dynasty's huge war machine was activated, Myriad Immortal Alliance and some other itinerant cultivator powers immediately suffered a heavy blow. But none of this had anything to do with Wuxia or High Province. In this storm, High Province was just a prelude. After Ningbo City was destroyed, no one paid any attention to High Province. While cursing, Yumu took a huge sum of money from Yumu and began to rebuild Ningbo City. The new city was built on the original site of Ningbo City. Like a living being, Panga continent had a very strong ability to repair and heal itself. A huge crater, thousands of miles deep and 50,000 miles in diameter, was blasted out of Ningbo City, and the massive damage was completely healed in just 1 month. Although the terrain was very different from before, at least it was flat and fertile land, with only some scar-like mountain ranges and hills in some areas. The new Ningbo City was built on top of the old one. With Yu Miao's support, Yu Mu had secretly transported 5 million people from Zhong province to replenish the city. The newly built city was bound to be more prosperous and prosperous than the old one. Wuxia did not care about these civil affairs. After selecting 30,000 young men from the newly transported immigrants and reorganizing the army of the military court, Wuxia packed them up and brought them to Yixi County, where they would be drilled by the elites of scouting office led by Yin Bugui. When the struggle between the Yu dynasty and myriad immortal alliance on Panga continent was in full swing, the day Wuxia had been looking forward to finally arrived. On the 3rd day of the 9th month of the Yu dynasty, the world was filled with a murderous aura, and it was a day of great calamity. On such a day, everything was inauspicious, and the only thing that mattered was sacrifice. Every year, on the 3rd day of the 9th month, the imperial family of the Yu would go to the ancestral temple for a grand sacrificial ceremony, and many powerful clans and powers in the Yu would also hold their own blood sacrificial ceremonies. With the murderous aura, the void around Panga continent would become fragile and unstable, allowing the ghosts and deities from the otherworldly realms to project stronger power onto the continent with greater ease. Offering sacrifices to these ghosts and deities on this day would also bring more benefits. Of course, the sacrificial offerings had to be properly selected, and they had to be the ones with the strongest intelligence and the most abundant blood energy. Only then could they win the favor of these ghosts and deities. What else could be the sacrificial offering with the strongest intelligence and the most abundant blood energy in the world besides human beings? Every year on the 3rd day of the 9th month, even though the human emperor had repeatedly forbidden the use of human beings as blood sacrifices, countless civilians were still secretly killed as sacrifices. At this time of the year, all the prisoners and exiled sinners in all the provinces and counties of the Yu would be wiped out. There were even underground trades, where these sinners who had committed serious crimes would be bought with a huge sum of money, just like buying pigs and dogs in the market. Wuxia had also bought a huge number of sacrifices. He had spent half of the money he had obtained from wiping out Mount Moon gazing, buying 120,000 white horses, 120,000 black horses, 90,000 white cows, 90,000 black cows, 60,000 white sheep, and 60,000 black sheep. It took him 1.5 months just to buy these sacrifices. Fortunately, the land in Zhong province was fertile, with countless pastures and a large number of livestock for sale. Through Yu Mu's connections, Wuxia managed to buy so many livestock before the 3rd day of the 9th month, and transported them to the outskirts of Yixi City in time. A huge sacrificial altar was erected outside of Yixi City. The densely packed stone pillars were filled with animals that were about to be sacrificed. On the altar, thousands of cultivators from Reverend Yao Yu's clan were lying stiffly on the ground. His entire body was restrained by the immortal detaining needles, and he could not even move his eyeballs. His eyes were wide open, filled with fear and despair, and his lips were moving rapidly, but he could not make a single sound. Princess Zhang Lu appeared in front of Reverend Yao Yu with Lord Xianxia, Catfish Flood Dragon, and the others. Princess Zhang Lu, who had inherited the Tao of ancient God, would be the officiant of today's ceremony. When Reverend Yao Yu saw the true faces of Princess Zhang Lu and the others, especially when he saw Gold Horn and Silver Horn, the 2 dragon pythons coiled around Wuqi's waist, his expression became very interesting. It was an indescribable mixture of fear, despair, anger, and resentment, and an expression that could only be produced after being carefully mixed with a deadly poison. Wuxia walked slowly up to Reverend Yao Yu, lowered his voice, and said with a smile, "This is the truth behind the destruction of Mount Moon gazing. You shouldn't have messed with my wife. You shouldn't have messed with my brothers and friends. Rest in peace, for you will be the last to die." After a brief pause, Wuxia nodded with a smile and said, "Believe it or not, Myriad Immortal Alliance is going to war for you. Well, the war on Panga Continent is all because of you. I know you know that asking us to hand over you and your people is just an excuse. At least, Myriad Immortal Alliance is willing to use you as an excuse. You should feel very comforted and gratified, don't you think?" Shaking his head mockingly, Wuxia sighed and said in a low voice, "Those who belong to an organization are indeed arrogant and domineering. They are different from us." Reverend Yaoyu stared at Wuxia with a hint of expectation in his eyes. The complicated expression on his face had disappeared, replaced by a pleading look amidst despair. He tried his best to turn his eyes, trying to give Wuxia a wink. Wuxia turned to look at the few young children lying beside Reverend Yaoyu. They should be the youngest descendants of Reverend Yaoyu's clan. The corner of Wuxia's mouth twitched slightly as he took a deep breath. Looking at the gray sun in the sky, he said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, but if I don't remove the roots, the weeds will grow again. I won't give your children the hope of avenging me in the future." With a deep smile on his face, Wuxia shook his head and said, "I've heard too many stories like this. If I don't remove the roots, I may die in the hands of your descendants in the future. So, it is certain that your entire clan will be cut off. Perhaps these few children around you have the aptitude to become primordial immortals? How can I take such a risk?" Reverend Yaoyu's eyes suddenly turned grayish-white like those of a dead fish, and all the vitality in his body vanished in an instant. He was still alive, but he had lost all his vitality. An earthy yellow murderous aura emerged out of thin air, and everyone could feel the vibration coming from the void. The void around Pangu continent gradually began to shake, and the spatial organization became weaker. When the blood sacrifice was used to summon the ghosts and deities, the energy required for them to come to Panga continent was greatly reduced. When the sun rose to the center of the sky, the murderous aura reached its peak. The earthy yellow murderous aura pervaded the void, completely absorbing the sunlight. The third day of the 9th month of this year happened to be the day when the murderous aura would surge once every 60 years. The murderous aura in the world was 10,000 times greater than usual. On such a day, the common people of Panga continent would hide in their homes and never go out to work. On the other hand, many of the powerful clans regarded this day as a gift from the heaven, and they would offer sacrifices that were 100 times more abundant than usual to the ghosts and deities. Wuxia, Lord Xianxia, and the others retreated to the bottom of the altar, leaving Princess Zhonglu alone, clad in an oracle's robe, standing upright on the top of the altar. When the sunlight completely disappeared, Princess Zhonglu raised the bone knife in her hand and gently stabbed it into the void. Miserable howls rang out from all over the place as the hundreds of thousands of animals around the altar had their throats cut by an invisible force at the same time. Blood sprayed out, and a pungent smell rose into the sky. Chapter 605. Under the influence of the murderous aura, the blood of the hundreds of thousands of slaughtered animals kept spraying out of their bodies, turning into fountains of blood that rose into the sky. Countless fist-sized beads of blood hovered in the air, turning the world into a blood-red hue. Countless murderous auras were attracted by the aura and kept being injected into the beads of blood. A strong smell of blood pervaded the air, and the sticky smell seemed to have substance as it kept drilling into people's bodies through their pores. Peppermint and Angelica, who stood beside Wuxia, turned pale with fear and dared not to raise their heads. Goldhorn, Silverhorn, and Catfish stared greedily at the countless beads of blood in the sky and the countless corpses of livestock on the ground, their saliva oozing out of their mouths at the same time. Catfish was more concerned about her image, so she used a handkerchief to stop the saliva at the corner of her mouth. Goldhorn and Silverhorn, on the other hand, did not care so much. They opened their mouths greedily, saliva dripping down like a spring. Ao Buzin, too, poked his head out of Wuxia's clothes stealthily. He gave Goldhorn and Silverhorn a fearful look and cursed under his breath, then gave the beads of blood a greedy look, shook his head, and shrank his head back into the clothes. On the altar, Princess Zhang Lu held the bone knife in her hand and began to recite a complicated and abstruse incantation. Rings of gray ripples spread out from her body, transforming into a hazy shadow that soared into the sky. A few miles above the ground, large dark clouds began to gather and spin rapidly, with gusts of chilly wind blowing out of them. Shrill howls could be heard coming from the dark clouds, and gradually, vague shadows began to emerge from them. Wuxia frowned. The ghosts and deities that came out of the dark clouds looked like a group of malnourished little ghosts, and their aura was at most that of heaven immortals. Most of them were little ghosts and deities in the realm of nascent divinity, nascent soul, or even Jindan realm. He shook his head discontentedly. Today was the day of the most murderous aura, and countless clans across Panga continent were holding sacrificial ceremonies at the same time. Perhaps those powerful ghosts and deities had gone to those powerful and wealthy clans to enjoy the rich blood feasts, and would not come to EC County, a small place where the first blood sacrifice was being held. Damn it, you're so weak, and you still want to take advantage of us. Goldhorn and Silverhorn sprung up into the sky at the same time. They opened their mouths greedily and unleashed a large sheet of bright light, swallowing those imps and deities who had cautiously sneaked out of the swirling clouds. Shrill and miserable howls kept ringing out. These little ghosts and deities from the outer domain never dreamed that they would not get any benefits, but instead become nourishment for Goldhorn and Silverhorn. Perhaps, under the heaven, only Wuxia and his companions could have such a ferocious attitude. On Panga continent, no other rich and powerful clan would commit such an unbearable act. Just because the ghosts and deities who were summoned here were too weak, they were treated as dishes to go with wine. That was too ferocious. The powerful and influential clans on Panga continent worshipped these ghosts and deities with great reverence. Even the weakest ghosts and deities could get some leftovers from their sacrifices. Only Wuxia and his companions. No one could describe what the people around Wuxia had done. You invited them to a banquet, and then cooked them as dishes to go with wine. That was too vile of an act. A.O. Buzin watched as Goldhorn and Silverhorn ate and drank happily. These ghosts and deities were the aggregates of the purest energy, and in the hands of those fiend immortals and demon immortals, they were the materials to refine magical treasures. For A.O. Buzin, these ghosts and deities were all spirit pills that could greatly replenish his energy and help him quickly restore his original cultivation base. Opening his mouth, A.O. Buzin leaped out of Wuxia's body. Now a foot long and as thick as a thumb, A.O. Buzin roared with a tremendous suction force coming out of his mouth. With a momentum no weaker than that of Goldhorn and Silverhorn, he began to crazily devour the little ghosts and deities that flew out of the swirling clouds. As soon as A.O. Buzin made his move, Catfish could not stand it any longer. She simply transformed into her true form and flew up into the sky, opening her mouth thousands of feet wide and crazily devouring the ghosts and deities who had just flown out of the swirling clouds. Lord Xianxia also made his move. He transformed into a flying dragon and began to devour these pure energy aggregates. Wuxia was taken aback, and he could not stand it any longer. These energy aggregates were also very beneficial to him. Chaotic energy could even digest dirt and rocks, let alone these little ghosts and deities who had gathered powerful energy themselves. Throwing his head back and letting out a long roar, Wuxia exercised a Dharma idol divine ability. His body abruptly grew to 1,000 feet tall, and he spread his arms. A beam of black light shot out of his chest, which looked like a small black hole, and began to crazily suck the little ghosts and deities that had flown out of the swirling clouds. The Seven Foundation elevating technique devoured chaotic energy much more ferociously than that of Goldhorn and Silverhorn. As soon as Wuxia made his move, At least 40 of the 100 little ghosts and deities were devoured by him, and only the remaining 60 were shared by Goldhorn and Silverhorn. Standing under the altar, the faces of Su Qin, Yin Bugue, and 1,000 elites of scouting office darkened. With his hands clasped behind his back, Su Qin shook his head and muttered, "This is the so-called collapse of etiquette and music, and a loss of morality. You offered sacrifices to the ghosts and deities of heaven and earth, and you devoured them just because their overall strength was a little weak. Tethys, even those who run black shops are not as ferocious as you." Shaking his head, Su Qin suddenly laughed and said, Well, I'll be shameless this year. If I can make these ghosts and deities into the heavenly star 5 ghosts, they will be much stronger than the Een ghosts I obtained after those people died." Laughing, Su Qin waved all 10 of his fingers. Countless tiny silver beams shot out from his fingertips and interwove into a huge net of light in midair, scooping up dozens of little ghosts and deities, whose cultivation base was roughly in the realm of nascent divinity. Smilingly, he shackled them into thumb-sized spirit pearls and put them into his sleeve. With Su Qin's move, the little ghosts and deities that came out of the whirlpool were struck with a bloody misfortune. Su Qin's net had covered an area of 100 miles in circumference, so dense that not even a drop of water could escape. Initially, there was still hope for 1 or 2 of them to escape from the devouring of Wuxia and the others, but with Su Qin's net, there was no way for them to escape. Yin Bugue's face darkened as he murmured in a low voice, "Collapse of etiquette and music, and loss of morality? Old mister, aren't you taking the side of the evildoer by doing this? TSK, let's not talk about each other. Which one of us is better than the other?" These little ghosts and deities had no effect on Yin Bugue and the others, who had cultivated the true body of heaven and earth scripture. Therefore, the 1,000 elites of scouting office stood firmly where they were and did not participate in the feast of ghosts and deities. They barely managed to preserve a trace of righteousness in this world where etiquette and music had collapsed and morality had fallen. Nearly 8,000 little ghosts and deities came out of the whirlpool, but they were all devoured and captured by Wuxia and the others. The combined power of these 8,000 little ghosts and deities was roughly equal to the total magical power of a middle-grade heaven immortal, which was negligible to the current Wuxia. However, the enormous soul power contained in these little ghosts and deities had brought great benefits to Wuxia. His magical power and cultivation base had only increased slightly, but the strength of his divine soul had been tripled. With the strength of his divine soul tripled, Wuxi's divine sense was now comparable to that of a real first-tier heaven immortal. As long as he refined and purified the newly obtained divine soul power with his true flame of life, his overall strength would definitely rise by a great margin. It took him nearly an hour to devour all the little ghosts and deities, and finally, a powerful ghost and deity began to emerge from the whirlpool. A ghost and deity with 6 curved goat horns on its head, its body covered with white hair, and its body vague and indistinct, and possessing the cultivation base of a supreme-grade heaven immortal, swayed out of the whirlpool. As soon as the ghost and deity appeared, it threw its head back and roared, "All offerings mine, all of you. Get the hell out of the way, Lao Tzu." This was the most common scene among ghosts and deities, where the strong preyed on the weak. When a powerful ghost and deity appeared, the weaker ghosts and deities would have to retreat and sacrifice all the offerings for the strong ghosts and deities to enjoy. Once the strong ghosts and deities appeared, they would certainly unleash their aura to drive away the weaker ghosts and deities. But after the powerful ghost and deity threw his head back and howled a few times, when he lowered his head and looked around, he was struck dumb. The area around the altar was clean, with countless fragrant blood beads and fleshy bodies waiting for him to enjoy. But those annoying little ghosts and deities were nowhere to be seen. The simple mind of the ghost and deity could not react in time. He glanced left and right, but did not see a single little ghost or deity. Only Wuxia and his companions were standing under the altar, looking at him with great reverence. Laughing dryly, the ghost and deity murmured in a low voice, "Lao Tzu is the first one to come today." Princess Zhang Lu narrowed her eyes at the ghost and deity, who had the cultivation base of a third-tier heaven immortal, and quietly slit the neck of one of Reverend Yao Yu's clan members with the bone knife. The man had the cultivation base of a 30th tier heaven immortal. His neck was slit by the bone knife, and his golden immortal blood was lifted up by a murderous aura, turning into hundreds of golden blood beads the size of fists and shooting into the sky. The ghost's eyes lit up as he roared, "Using an immortal as a sacrifice? Wonderful!" The ghost deity stretched out his hand and grabbed the descendant of Reverend Yao Yu, who was slowly floating up from the altar. However, when his claws were about 100 feet away from the man, a series of black thunderbolts suddenly roared out from the swirling clouds behind him. A dreadful aura pressed down from the sky, and a gigantic shadow silently appeared behind the ghost god. The shadow gently slapped the ghost and sent him flying far away. Scram! The shadow only snorted indifferently. Countless lightning bolts and thunder roared out of his body, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Because of his appearance, the vicinity of East Sea City suddenly became pitch black, illuminated only by the occasional flashes of lightning. Wuxia looked at the shadow with delight. It was a ghost of the realm of Gold Immortal, and an extremely powerful one at that. His true form had not appeared on Pangu continent yet, and he had come here through a projection of his power. Even his projection possessed the power of a Gold Immortal, which showed how powerful his true form was. It was because he was too powerful that he could not come here through the stable void around Pangu continent, and could only come here through a projection. Shrouded in a dark cloud, the ghost took a deep breath. All the blood droplets drifting in the void around him shot up into the sky, plunging into the dark cloud along with the corpses that had been sacrificed. Muffled chewing noises kept ringing out, and vague praises could be heard coming from within the thunderclouds. With a bone knife in hand, Princess Zhang Lu killed Reverend Yao Yu's clan members on the altar one by one. Finally, she pierced the blade through Reverend Yao Yu's forehead, fulfilling Princess Zhang Li's vow to take revenge on him. Reverend Yao Yu and all his clan members flew up into the dark cloud. Accompanied by the praises, a great sheet of blood-red light shot down from the dark cloud and injected into the bodies of Yin Bugui and the 1,000 elites of Scouting Office. Standing next to Wu Qi, Lord Xianxia and the others were also injected with the blood-red light, and their bodies began to tremble violently. Chapter 606. In Zhongning City, Wu Qi's fleshly body had been upgraded to the peak realm of a first-tier heaven immortal. Although the blood-red light fell on him, it could no longer strengthen his fleshly body, but was quickly digested by chaotic energy and turned into his magic power. On the other hand, Lord Xianxia and his companions were far weaker than Wu Qi in terms of fleshly body and magic power. As they absorbed the boundless blood-red light, the strength of their fleshly bodies and magic power rose rapidly. Wu Qi could clearly sense that Lord Xianxing's magic power was breaking through rapidly from the 36th tier of Heaven Immortal Realm to the 27th tier in just a flash. His body was also making a series of crackling noises, as his fleshly body had benefited greatly. Gold Horn, Silver Horn, Catfish, Ao, Buzen, Peppermint, and Angelica had all benefited greatly from the blood-red light. At the same time, Gold Horn, Silver Horn, Catfish, and Ao Buzen had their overall strength raised to the same level as Lord Xianxia, while Peppermint and Angelica were forcibly raised to the level of 33rd tier Heaven Immortals. The two little girls screamed in horror. They could not control the enormous immortal energy that suddenly emerged in their bodies. It was about to leak out. Su Qin gritted his teeth. Starlight flashed around him as his immortal energy rapidly rose from the 36th tier of the Heaven Immortal Realm to the 18th tier. He had cultivated painstakingly for more than 2,000 years, and his understanding of the heavenly Tao was far greater than that of others. All he lacked was the accumulation of immortal energy, so he had benefited the most. Yin Bugue and the 1,000 elites of Scouting Office, including Chi-Chi, exercised the true body of heaven and earth scripture. With the help of Princess Zhonglu, Yin Bugue obtained a large part of the blood-red light, and his cultivation base quickly rose to the same level as Lord Xianxia, a 27th tier heaven immortal. As for the other 1,000 elites, they had broken through the 36th tier heaven immortal realm. 1,000 lower tier heaven immortals was already amazing enough. As the officiant, Princess Zhonglu alone enjoyed 30% of the blood-red light. A huge amount of power was continuously injected into her body. The power in her body and the power of the ghosts and gods seemed to originate from the same source. Therefore, when she received the power, she did not feel any pain at all. Her entire body was shrouded in 5-colored divine light. Princess Zhong Li's long hair fluttered in the wind, and a dreadful aura of magic power spread out from her body. Her power rose rapidly, and it seemed that she was approaching Wuxia's level. Boundless killing intent surged into the blood-red light. The killing intent was transformed by the blood-red light into energy that Wuxia and the others could absorb. The cultivation bases of Princess Zhonglu and the others were still rising step by step. Their auras were getting stronger and stronger. Gradually, purple tribulation clouds started to gather in the sky. As Wuxia and the others were cultivating the true body of heaven and earth scripture, their breakthroughs would not attract tribulation clouds. But when Lord Xianxia and the other immortal cultivators broke through, tribulation clouds would naturally come to them. And in such a small area, there were so many people breaking through at the same time. On top of that, they were not just breaking through the first tier. The tribulation clouds they attracted were extremely dreadful, reaching the level of the consecutive gold immortal tribulations. The dreadful aura of tribulation rumbled down from the sky. Lord Xianxia and the others turned pale, for there was no way they could withstand the bombardment of such a gold immortal tribulation at the moment. Wuxi's expression changed abruptly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone split up at once. We need to be at least 1,000 miles away from each other to transcend our tribulations." Before Wuxi's voice could fade away, the hazy black figure in the sky cried out in surprise. "Why are there so many immortal cultivators in the sacrificial ceremony of the human race? What a mess! Things on Panga continent are getting more and more interesting." Accompanied by a deep roar, the huge black figure casually shot out a palm, and the tribulation thunder that filled the sky was smashed by his palm. The tribulation thunder that had been brewing in the tribulation cloud was grabbed by him and stuffed into his mouth. He chewed it like a bean and swallowed it in 2 mouthfuls. The gold immortal thunder tribulation seemed to be of great benefit to him. After swallowing the thunderbolts, his figure became much clearer. He nodded with satisfaction and cried out in a low voice, "Humans, if you can offer 360 more blood sacrifices of the same quality as today, or better, I'm willing to become the ancestral god of your clan and let you borrow my power." Laughing in a deep voice, the shadow said, "Oh, woman of the Xianxia, remember my real name. I am Lei Meng. When you have gathered the same offerings as today and hold the blood sacrifice, call out my real name directly so that no one will come and compete with me. Or you can hold 360 blood sacrifices at the same time, and I can become the ancestral god of your clan directly." Amidst a deep roar, Lei Meng slowly disappeared, and the vortex of clouds in the void shattered with a deafening rumble. Clearly, before he left, he had destroyed the void tunnel opened by Princess Zhonglu with a spell. He did not want the ghosts and deities, who were as strong as him, to know that Wuxia and the others had sacrificed immortals. Even the blood, essence, and souls of ordinary humans could bring great benefits to these ghosts and deities, let alone thousands of immortals and itinerant cultivators. Wuxia glanced at Princess Zhonglu and said with a frown, "Is it good to have an ancestral god?" Princess Zhonglu turned into a ball of colorful light and flew in front of Wuxia. Beaming with joy, she nodded and said, "Of course it's good to have an ancestral god. With an ancestral god, we can borrow his power directly. With the richness of the offerings we have offered, we can borrow up to 60% of his divine power. 60% of the divine power of a mighty ancestral god who is as strong as a top-tier gold immortal. Although it would cost countless offerings to borrow their power, it was worth it, right?" Reverend Yao Yu had borrowed a gold immortal item from Myriad Immortal Alliance to capture the Green Dome Shark. It was the same principle. If one wanted to borrow the power and item that did not belong to him, he would have to pay the price. Nodding vigorously, Wuxia said in a deep voice, "Then, I'll have to join to use attack on Myriad Immortal Alliance with enthusiasm. By hunting those immortals of Myriad Immortal Alliance, we can not only gain military credit, but also get more immortals to sacrifice to Lei Ming." TSK. Why do I feel like I'm a human trafficker? Princess Zhonglu just smiled cheerfully. The murderous aura gradually dissipated, and the golden sunlight sprinkled down from the sky. There was not even a trace of blood sacrifice left on the ground where a blood sacrifice had just been carried out. Princess Zhonglu gently thrust out her palm, and the altar disappeared without a trace. Wherever the sun shone on, in the newly opened fields on the fertile soil, the newly sprouted sprouts were emitting a faint glow in the sunlight. The sea breeze blew over from the ocean, fluttering the clothes of Wuxia and others. Looking at the towering golden-red wall of East Sea City in the distance, Wuxia suddenly threw his head back and laughed. As Wuxia laughed, Su Qin, whose cultivation base had skyrocketed, was the first to laugh. Strong starlight wheeled around him, and from time to time, a deep rumbling could be heard, as if the stars were rotating in the void and rubbing against the magnetic force in the outer domain. Yin Bugue laughed as well. With a leap, he leaped tens of miles into the air and threw out a punch. An invisible force swept away all the clouds within 100 miles. Lord Xianxia let out a long laugh. With a wave of his hand, a halberd appeared in his hand. A dark cloud rose under his feet, carrying him up to Yin Bugue, who was showing off his prowess in the sky. Then, he swung the halberd and thrust it down toward Yin Bugue like a rainstorm. Yin Bugue cheered loudly. He swung his fist, which was stronger than diamonds, and met Lord Xianxia's halberd head-on. For a moment, the air was filled with a cacophony of clanking and deafening rumbles that sounded like the rumbling of thunder. The people in EC City were so frightened that they all shut their doors and windows, not daring to come out. A.O. Buzin's eyes were burning with envy. He dragged his 3-foot-long body and flew up into the sky, beckoning his front claw at Catfish Flood Dragon provocatively. "Ugly fish head, do you want to fight me?" How many years has it been since Lao Tzu last fought someone? I'll let you have the chance to fight Lao Tzu's virginity after he was reborn. Catfish Flood Dragon's eyes turned green with anger. "Ugly? Damn you!" She roared furiously. She swung her huge hammer, rolled up her sleeves, and charged at Xianxia while howling. A deafening rumble echoed out once again, and both men were locked in a fierce battle in midair. Catfish Flood Dragon's hammer was powerful and heavy, while A.O. Buzin's body was made of iron. Both men fought head-on in midair, as if they were enemies. Goldhorn and Silverhorn exchanged a glance, then shrunk their heads and smacked their lips, then quickly swam toward EC City. Lei Ming had enjoyed all the offerings in the blood sacrifice just now, and the brothers were drooling. So, it was only natural that they wanted to find some delicious meat to feast on, or they would feel sorry for themselves. Panicked, Peppermint and Angelica ran up to Princess Zhonglu and Wuxia. Because of the blood sacrifice, the two little girls had suddenly advanced from Jindan Realm to 33rd tier Heaven Immortals. With their current cultivation base and divine sense, there was no way they could control such a tremendous power. Both sisters were so frightened that they burst into tears. Not daring to be careless, Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu hastily cast a restrictive spell to lock up the enormous immortal energy in the sisters' bodies, allowing the immortal energy to gradually improve along with their cultivation base and comprehension of the Tao. Wuxia finally understood that the power obtained from the blood sacrifice was too strong and too fast. For immortal cultivators, when their cultivation base and divine sense could not control the skyrocketing immortal energy, their bodies would explode and they would die. On the contrary, the warriors and oracles of the human race could use the blood sacrifice unscrupulously, and they would not have to face the same trouble as immortals. In any case, by using Reverend Yao Yu's entire clan and hundreds of thousands of livestock as the blood sacrifice, they had inadvertently attracted a mighty deity like Lei Meng, which had brought great benefits to EC County. Among the top-tier heaven immortals, there were Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu. Among the 18th-tier heaven immortals, there were Su Qin. Among the 27th-tier heaven immortals, there were Lord Xianxia, Catfish Flood Dragon, Ao Buzin, Gold Horn, Silver Horn, and Yin Bugue. And among the heaven immortals, there were 1,000 elites of scouting office. Into you, such a strength was already a power that only a third-grade province could possess. In addition to that, EC County had a population of 1,030,000 newly recruited soldiers and a large amount of money and resources that Wu Qi had obtained from Mount Moon Gazing. Together with Su Qin, an imperial advisor who was proficient in government affairs, and Princess Zhonglu, who was resolute in killing and did not know what a soft-hearted person was, the development of EC County immediately entered the fast lane. A year later, EC County had become very different from before. During this year, Wuxia had also devoted himself to the war between the Yu and Myriad Immortal Alliance, and had made countless contributions. Chapter 607. On Mount Black Duck, Wuxia kicked the head of Taoist Fat Duck, the Lord of Mount Black Duck, and sent it flying. The once picturesque Mount Black Duck was now stained with blood, and the corpses of cultivators were strewn all over the place. At least 400 cultivators in Taoist robes had been killed, and another 200 cultivators were kneeling obediently on the square on top of the mountain with their hands over their heads, surrounded by heavily armored soldiers who emanated a murderous aura. Laughing merrily, Huang Liang dragged a few young and beautiful female cultivators towards the square. As he walked, he shouted, "Your Excellency, these few girls are in their prime, and the oldest is only 19 years old. They are all virgins, and they are of the best quality." Wuxia waved his hand, indicating that Huang Liang could do whatever he wanted with the few female cultivators. Huang Liang and the few hundred men lieutenants of Ningbo City were overjoyed. Without hesitation, they carried the few female cultivators and rushed into a pavilion off to the side. Before long, screams and begging filled the air, followed by the sound of bodies hitting each other and vague moans. The few young and beautiful female cultivators on Mount Black Duck were occupied by Huang Liang and a few other captains, and there were also several hundred beautiful serving ladies on the mountain. Wuxia gave a few military officers nearby a hand signal. Immediately, they understood what he meant. Excitedly, they led groups of soldiers and rushed towards the serving girls, dragging them, who were crying and begging for mercy, into a pavilion off to the side. According to the military order of the Yu, adultery was strictly prohibited during the war, but immortals, their families, and servants were not protected by the military order. Even if it was a charming vixen who took the initiative to seduce you, and if a general of the Yu dared to have any improper conversation with her during the war, the military order of the Yu would have his head chopped off. But no matter how many women related to immortals were raped and abducted during the war, the military order of the Yu would never protect these unlucky women. All the living beings under the heaven and earth were the living beings born on Panga continent. They were all spirit beings protected by the heavenly Tao. Therefore, the Yu had ordered them to be strictly protected. On the other hand, immortals were beyond the 3 realms, beyond the 5 elements. They had broken away from the category of humans, And even more so, they had violated the laws of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, Diyu's military order only applied the cruelest methods of killing to the immortals, without the slightest bit of warmth. It had been a year since Wuxia led the army from Haizhou to battle. In the Battle of Black Duck Mountain, Wuxia led 3,000 private soldiers of the Yu family to besiege Black Duck Mountain for half a month before they managed to breach the mountain. They killed Daoist Fat Duck and all the high-level immortals and itinerant cultivators, and only captured about 200 itinerant cultivators below the nascent divinity realm. The soldiers had been engaged in a series of fierce battles, and there had been almost no rest for a year. So, Wuxia simply allowed them to do whatever they wanted in order to improve their fighting strength and morale. Even if he strictly enforced military discipline and forbade these officers and soldiers from doing anything to these female cultivators and serving ladies, according to the laws of Great Yu, these female cultivators and serving ladies would still be sold in brothels, and their fates would not change. The massacre of Myriad Immortal Alliance had been going on for more than a year. After the blood sacrifice ceremony a year ago, Wuxia had led dozens of elites of scouting office and 3,000 private soldiers of the Yu family to join the main force of Zhong Province's army and sweep across the land. Last time, Bo Zhongfu had sent 100,000 private soldiers of the Bo clan to reinforce Ningbo City. He had wanted to establish his power in Zhong Province. But in the end, the city was destroyed by the joint attack of 3 gold immortals, and the 100,000 elite soldiers were turned into smoke. Bo Zhongfu was so angry that he almost fainted. Myriad Immortal Alliance had destroyed more than 200 cities of 9th-grade provinces in a row, which infuriated human Emperor Diyu, and he issued an edict to exterminate the alliance. Bo Zhongfu immediately mobilized his army to besiege the strongholds of itinerant cultivators in Zhong Province, and the 3,000 soldiers led by Wuxia were assigned to the left wing of the army. While Wuxia was besieging Black Duck Mountain, Bo Zhongfu's third son, Bo Yunting, was leading tens of thousands of soldiers to besiege Blue Phoenix Rock, which was 30,000 miles away. Black Duck Mountain had gathered all the itinerant cultivators within 10,000 miles, and under the leadership of Daoist Fat Duck, they were fighting against the army led by Wuxia. Meanwhile, at Blue Phoenix Rock, Hua Qingfeng, a famous itinerant cultivator in Zhong Province, had gathered a large number of itinerant cultivators to fight against Bo Yunting. The battle there was even more tragic than in Black Duck Mountain, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. Some soldiers, led by their generals, were enjoying the beautiful bodies of the captured maidservants, while others, who did not care much about women, were searching the entire mountain and looting all the treasures collected by Daoist Fat Duck. A large number of gold, silver, pearls, corals, gemstones, hawksbill turtles, and other valuables were brought out, piling up into a small hill in the square. A flying ship came flying over the sky, and dozens of oracles from the Directorate of Celestials in East Sea County of High Province drifted down from it. They bowed respectfully to Wuxia, then pulled out immortal detaining needles, god-suppressing talismans, and other restrictive magical artifacts to capture the 200 lower-grade itinerant cultivators who were kneeling on the ground in the middle of the square. The flying ship landed slowly, and the 200 cultivators boarded it. After that, it sped back to East Sea County. Wuxia looked up at the white clouds in the sky and did a quick calculation with his fingers. Currently, there were more than 6,000 itinerant cultivators in the dungeon of EC City. But the quality of these itinerant cultivators was far inferior to the cultivation base of Reverend Yao Yu and his clan. It would take a long time for him to fulfill Lei Meng's request, complete 360 sacrificial ceremonies, and gather enough sacrifices. But, as the Yu had attacked Myriad Immortal Alliance, and many itinerant cultivators were caught in the crossfire, it was not difficult to capture some of them alive. As long as the war lasted for more than 10 years, Wuxia was confident that he could gather so many itinerant cultivators as blood sacrifices. In the distance, the military supervisor of the prefecture overseer of Zhong Province, was counting the number of cultivators killed, calculating how many immortals with the cultivation base of heaven immortals and above were killed. Every corpse of an immortal or itinerant cultivator counted as a military contribution, and 50% of the loot had to be turned over to the Central Province Treasury. This portion of the loot would also be counted as military contribution. Of the remaining 50%, Wuxia, as the commander-in-chief of the army, could get 20%. 40% of the remaining 80% would go to Huang Liang and the other officers, and the remaining 40% would be divided equally among the 3,000 soldiers. The military chief was busy with his work. Wuxia was sitting on top of a rock, overlooking the bloody Black Duck Mountain. Slowly, he fished out a jar of fine wine and took a few big gulps from it. He had no idea what Myriad Immortal Alliance was trying to do, but the sudden action of the Alliance had not only caused a great loss to the Yu, but it had also brought a disaster to the itinerant cultivators on Panga Continent. When a human emperor's wrath spread out of Yuxiong Plain and drove the army under his direct command out of Yuxiong Plain, the future of the itinerant cultivators on Panga Continent was destined to be bloody. The core members of the Ascending Immortal Hall and Hidden Immortal Hall, the initiators of the rebellion, were still fighting Great Yu's army with their men. But 70% of the idle allies in the Wandering Immortal Hall had chosen to withdraw from the alliance, fleeing to outer heavenly realms and Panga Continent. They are courting death. Wuxia shook his head and finished the wine in a few gulps. After smashing the jar, Wuxia fished out a silver medallion from under his sleeve. The medallion was engraved with the image of a ferocious-looking Qilin, who was surrounded by 6 floating clouds. It was Wuxia's current military rank medallion into Yu's army. Great Yu's military system was extremely complicated, and it could even be said to be extremely complicated, especially the military system of the upper echelons, which used the titles of divine beasts and birds to determine the ranks of the generals. Wuxia still could not figure out the whole system until now. However, the military system of the middle and lower echelons of the Yu was quite simple. The military ranks were divided into 3 grades: bronze, silver, and gold. Bronze was the rank of lieutenant, silver was the rank of major, and gold was the rank of general. There were 9 grades for lieutenant, 6 grades for colonel, and 3 grades for general. They were marked with descending mountain tiger, Qilin, and sun-devouring flying dragon respectively. General could serve in the military court of the 3 upper-grade provinces, colonel could serve in the 3 middle-grade provinces, and lieutenant could only serve in the 3 lower-grade provinces. In the past year, Wuxia had led the army to conquer 27 colonies of itinerant cultivators, killed 679 heaven immortals, and captured more than 6,000 itinerant cultivators whose cultivation base was below heaven immortal. All these military merits had promoted Wuxia to the highest grade of official colonel into Yu's army. As long as he made enough military merits, he would be promoted to the rank of generals into Yu's army. Among the 3,000 private guards who accompanied Wuxia on the expedition, more than 100 of them were the lineal and collateral descendants of Yu clan. They had also gained a lot of military merits and were promoted to the ranks of lieutenant and colonel. With military merits and official military ranks, they could leave their clan's territory and take up important positions in other provinces, or simply apply to be transferred to Yuxiong Plain and join the imperial army of the Yu to fight for a better future. Wuxia had reaped great benefits in this expedition, and the sons of Yu clan who followed the army had also reaped the benefits they deserved. Wuxia's relationship with Yu clan had deepened, and he had led the army and won every battle, which made him the most eye-catching character in Yu clan recently. He looked up into the sky and calculated the time. Then, he took out the topographic map of Zhong Province, which he had obtained from Bo Zhongfu before he left, and browsed through it. Starting from Black Duck Mountain, he crossed a distance of about 3,500,000 miles and came to another place where itinerant cultivators gathered, Black Qilin Cliff. According to the information sent back by the scouts of Scouting Office, nearly 100 heaven immortals and nearly 10,000 itinerant cultivators had gathered there. Almost all the itinerant cultivators in the nearby counties had been gathered here. Although the itinerant cultivators were scared out of their wits when the army of Du set out, some of them were wise enough to join forces to protect themselves. When these immortals and itinerant cultivators gathered together, they possessed an amazing combat strength. It was not an easy task to wipe out a gathering place. After pondering for a long time, Wuxia heard the moaning and panting in the pavilion gradually stop. Only then did he rise to his feet and snap. "Somebody send all the captured servants and maidservants to Zhongning City in flying boats to be sold. The rest of you, assemble the army and march to Black Chelan Cliff. Military commander, make an inventory of all the armaments, bone talismans, and other items. If there are any shortages, quickly ask third young master to supply us." Following Wuqi's order, all the generals answered with a loud voice, and the army immediately began to move in an orderly manner. Just as the army of 3,000 boarded 3 large flying boats and was about to set out, a gust of wind came whistling over from afar, and a few oracles clad in gray robes revealed themselves amidst the gust of wind. One of the oracles snapped. "Third young master has ordered the army of Zhong province to rest and reorganize on the spot, and the leading generals will follow us to Blue Phoenix Rock for a meeting." Wuxia looked at these oracles in confusion. They were the emissaries sent by Bo Yunting, but why did they want the army to stop and reorganize? Wuxia took Bo Yunting's letter from the emissary, unfolded it and gave it a quick glance, then suddenly cursed it out loud. "The angel, Liu Bang, the king of Han, has come to Zhong province to mediate." King of Han? Liu Bang? Fuck. Chapter 608. According to Wuqi's military rank, he was a first-grade military officer, and his rank was not even 100 among all the military officers. Therefore, he obediently stood in line according to his rank. Bo Yunting, who was sitting behind his desk in the tent, gave Wuqi a glance and gave him a slight nod, but did not greet him. The silhouette of Wuqi and Wuqi had perfectly fused into one. A bright glow rose from his body, amidst which a clear voice rang out slowly. The military minister of High Province's military court, Tan Lang of Zhong Province Military Academy. 2 beams of golden light shot out of the long bowman's eyes and swept across the silver medallion, producing a large sheet of silver light. Abruptly, the Chelan on the medallion transformed into a ball of light the size of a human head and rushed out, roaring at the sky in a gruff voice. The 6 clouds around him transformed into 6 balls of colorful light and wheeled around the Chelan for a while. Then, a thin beam of silver light shot out of the Chelan's mouth, which formed the outline of Wuqi's face. Then it pounced toward Wuqi. On the cloud platform, no one moved. Reverend Liang, who was following beside the chariot, frowned. Under each stone pillar stood 3 longbowmen, each standing 100 feet tall. They were clad in heavy golden armors and holding huge battle axes with exaggerated shapes. Their bodies were densely covered with pale golden fiend runes. Their cultivation bases were strong enough to fight against Wuqi, which meant that their actual fighting prowess was strong enough to fight against a lower-tier gold immortal. The longbow man gave a simple and honest laugh, then cupped his fist at Wuqi and said, "This way, Your Excellency." The people of Longbow Kingdom stepped aside and made way for him. Wuqi left his personal guards outside the tent, and the officer stationed on the cloud platform would come and greet them. Meanwhile, he himself strode into the gold-plated tent located right in the center of the tent. The various phenomena that appeared on the token were one of the methods used by the DU military to verify the identity of the generals and prevent the immortals from spying on them with the art of illusion. The restrictive spell on the token was so profound that even with Wuqi's current cultivation base and knowledge, he could not figure out the origin of the restrictive spell. In short, unless it was a primordial immortal who disregarded his dignity and personally tried to deceive him, no one could deceive him. From the outside, the golden tent was divided into 2 parts, measuring only about 1,000 feet in both length and width. But once inside, it suddenly lit up. It was a completely different world. Not only was it Bo Yunting's headquarters, but it was also where the supply camp and the craftsman camp of the army were located. Upon entering the tent, there were two entrances on the left and right, one leading to the supply camp and the other to the crafting camp. The entrance in the center was 10 miles away, and it was the passage that led to Bo Yunting's main tent. But more than a year ago, in High Province, Bo Yunting had led a private army of 100,000 soldiers to reinforce Ningbo City, and in the end, Myriad Immortal Alliance killed all his soldiers with a star attack. The resentment nearly drove Bo Yunting mad, so when the human emperor issued the decree, he led the army and launched a storm-like attack on the itinerant cultivators in Zhong Province. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses were strewn all over the place. He had personally killed more than 1,700 immortals, which made him a truly fiendish figure. Blue Phoenix Rock, which used to be beautiful and filled with flying phoenixes, had become a wasteland. With the main peak of Blue Phoenix Rock as the center, 18 layers of defensive immortal formations within a radius of 1,000 miles were broken by Bo Yunting's army. Every time one of them was broken, it was a catastrophic disaster. All the mountains around Blue Phoenix Rock had collapsed, and the ground had sunk for hundreds of miles. Countless huge ditches had appeared on the ground, and black smoke and poisonous gas kept spewing out of the ground, making the main peak of Blue Phoenix Rock look like a living hell. With a light punch, he smashed the table, which was made of pure gold, into pieces. Bo Yunting snorted coldly and cried out, "I can't wait to kill this bastard." But he is an immortal king, an angel conferred by the celestial court. So, when you see him, remember not to act rashly. Let's see what he has to say first. Bo Yunting was a burly man about 12 feet tall, with a face that looked like a Xianxia. His skin was blue, and his muscles were bulging. He was full of strength. As soon as he rose to his feet, he let out a deep snort, but a boundless aura emanated from him. Wuxia could not help but praise him in his mind. Bo Yunting was Bo Zhongfu's third son, and it was said that he was a high-ranking general in the imperial army of the human emperor. He had come to Zhong Province with his father and was now in charge of the military court in Zhong Province. He was a man with outstanding strength and means. Bo Yunting snorted coldly. Suddenly, he strode forward, drew out his sword, and swung it at Reverend Liang. Blue Phoenix Rock, which measured 100 miles in circumference and stood 100,000 feet high, was now the only place where green water and green mountains had been preserved. However, most of the hundreds of magnificent palaces, pavilions, eaves, and bridges on Blue Phoenix Rock had collapsed, and dozens of them seemed to have been destroyed by Great Yu soldiers. Although the fire had been put out, black smoke was still rising slowly into the sky. The Golden Tent was also an extraordinary spatial artifact. It had a space of about 100 miles in circumference and was stocked with all kinds of resources, enough to support an army of 200,000 soldiers in a continuous war for more than 3 years. On top of that, its defense was so strong that it could not be breached unless more than 10 gold immortals were attacking it with their prime energy essence and powerful gold immortal items. While Wuxia was sizing up this group of people, he heard a soft and graceful voice of a lady coming out from the chariot. "The angel has arrived. Why aren't you kneeling down and greeting him? What are you waiting for?" My king, don't touch me, it's itchy." The only person who could attract Wuxia's attention was Reverend Liang, who was standing on a white cloud and following closely behind the chariot. When Wuxia walked into the tent, 500 to 600 military officers had already gathered in the tent, which was large enough to accommodate 1,000 men. These military officers were the military officers of the 300 provinces under Zhong Province's rule. Like Wuxia, they had each led a small team to attack the gathering places of itinerant cultivators. Now, they had all been ordered to come here. Wuxia's face was a little blue, and Bo Yunting's face, which was already blue to begin with, had darkened at this moment. It was as if a thunderstorm was brewing in his face, and he suddenly grabbed the hilt of the sword hanging at his waist. A square-shaped cloud platform was floating in the air a few miles in front of the Blue Phoenix Rock, about 10,000 feet above the ground. On top of the cloud platform was a large, gold-plated tent. On both sides of the tent were neatly arranged military camps, which seemed to be able to house about 5,000 soldiers. 2 rows of 24 huge stone pillars were erected outside the golden tent. Each of these pillars was 30 feet thick and 300 feet tall. Huge braziers were placed on top of these stone pillars, and green pillars of flame shot up into the sky. The pale green light illuminated the entire blue phoenix rock, giving it a glossy green hue, bringing with it a murderous chill that made one shudder. In the sky above the green phoenix rock, a slim female immortal wearing a green dress and a green veil was standing on a white cloud. Around her were large patches of green light that looked like bird feathers that spun rapidly, creating ear-piercing sounds in the air. Dozens of disheveled immortals and itinerant cultivators were hovering around her. Some of them were stained with blood, some had their bodies pierced through, and some had their arms chopped off. Apart from the green-clothed female immortal, none of them were unscathed. Reverend Liang flew to the cloud platform, pointed a finger at Bo Yunting, and snapped, "How dare you be so arrogant when the celestial ambassador has arrived? Do you have no respect for the celestial court and the great celestial emperor?" Liu Bang, the king of Han. Bo Yunting twitched his thin lips and said with a cold grin, "An immortal king conferred by the celestial court, a mere 32nd tier heaven immortal who has been conferred the title of immortal king by the great celestial emperor? I can't believe such a man has become the envoy of the celestial court stationed into you, and has directly intervened in the war of Zhong province as soon as he arrived." Taking out the silver medallion that represented his military rank, Wuxia held it up and cried out, "I am a military minister of High Province's military court, Tanlang of the Yu's military academy." After waiting for another hour, hundreds of generals arrived one after another, filling up the large tent. These were all the generals under Bo Yunting's command. Only then did Bo Yunting rise to his feet, place his hands on the desk, and say in an unfriendly tone, "Someone is going to stir up trouble into Yu's campaign against the many immortals and itinerant cultivators on Panga continent." Wuxi arrived at Blue Phoenix Rock with dozens of his personal guards. The dull beating of war drums could be faintly heard coming from all directions. Nearly 100 large flying ships were wheeling in the distant sky, on which sat large groups of armored soldiers on their decks, ready to launch another attack. There was a large group of feathermen hovering in the sky. About 50,000 feathermen soldiers had joined the siege on Blue Phoenix Rock. They were shuttling around the rock in groups, forming a tight defensive system to prevent immortals and itinerant cultivators from escaping. In addition to the 60 pairs of beautiful girls whose cultivation bases were no higher than the realm of Jindan, the chariot was surrounded by 3,000 heavenly soldiers clad in golden armors. Each of them was valiant and high-spirited, with their noses pointed skyward and an air of arrogance that could send anyone tumbling from 800 miles away. The strongest of these soldiers was a 30th tier heaven immortal, while the weakest was probably a nascent divinity cultivator. Outside the tent, a chariot was hovering in midair, pulled by 3 winged dragons. Behind it were 3 smaller chariots, each driven by a flood dragon. Next to these 4 chariots were 60 pairs of beautiful girls, holding various ceremonial weapons and looking down at the golden tent with smiles on their faces. Some of them were holding flower baskets, from which they kept pulling out flower petals and throwing them down. For a moment, the air was filled with a fragrant aroma, and it really looked like a paradise of immortals. Wuxi and dozens of his personal guards transformed into a gust of wind and came to the jade platform. As soon as he showed himself, a longbow man took a step forward and stopped in front of him. The burly longbow man lowered his head to look at Wuxi and cried out in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Over 1,000 military officers in the tent sprang into action. None of them had a cultivation base lower than 3 stars of the first Panga heaven, and each of them was like a dragon or a tiger. They turned and stamped their feet at the same time. A deafening rumble rang out, and the tent shook a few times. A murderous aura towered into the sky, almost materializing inside the tent. Bo Yunting gritted his teeth and strode out of the tent with over 1,000 captains, who were emanating a ferocious aura. While Bo Yunting was still telling his men not to do anything rash, a soft voice drifted in from outside the tent. "The celestial envoy has arrived. Who is the commander of the army? Come out and greet him at once." The face of Reverend Li Yang of Green City was still fresh in Wuxi's memory. Even in his dreams, Wuxi wished he could kill this evil immortal with a sword. But he did not expect that he would appear here, right next to the new celestial envoy. "Damn it!" Bo Yunting cursed under his breath, then cried out in a deep voice, "Generals, follow me out of the tent to greet the celestial envoy." Chapter 609. It was a clean slash, without any tricks, and not even a gust of wind was stirred up. The crowd only saw the sword slash down with a shrill whistle, and then Reverend Li Yang took a sudden step back. The void behind him disintegrated abruptly and sucked his body into it like a black hole. Although Reverend Li Yang had retreated quickly, the sword still slashed across his body, leaving a tiny bloody mark from the corner of his left eye to his chin. A stream of blood mist sprayed out from the back of Reverend Li Yang's head. The sword intent had pierced through his head, ripped open his brain, and caused a severe injury to his brain. Such an injury was nothing to a gold immortal, as he could heal it with just a little bit of immortal energy. But the sword intent had shattered his brain, damaged his immortal soul, and destroyed some of his memories. In other words, his understanding of the heavenly Tao had been slightly damaged. Reverend Li Yang suddenly appeared 1,000 feet away, with purple gold blood oozing out of his 7 apertures. His aura had dropped significantly, and his cultivation base had dropped from the 7th tier of Gold Immortal Realm to the 8th tier of Heaven Immortal Realm. Although Bo Yunting had failed to kill Reverend Li Yang, it had caused him a great loss, causing him to lose a tier of his cultivation base. Ordinary celestial immortals would have to spend 100,000 years in order to break through to the next level. If an ordinary gold immortal wanted to break through a tier, he would have to rely entirely on his own understanding of the heavenly Tao, and it would take him several eons without any success. Reverend Li Yang was backed by Green City, and his ancestral master was his grandfather. Ever since he was a child, he had been fed with countless spirit pills and miraculous medicines, and had been forced into his brain by someone. When he became a gold immortal, the many elders of Green City had been teaching him everything that a gold immortal needed to know, and all the profound principles that the elders, had already mastered. As a result, Reverend Li Yang was able to break through to the 7th tier of Gold Immortal Realm with ease. The speed of his progress was only slightly slower than Lady Dark Goldwater, which made him a rare genius. However, it still took him nearly 100 periods of time to cultivate from 8th tier Heaven Immortal to 7th tier Gold Immortal, and countless spirit herbs in Green City, as well as the painstaking efforts of many elders in Green City. Bo Yunting's sword had not only destroyed Reverend Li Yang's cultivation base, but also indirectly destroyed the countless spirit pills, miraculous medicines, and countless efforts that Green City had spent. Reverend Li Yang raised his hand and stroked the tiny bloodstain on his cheek. Suddenly, he howled hysterically, "How dare you? How dare you? How dare you attack an angel's retainer? You audacious thing! You actually dare to injure me?" The retainer, Wuxia, grinned coldly. It looked like Reverend Li Yang had climbed up a high branch. The registrar was the one who helped the angel organize all kinds of documents and organize the official correspondence. He could be considered a close confidant of the angel, since the current angel was an immortal king conferred by the celestial court. Reverend Li Yang was at least a close confidant of the immortal king, and his official rank in the celestial court was comparable to that of an ordinary heaven lord. But the official rank of the celestial court was not very useful on Panga continent. Wuxia looked at Reverend Li Yang gloatingly, wishing that Bo Yunting would give him a few more slashes, and it would be best if he could bring his cultivation base down to the realm of Heaven Immortal. If that happened, Wuxia would not mind killing this guy right away. Bo Yunting did not even look at Reverend Li Yong, who was roaring at the top of his lungs. He coldly swung his sword, wiping away the faint blood stain on its tip, then sheathed it and sneered at the chariot in midair. "Celestial Ambassador, keep your dogs in check. If they dare to bark again, Lao Tzu won't mind killing them all." "How dare you?" A loud shout was heard coming from the sky. Wuxia raised his head and saw a burly man, standing over 10 feet tall, with a body as square as an anvil used for forging iron. He was clad in a suit of green gold armor, and held a pair of 9 feet long, coiling tiger halberds in his hands as he leaped down from the sky. Wuxia arched his brows. He could not believe that his divine sense did not detect this burly man just now. He gave the chariot pulled by the 3-winged dragons a suspicious glance. The chariot was shrouded in a faint cloud of smoke. Clearly, there was something mysterious about the chariot, which had blocked Wuxia's divine sense from probing. The burly man had leaped out of the cloud. Wuxia frowned as he scanned the burly man with his divine sense. The golden-green armor worn by the burly man was very extraordinary. In Wuxia's divine sense, he saw a total of 9 layers of immortal light wrapping around the burly man, each composed of an immeasurable amount of light. No matter how hard Wuxia's divine sense tried, he could not penetrate the immortal light to find out the burly man's actual strength. With a swoosh, the burly man plunged down from the sky like a shooting star with a pair of heavy halberds in his hands. "Good!" Bo Yunting let out a long cry. A crescent-shaped shield appeared in his left hand, and his right hand drew his sword. He raised the sword backhandedly and met the man's halberds head-on. A deafening clang rang out as Bo Yunting staggered back dozens of steps. His legs gave way, and he fell to the ground on his buttocks, stirring up a large cloud on the platform. The burly man let out a furious roar as his body bounced tens of miles up into the air like a rubber ball. Wuxia had a good eyesight, and he could see a deep sword mark on both halberds of the burly man, which nearly broke the halberds into 2. However, it was clear that the beefy cultivator's halberd was an immortal artifact of a very high quality. Although it was badly wounded, its vitality was not damaged at all. The halberd was slowly healing up. However, as the sword mark gradually healed up, the radiance on the surface of the halberd gradually turned dim. The 2 coiling tigers on the surface of the halberd, which were brimming with vigor and vigor, suddenly turned weak. It was as though they had been castrated. Bo Yunting sprang to his feet, his right arm trembling as he raised his sword. The sword, which was originally as dazzling as a pool of clear water, had become dim and lightless. There were 2 obvious nicks on the sword, and dense cracks like spider webs densely covered the body of the sword. It seemed that the sword had been completely destroyed. The weapons forged by the DU army were not as mysterious as the immortal artifacts forged by the immortals. They only pursued hardness, toughness, and weight, and few weapons would add any additional damage, such as wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Bo Yunting's sword was shattered, but as long as the fragments were collected and reforged, it would be a good weapon again. On the contrary, the 2 halberds of the burly man were left with deep sword marks. The damage was not light, and it would take a long time for them to recover. Bo Yunting dropped the sword and slapped the shield on his left arm. "What a good man! You are much stronger than that mad dog," he exclaimed. "You are a real man, much stronger than that mad dog. It makes me think highly of the Celestial Ambassador to have such a good man under his command." For chariots slowly descended from the sky, surrounded by many celestial soldiers, generals, and beautiful girls. The bead curtain in front of the first chariot slowly parted, revealing a dozen gorgeously dressed female immortals, all of whom were devastatingly beautiful. Their clothes were extremely thin, as if they were just wrapped in a thin veil, and they were escorted by an immortal king, who was dressed in imperial ornaments. He had a handsome face, but the expression on his face made people feel that there was something wrong with him. With a loud thud, the burly man, who had just been knocked flying away, landed on the cloud platform. He put away his halberds, strode to the immortal king, and carefully waited on him. The immortal king laughed and slapped the burly man on the shoulder, then threw his head back and said, "Bo Yunting, the third son of Bo Zhongfu, the prefecture overseer of Zhong province. You're also a famous young hero into you, but Lao Tzu. No, I have a brave general like Fan Kuai, so I'm not afraid of you." Bo Yunting put away his shield and stared at Fan Kuai, then nodded and said, "I'll remember you, Fan Kuai." Fan Kuai, a man with a rough face full of bulging muscles that made him look like a devil, laughed, then pointed a finger at Bo Yunting and said through clenched teeth, "Boy, sooner or later, Lao Tzu will be beheaded." The immortal king, Liu Bang, snorted and interrupted Fan Kuai's fierce words. He narrowed his eyes at Bo Yunting and said with a smile, "Fan Kuai likes dog meat the most." He said he would cut off the head of a black dog and invite General Bo to his soup pot. "TSK, TSK, do you? Ha ha ha, you Xianxia. I can't believe the origin of you is on Panga continent. Wonderful, wonderful beyond words." Puffing out his chest, Liu Bang beckoned behind him as if there was no one around him. "My dear subjects, come and have a look at the army of the human race on Panga continent. How is it compared to our army? Hee, what a majestic army. Wouldn't it be better if it were mine? I could lead them to wipe out the two old fools next door." Wuxia narrowed his eyes. Liu Bang, the immortal king, Liu Bang, the king of Han? Does he mean it? Or is it his nature? If it's intentional, isn't it too superficial? But is it really his nature? This emperor is like a rogue. Two middle-aged men dressed like scholars and a valiant young man in a black armor walked out of the three chariots behind them. When they came to Liu Bang's side, their auras suddenly fused with Liu Bang's, so mighty that even Bo Yunting took a few steps back in shock. Wuxia gave the three men a deep look. The two scholars ignored Wuxi's gaze, but the young man in the black armor suddenly turned around and glared back at Wuxia. The young man's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and it made Wuxi's eyes sting. Frowning, Wuxia exerted his eyesight, and a beam of cold light shot out of his chaotic divine eyes as he fearlessly struck back at the young man. The young man's eyes went wide as he exchanged a fierce glance with Wuxia. A loud boom rang out in the void, and then Wuxia and the young man squatted down with their arms over their eyes at the same time. Both of their eyes were red and swollen, and tears were streaming down their cheeks, making them look wretched. Liu Bang gave Wuxia a surprised look. Shaking his head, he suddenly turned around and waved at Blue Phoenix Rock. "Phoenix Fairy Hua Qingfeng, is it? I can see that you have a good figure, and you must be very beautiful. Well, I am the king of Han conferred by the Celestial Court, and my status is more than enough to match you. You are now my concubine, so let's consummate our marriage tonight." As soon as Liu Bang finished his words, everyone present was shocked. Bo Yunting, Wuxia, and the others looked at each other speechlessly, while the people around Liu Bang were used to it, and their expressions did not change at all. Phoenix Fairy Hua Qingfeng, who was standing over Blue Phoenix Rock, was stunned. Why is an immortal king humiliating a lowly immortal like this? Liu Bang rolled his eyes, and his expression suddenly changed. Chapter 610. How can it be a humiliation? This is a favor, a favor. Liu Bang waved his hands and feet as he turned to Hua Qingfeng, who was a few miles away, and said, "You are a beauty, and I am an immortal king. An immortal king and a beauty are a good match. I have money, power, and a backer. I have millions of soldiers under me, and I guard the important western region of the heavenly court. I have 36 star venerates, 600 heavenly monarchs, and 3,000 immortal monarchs. Why are you hesitating when you have such a good man?" Clapping his hands, Liu Bang laughed and said to Hua Qingfeng, "Let's consummate our marriage tonight. Shall he draft an imperial edict and send it to the great celestial emperor? Hua Qingfeng is my new title, and she is now Consort Phoenix." Behind Liu Bang, One of the two middle-aged scholars had 3 pupils in his eyes, purple, gold, and red, which made him look very strange. He nodded slowly and answered in a deep voice. Overjoyed, Liu Bang turned to Fan Kuai and said, "Go, bring that beauty to my chariot." Birds of feather flock together, so those around a beauty are naturally beauties. Bring all her maids as well. Fan Fei responded with a resonant voice. She darted out like a flea, not allowing Phoenix Fairy Hua and Qing Feng to fight back. The pair of halberds darted out, bringing up a large amount of thunder flame, and smashed into the earth veins underneath Blue Phoenix Rock, completely cutting off the 2 earth veins. Instantly, the last defensive formation on Blue Phoenix Rock lost its energy supply, and the faint glow suddenly disintegrated, transforming into a rain of light that drifted in the air. There were 2 gold immortals guarding the rock as well. When they saw Fan Kuai rushing toward Hua Qingfeng, they roared furiously at the same time and shot out 2 beams of auspicious light toward Fan Kuai. One of the 2 beams of auspicious light was a phoenix bracelet inlaid with a golden dragon, and the other was a white jade sword with a tortoise shell. On top of both gold immortal items stood a vague humanoid figure. They were the item spirits who had cultivated into a human form and obtained mighty divine abilities. Grinning hideously, Fan Kuai snapped, "I'm Fan Kuai, the Vanguard General serving King of Han, the Golden Dragon Tiger General of the Celestial Court. How dare you offend me, itinerant immortals? Attacking Lao Tzu is disrespecting the Celestial Court. Do you want your whole clan to be executed?" The 2 gold immortal items slowed down abruptly. While the 2 gold immortals hesitated, Fan Kuai had already rushed in front of Hua Qingfeng and punched her in the head, knocking her unconscious. There were 4 little maidservants around Hua Qingfeng. When they saw their master was knocked unconscious by Fan Kuai, the 4 girls, who were only in the Gold Core realm, roared furiously in unison and unleashed 4 beams of green light at Fan Kuai. Grinning coldly, Fan Kuai sprayed out a mouthful of purple gold airflow, and the 4 sword beams shattered into a cloud of smoke and dust as if they were made of flour. The 4 girls cried out in alarm and were about to flee when a dragon-shaped beam of golden light flew out from Fan Kuai's waist, circled around the 4 girls, and tied them up like rice dumplings. Laughing loudly, Fan Kuai brought them to the front of Liu Bang's chariot. After throwing the 5 beauties into Liu Bang's chariot as if they were bags of straw, Fan Kuai waved his hand behind him, and the 2 halberds that had cut off the underground energy veins flew back to him. Carrying the halberds, he strode to Liu Bang's side and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, Consort Phoenix is here." Liu Bang raised his head and said with a faint smile, "Good, you've done me a great service." With a reserved smile, Liu Bang looked at Bo Yunting, who had a strange expression on his face, and said, "Third young master, I'm here on behalf of the Celestial Court. Aren't you going to invite me in? Not to mention good wine and meat. You should at least have a cup of good tea, shouldn't you? You nobles of the Yu are very extravagant, so a cup of tea shouldn't hurt you, right?" Bo Yunting had never seen a man as mischievous as Liu Bang. After hearing Liu Bang's words, he clenched his teeth and said, "Somebody, prepare a banquet and entertain His Excellency, the Celestial Ambassador, with good wine and meat." Glaring fiercely at Liu Bang, Bo Yunting said with a sneer, "We only have the strongest liquor in the army, the soul-burning blood mixed with flame grass. I wonder if His Excellency can get used to it?" Liu Bang put his hands on the jade belt tied around his waist and strode into the tent indifferently. "Of course I can get used to it. There is no liquor in the entire universe that I can't drink. Soul-burning blood? That's a nice name, and I wonder how strong it is. TSK, third young master, you can't be stingy. There's wine, meat, and beautiful girls. How about 300 singers and dancers? You are the third young master of the Central Province, Overseer." After exchanging a glance with Wuxia, the black-armored young man slowly rose to his feet and pointed his right index finger at Wuxia. The young man's eyes were a strange golden-red color. Apparently, when he exchanged a glance with Wuxia just now, all the capillaries in his eyes had burst, and that was why his eyes were dyed this color. Wuxia also rose to his feet and shook his head. His eyes were not damaged, for the power of the chaotic divine eyes was beyond Wuxia's estimation. However, his eyelids were shaken, and the corner of his eye was cracked, with a faint trace of blood sliding down his cheek. He looked more seriously injured than the black-armored young man. Seeing the young man's provocative gesture, Wuxia smiled grimly and cried out in a low voice, "I'm Tam Lang, the military minister of High Province. May I know your name, Your Excellency?" The young man blinked, then turned and followed Liu Bang into the tent. As he walked, he said in a gloomy voice, "I'm Han Xian. Remember my name, Tam Lang. Your head is mine." Xiao He, who had 3 pupils in his eyes, squinted at Wuxia, then clasped his hands behind his back and walked toward the tent. The scholar walking beside him gave Wuxia a curious look, then shook his head disapprovingly. Wuxia heard them talking and laughing in a low voice. Marquis of Huayin has not had an opponent for a long time. I'm afraid he's excited to see a prey this time, and has even taken a fancy to a young man like me. So, they took Wuxia as their prey. Wuxia grinned and gave the backs of Xiao He, Han Xian, and the others a glance. As Bo Yunting came out to greet the thousands of military officers outside the tent, Wuxia followed the procession into the tent. Some interesting ideas were tumbling in Wuqi's mind. He could not wait to find Xianxia as soon as possible. Even if it would cost him a lot of effort, he had to bring Xianxia to Panga Continent. Liu Bang, Xiao He, Han Xin, Fan Kuai, and the handsome and elegant middle-aged scholar who did not sign up should be Zhang Liang, the most famous of the 3 heroes of the early Han dynasty. When they fought with the mighty army of Xianxia, as well as the elite army of Great Chu, who had merged with Xianxia, it would be a wonderful battle. Not only Xianxia, but also Ying Zheng. He had to bring Ying Zheng to Panga Continent. It was Xianxia who destroyed Daqin, but it was Liu Bang and his companions who inherited the world of Daqin and founded the Han dynasty after the Qin dynasty. If the first emperor, Ying Zheng, and the ancestor of Han dynasty, Liu Bang, did not fight to the death when they met, Wuxia would not be happy. Interesting, very interesting. Wuxia narrowed his eyes and almost burst out laughing. He had been operating on Panga Continent for a long time, and now he had a great advantage, which was enough for Yin Dan and others to sneak into Panga Continent. When the expedition was over, he would return to the East Sea City and start working on it immediately. He had to bring these old enemies to Panga Continent for a grand meeting. At the thought of this, Wuxia could not help but murmur in a low voice, "The gears of fate have begun to turn." Hiss! All the hair on his body suddenly stood up, and he shuddered because of the vulgar words he had just said. However, this feeling of sitting behind the scenes and controlling some things, letting some enemies suddenly meet, was really good, really good. The space in the tent was suddenly enlarged by more than 10 times, and many logisticians quickly placed more than 1,000 tables in the great hall. The aroma of wine and meat wafted through the air, while delicious wine and delicacies were brought to him like flowing water. The aroma of wine was mixed with a scorching heat. Sure enough, it was the soul-burning blood, brewed with the liquid of tobacco. Wuxia had heard of the famous name of this strong wine before. It was a wine that could burn a wild bull alive with just one gulp. Instead of calling it a good wine, it was more like a poisonous wine. For those whose cultivation base was not strong enough or whose fleshly body was not strong enough, drinking this wine was tantamount to suicide. Sitting in a seat and looking at the blood-red, sticky soul-burning blood in the bronze wine vessel, Wuxia could not help but glance at Bo Yunting, who was sitting opposite Liu Bang at the end of the tent. The third son of Bo Zhongfu was not a pushover. It was obvious that he was trying to show his power to Liu Bang. All human generals were strong, and they could fight head-on against the powerful immortal techniques of immortals with their physical strength alone. Every human general with a high cultivation base was thousands of times stronger than an immortal of the same level. Relatively speaking, unless they were immortals who specialized in body cultivation, the fleshly bodies of ordinary immortals were much weaker than those of human generals. As for the soul-burning blood, If taken in large quantities by human generals, it could stimulate the circulation of their blood vessels and help them temper their fleshly bodies. However, if an immortal consumed it, he could only refine it, but if he did not practice the right cultivation method and could not dissolve the tobacco juice, it would be like a mortal consuming a large amount of arsenic. It was a clear show of power, a clear slap in the face. Wuxia sniffed and cursed inwardly. There was something wrong with the wine in the vessel, and the concentration of tobacco juice was at least 10 times higher than the real soul burning blood. Bo Yunting was not trying to show his power. He was simply trying to kill him. Glancing at Bo Yunting, who was sitting motionless, Wuxia suddenly laughed. Interesting, it was getting even more interesting now. Suddenly, a bell rang, and 300 strong and vigorous feathermen girls, clad in fine leather armors and carrying short swords on their waists, marched into the tent. There were no singers and dancers in the army, so Bo Yunting's logistics officer simply called in the 300 feathermen girls to perform a sword dance. The girls cupped their fists and sang a song to the generals present, then drew their short swords and began to dance gracefully in the tent like gusts of wind. The swords merged into a large curtain of light as the girls danced gracefully, filling the tent with a cold gleam. Sitting next to Liu Bang, Fan Kuai's expression flickered slightly. He suddenly rose to his feet and stood behind Liu Bang, staring with wide eyes at the girls who were waving their swords. Bo Yunting grinned. He suddenly raised the specially made bronze vessel on the table, which could hold half a liter of liquor, and cried out, "Generals, let's toast to the King of Han." Ha ha! The King of Han is the celestial envoy of the Celestial Emperor, and it is an honor for us to choose Zhong Province as his first stop to mediate the dispute. If we hadn't beaten those immortals so badly, His Excellency the Celestial Envoy would not have chosen Zhong Province as his first stop. All the generals present burst into laughter. Bo Yunting raised the vessel, fixed his eyes on Liu Bang, and said with a cold grin, "Come, Your Excellency the Celestial Envoy. Let's have a toast to welcome you." Under Liu Bang's unsightly gaze, Bo Yunting drank half a liter of soul-burning blood in one gulp. Chapter 611. Wuxia finished the wine in his goblet and looked at Liu Bang with the thousands of military officers in the tent, waiting to see how he would deal with the embarrassing situation. The soul-burning blood was not something that Liu Bang, a mere 32nd tier heaven immortal with a weak immortal body, could bear. Once the wine entered the stomach, it would be a disaster. Once the immortal body was destroyed, even if the immortal soul still existed, how many years would it take for it to recover? Liu Bang squinted at the goblet in front of him, then slowly rolled up his right sleeve with his left hand, carefully picked up the goblet, and slowly poured the wine into the goblet on the ground. He smiled faintly and said, "The first goblet is to the heaven. The heaven has a spirit, and the heavenly Tao protects and breeds all living things. How can I not drink this goblet to the heaven?" Wuxia was stunned, while Bo Yunting's face had shrunk into a ball. He stared blankly at Liu Bang, and it was obvious that he wanted to pounce on Liu Bang and smash him to death with a punch. After gritting his teeth and staring blankly for a while, Bo Yunting poured himself another goblet of wine, then raised his goblet again and said, "Your Excellency, Celestial Emissary, you've come a long way. Have another goblet, and then we can get down to business." Bo Yunting and all the military officers drank up the second goblet of wine, while Liu Bang picked up the goblet and poured the wine on the ground. He looked at Bo Yunting with a smile and said, "The second goblet is to Panga continent. Without the grace of Hutu, how could all living things survive and multiply? We can't disrespect such a grace." The corner of Bo Yunting's eyes twitched as he gritted his teeth and offered a third goblet to Liu Bang. However, Liu Bang still poured the third goblet of wine on the ground, then said to Bo Yunting with a smile, "The third goblet is to the ghosts and deities of heaven and earth, and to the souls of our ancestors. Without their protection and guidance, how could all living things survive in this world? The third cup of wine must be given to them." Wuxia shook his head. Why was this Liu Bang like an oiled loach? He couldn't get a hold of him at all. It was really difficult to make him look bad. Laughing bitterly, Wuxia picked up the wine jar and poured himself a full cup of wine, then gulped it down in 2 mouthfuls. Liu Bang poured 3 cups of wine on the ground, then smiled at Bo Yunting and said, "Let's finish all 3 cups of strong wine. Tonight, I'm going to consummate my marriage, and it's a delightful event, so I can't get drunk. Change it to some gentle and fragrant wine. This is wine that is only suitable for men to drink before going to the battlefield. It's not suitable for this king to drink too much." Bo Yunting's eyes turned green as he glared at Liu Bang. Then he sneered and said, "It's indeed a good excuse to consummate our marriage." Liu Bang just smiled and looked up and down at the various furnishings in the tent, not listening to Bo Yunting's words at all. Bo Yunting gritted his teeth. In the face of a cunning and shameless man like Liu Bang, there was nothing he could do. Clapping his hands, Bo Yunting summoned his soldiers and brought Liu Bang a cup of rice wine, which tasted light and did not contain any tricks. Only then did Liu Bang laugh heartily. He took the initiative to pour himself a cup of wine, then repeatedly toasted Bo Yunting. Xiaohe and Zhang Liang had also changed their wine cups to light wine. Both of them were well versed in the field of astronomy and geography, and they had come up with all kinds of toasts to liven up the mood. Their wine was so light that even ordinary warriors could drink 17 or 18 liters of it without getting drunk, let alone immortals. According to Wuxia's estimation, the alcohol content of the soul-burning blood was at least 70%, and the strong smell of the wine and the strong medicinal strength in it. In just an hour, hundreds of military officers in the tent could not hold on any longer and were carried out of the tent, their bodies flushed red. The pores of these military officers opened up, and a strong smell of alcohol and a strange heat kept spreading out of their bodies. Wuxia also felt dizzy. Although his fleshly body had reached the peak of the first-tier heaven immortal realm, it was not convenient for him to absorb the wine with his chaotic energy in the tent. So, he could only rely on his fleshly body to hold on. By the time he had drunk 25 liters of soul-burning blood, his skin had turned fiery red, and all his pores had opened up, with tiny flames constantly bursting out of them. Wuxia felt as if his muscles and bones had melted, and some wonderful changes were taking place. Feeling tipsy, Wuxia struggled to force himself to sit behind the long table. As the celestial ambassador sent by the celestial emperor of the celestial court, Liu Bang had come to Zhong province to mediate the war. Wuxia wanted to see what Liu Bang wanted to do. It would be a pity if he did not witness the show with his own eyes and passed out because of a little wine. Damn it, this soul-burning blood is really potent. Wuxia cursed under his breath as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Even his fleshly body, which was at the peak of the first-tier heaven immortal realm, could not withstand the attack of the wine. If it were an ordinary immortal, he would definitely die after drinking it. It was simply a poison. Fortunately, Liu Bang had poured out 3 glasses of wine in a shameless way. Otherwise, Liu Bang would have been dead by now. When there were only about 100 military officers left in the tent, including Wuxia, Bo Yunting, who was overwhelmed by anger, finally calmed down. He put down the wine vessel, frowned at the empty tent, and said lightly, "I've had 3 rounds of wine, and I'm satisfied. It has been a year since you took office, and this is the first time you've used your power. What brings you to Zhong province?" Liu Bang had drunk about 100 liters of rice wine. He did not use his immortal energy to dispel the drunkenness. Instead, he enjoyed the feeling of being drunk and deliberately made himself half-drunk. Leaning on Fan Kuai's thigh behind him, Liu Bang glanced at the maidens who were still dancing in the tent, then said with a laugh, "It's been a year since I took office. You can't blame me for that. The women on Panga continent are excellent, wonderful, and beautiful. I've only hooked up with a few stunning beauties in Liangzhu, and they've given me a few concubines." Taking a deep breath, Liu Bang counted on his fingers and said with a smile, "The land in Liangzhu is very expensive, so I bought a piece of land and built a Changel palace, measuring about 100 miles in both width and length. It took me more than a year to build it. But how can I not build a palace? As an emissary, my term of office is 10,000 years, and I have to live in Liangzhu for that long. Without a palace under my name, what about my new concubines? Wuxia was stunned, and the other military officers in the tent exchanged glances, speechless. As an emissary, Liu Bang had not been busy with his official duties for more than a year after he took office. Instead, he was busy buying land, building a palace, and taking in concubines. Wuxia smiled and breathed out a deep sigh. A supreme grade talent. If Liu Bang had behaved like this in those years, it would be hard to imagine how Xianxia could have fought with him for so many years. But did Liu Bang, who had founded the Great Han Dynasty, really behave like this? Wuxia shook his head slightly when he saw the disapproving look on Bo Yunting's face. Since Bo Yunting had begun to look down on Liu Bang, he had been fooled. Liu Bang was a shameless and despicable person by nature. But if you really treated him as a scoundrel and used the same methods to deal with scoundrels to deal with him, you would definitely be the one to suffer. With a cold smile on his face, Bo Yunting, whose skin was also flushed, pressed his hands on the table and waved them off. The dancing featherman girls in the tent left one after another. "So, you are busy running your family business in Liangzhu?" said Bo Yunting with a cold snort. "In that case, is the Celestial Ambassador's visit to Zhongzhou really to mediate this conflict as stated in the official document?" Shaking his head, Bo Yunting did not wait for Liu Bang to answer, but gave his opinion. Myriad Immortal Alliance is so audacious that they have used the stars to destroy more than 200 cities into you, killing and injuring hundreds of millions of people. The human emperor has ordered all provinces to send out armies to encircle the alliance. Emissary, you should be discussing this matter with His Majesty in Liangzhu. You really shouldn't have come to Zhong province. Liu Bang waved his hand lazily and said with a long sigh, "Your Majesty is too difficult to deal with." In front of him, Lao Tzu, I can't even speak, let alone discuss with him. With a long sigh, Liu Bang took out a black pearl the size of a fist and said softly, "So, I have no choice but to come here and discuss with you, the commanders of the various provinces who are leading the war." Well, in fact, Myriad Immortal Alliance was forced to do that. With a flick of his finger, a plume of smoke sprayed out of the pearl, in which there were flickering images of lights and shadows. Wuxia recognized that it was the appearance of Ningbo City before it was destroyed. Wuxia gave a cold snort and straightened his back, frowning as he looked at the images, trying to figure out what Liu Bang was going to say. The images and the images changed. First, it showed Reverend Yao Yu and his family being transported into Ningbo City from outside the city. Then it showed 3 emissaries of Myriad Immortal Alliance entering the city. Then, the images changed again, turning into a scene that looked down from the sky. Wuxia was leading dozens of military officers, chasing after dozens of fleeing heaven immortals. Then, the images stopped abruptly. Liu Bang put away the pearl and said with a lazy smile, "This is the evidence provided by Myriad Immortal Alliance. All the evidence shows that there is a reason for the destruction of Ningbo City in Hai Province, which is under Zhong Province's rule. If Hai Province had not sent an army to wipe out Mount Moon Gazing and abduct Reverend Yao Yu and his family, Myriad Immortal Alliance would not have had a head-on conflict with Hai Province." Shaking his head, Liu Bang glanced at Wuxia, who was sitting upright and staring at him. Myriad Immortal Alliance had sent emissaries to ask Hai Province to release Reverend Yao Yu and his family, but in the end, one of the 3 emissaries was killed on the spot. After that, Myriad Immortal Alliance sent dozens of fellow Taoists to persuade Hai Province to release them, but they were all killed by General Tan Lang, the Grand Oracle of Hai Province's Directorate of Celestials. Slapping the table, Liu Bang cried out, "This is shocking. Third young master, this is shocking. Hai Province's behavior has forced Myriad Immortal Alliance to not be too harsh. If the mighty Myriad Immortal Alliance can't even protect its own allies, the Alliance Master might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill himself." Wuxia opened his mouth and was about to scold Liu Bang. What Liu Bang had said, that was what had happened, but he had secretly changed a few words, So how did High Province become unreasonable? According to Liu Bang, it was perfectly justified for Myriad Immortal Alliance to destroy Ningbo City with a meteor strike. With a furious snort, Wuxia smashed the table in front of him with a palm and sprung to his feet. Chapter 612. When Wuxia jumped to his feet, Han Exant, who was sitting next to him and sipping on his wine vessel, suddenly glared at Wuxia and yelled, "How dare you? Sit down." Wuxia turned his head and glared at Han Exant, then ignored him. Han Exant threw down his wine vessel. Then his body suddenly exploded and transformed into a puff of dark mist, leaving behind dozens of afterimages and sealing off the void within a radius of 100 feet. Then, he threw a punch towards Wuxia. Han Exant was also a body cultivator, and right after he threw out his punch, the void around Wuxia exploded into pieces. Countless space fragments, which are the real Chi-Chi, lined up into a sharp triangle, piercing towards Wuxia with a shrill, tearing sound. Sneering, a large sheet of dark mist burst out from Wuxia's body. Instead of fighting against Han Exant head-on, he suddenly shot out a large sheet of green flame from both of his hands. As Wuxia flicked his fingertips, the flame transformed into 7 fist-sized green runes. Accompanied by a deep incantation, the 7 runes converged inward to form a small arrow that was around a foot in length and as thick as a thumb. The arrow then pierced through the air toward Han Exant's fist with an unpleasant whistling sound. A strong light flashed in the tent. Wuxia let out a muffled snort and took dozens of steps back. He was nearly thrown out of the tent by the punch. His armor was torn to shreds, and his battle robe was torn to shreds. His skin was densely covered with wounds that looked like the mouth of a child, many of which went straight to his bones, revealing Wuxia's bones, which had turned pale purple. Blood was dripping down from his wounds, and soon, a large pool was formed on the ground. There were 17 fist marks on Wuxia's chest and abdomen, and each of them had sunk 2 inches deep into his body. Just now, Han Exant had only thrown 1 punch, but in that instant, he had wounded Wuxia's chest and abdomen 17 vital points with his fist intent. A soft, bone-piercing, and highly corrosive immortal power was circulating rapidly inside Wuxia's body, destroying everything inside Wuxia's body. Sneering, Wuxia locked his hands into a strange incantation gesture. It was the extremely complicated Heaven and Earth Indestructible Seal from the last chapter of the True Body of Heaven and Earth Scripture. As the incantation gesture took shape, a dense purple mist quickly gathered from all directions and surged into Wuxia's body with a deep, muffled whistle. The countless wounds on his body healed rapidly, and so did the 17 fist marks on his chest. From his chest came the sound of bones rubbing against each other, which was the sound of the bones broken by Han Exant returning to their original positions and growing back. Coughing out a mouthful of extravasated blood, Wuxia, suddenly Wuxia and Chi burst. On the other hand, Han Exant stood where he was with an extremely unsightly expression. He had thrown out his right fist just now, and now his right fist had turned into a tumor the size of a human head. Countless sarcomas and blood bubbles were constantly bursting out from the huge tumor. These sarcomas and blood bubbles were all shaped like human faces, and some of these faces were even grinding their teeth and letting out shrill, unpleasant ghost howls. The sarcomas and blood bubbles were still spreading along Han Exant's arm to his body. In the blink of an eye, these ugly, redundant things had extended to Han Exant's elbow. Amidst the popping and popping sounds, the sarcomas and blood bubbles on Han Exant's right fist kept rotting and exploding, and dark red pus splashed all over the ground. With each explosion, Han Exant's face turned paler. When these exploded sarcomas and blood bubbles extended to his elbow, Han Exant's face had turned as pale as a ghost. These sarcomas and blood bubbles were formed by devouring and absorbing Han Exant's blood and energy essence, and with each explosion, his energy would be consumed a little bit more. At present, these sarcomas and blood bubbles were only growing on the surface of his skin, but soon, these filthy things had spread to his bones. His bones, which had been tempered thousands of times and were stronger than diamonds, were now creaking from the corrosion. It seemed that his bones could not withstand this vicious attack any longer and were about to disintegrate and rot as well. After laughing 3 times, a blood-red gleam flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He performed an incantation gesture with his left hand and pointed at his right arm. With a flash of blood-red immortal light, a stream of dark red blood sprayed out of his fist. The pungent blood fell to the ground, corroding a large pit about 10 feet in diameter on the floor, paved with cloud brocade stones. There were no longer any new sarcomas or blood blisters on Xianxia's right arm, but the area below his right shoulder had become riddled with thumb-sized, bloody holes, from which faint black smoke was constantly spewing out. Cultivating both fleshly body and magic. This is very rare on Panga continent. Xianxia looked at Wuxia with an indifferent expression and nodded slowly. "The 9 decaying arrow," said Wuxia smilingly to Xianxia. "I've just finished cultivating it not long ago, and you're the first to try it. It's very easy." Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked at Wuxia, sizing up Wuxia for a long time as if he had memorized every single hair on his body. Then he said coldly, "If we meet on the battlefield in the future, I'll chop off your head and use it as a decoration." After sizing up Xianxia for a while, Wuxia said straightforwardly, "There is nothing on you that I like. So, I'll just kill you and not collect any parts of you." Wuxia sneered in his mind. "Xianxia wants to meet me on the battlefield? How could there be such a good thing? Just you wait and see. I'll soon send your longtime enemy to you, and then I'll see what else you can be so arrogant about." Xianxia did not say a word. He nodded to Bo Yunting, then sat back in his seat, picked up the wine pot, and began to drink by himself. It was as if he was not the one who had just scolded Wuxia and punched Wuxia. Bo Yunting's face turned extremely unsightly. Xianxia had scolded his subordinate in front of him, the chief commander, and even punched Wuxia. This was a complete disregard for Bo Yunting. Bo Yunting grabbed the wine pot and was about to throw it at Xianxia's head, so that he could teach Xianxia a lesson himself. But then he saw Wuxia grinning coldly, strode into the tent, cupped his fist, and bowed to Bo Yunting. Bo Yunting clenched his fingers and left 5 fingerprints on the wine pot, then slowly put it down and said indifferently, "What do you have to say, Tan Lang?" As he asked Wuxia, Bo Yunting glanced at the large pit in the tent. The 9 corroding arrow was a very vicious curse among the secret curses of the human race, and it was very difficult for a talented oracle to master. Wuxia's cultivation base of the true body of heaven and earth scripture had reached the peak of the 9 stars realm of the first Panga heaven, but in just over a year after he obtained the cultivation technique of the Directorate of Celestials, he had mastered the vicious curse, the 9 corroding arrow. He was a cultivator of both fleshly body and magic at the same time, and he had a very good aptitude in curses. Talents were hard to come by, and Bo Yunting had the intention to recruit Wuxia. But Wuxia was now clearly a direct descendant of the Yu clan in Zhong province, and Bo Yunting still had to open up a lot of connections if he wanted to recruit Wuxia. But Bo Yunting was not in a hurry at all. As the 3rd son of Bo Zhongfu, few things in Zhong province could escape his notice, including the conflict between Wuxia and Yu Miao. Bo Yunting knew it all. With Yu Miao, that old fool, causing trouble, Bo Yunting felt that Wuxia was very likely to become a general under his command. With a warm smile on his face, Bo Yunting nodded and said, "Speak boldly. No matter what you say, whoever dares to touch a hair of yours will not be able to leave this tent today." A ferocious killing intent flashed across the corners of Bo Yunting's eyes, and all the military officers in the tent straightened their backs and looked at Liu Bang and the others with unfriendly eyes. That startled Liu Bang, and he cried out hurriedly, "Third young master, this is a misunderstanding, A complete misunderstanding. Bo Yunting pointed a finger at Liu Bang and snapped, "Shut up." Liu Bang's face fell, and he shut his mouth aggrievedly. He leaned against Fan Kuai's thigh and squinted at Wuxia with a faint smile. Wuxia gave Liu Bang a look, then told him the cause and effect of High Province's annihilation of Mount Moon Gazing. He even testified that Reverend Yao, you had threatened the officials of High Province, killed all the officials of High Province, and even tortured and killed the former military minister of High Province. It took Wuxi a quarter of an hour to explain that it was perfectly reasonable and in line with the Yu's law for High Province to send an army to annihilate Mount Moon Gazing. In the end, Wuxi fired directly at Liu Bang, accusing Liu Bang of the so-called evidence provided by Myriad Immortal Alliance, which was completely forged with immortal magic and could not be used as evidence. Moreover, he accused Liu Bang, as an angel, of not being fair at all, and that he was unilaterally shielding those reckless immortals of Myriad Immortal Alliance. In the end, Wu Qi snapped. What an angel said is bullshit. If you use his forged evidence to force us to withdraw our troops, then we will be guilty to His Majesty, the human emperor. First, we have let His Majesty down. Second, how can we face the hundreds of millions of people who died tragically in High Province? Hundreds of millions of people who died tragically in High Province. Upon hearing Wu Qi's words, Bo Yunting almost spat out a mouthful of wine. Liu Bang jumped to his feet and roared angrily. Bullshit. You are the one who is bullshitting. How many people do you have in High Province? How dare you talk nonsense in front of Lao Tzu? Ningbo City has only a little more than 1 million people. Where are you going to find hundreds of millions of people? Liu Bang was a little angry. He did not expect Wu Qi to talk more nonsense than him. The seriousness of killing millions of people and hundreds of millions of people could not be compared at all. If millions of people were killed or injured, it could be brushed off with some offstage transactions. But if hundreds of millions of people were killed or injured, there would be no way to clean up the mess. Wu Qi gave Liu Bang a sideways glance with a sneer and said, "You have come to Panga Continent for more than a year, and you have been busy building palaces and looking for concubines. How could you be so familiar with the civil affairs of Diu? Don't tell me you don't even know how many people there are in High Province?" Liu Bang was stunned. He blinked, then waved his hands and shouted, "Even if hundreds of millions of people are killed or injured in High Province, can the lives of ordinary people be compared to the lives of immortals? You have slaughtered hundreds of thousands of immortals and itinerant cultivators in Zhong Province, and it's time for you to stop, isn't it? A life for a life. A heaven immortal is at least worth 1 million people. You have killed so many people. That should be enough, right?" He took out a golden scroll from under his sleeve and put it heavily in front of Bo Yunting. Then he gave him a flattering smile and said, "Third young master, why don't we withdraw our troops and return to camp after signing this armistice agreement? Why do we have to fight to the death? TSK, I've given you 100 beauties, and all of them are virgins. Also, there are countless gold and silver, immortal stones, and energy stones. Let's not fight this war, okay?" Looking at the flattering smile on Liu Bang's face, Bo Yunting slowly pressed his palm against the golden scroll. A loud rumble echoed out as the golden scroll, which was strengthened with immortal energy, shattered into pieces. Bo Yunting snapped. What the Celestial Ambassador said is ridiculous. A total of 987,654,321 people died tragically in Ningbo City of High Province. Wait until I've killed so many immortals and itinerant cultivators. Then the Celestial Ambassador will come and mediate. Liu Bang stared blankly at Bo Yunting for a while, then suddenly sneered, pointed at Bo Yunting's nose, and shouted, "Good! You have guts, boy." With a flick of his sleeve, Liu Bang spun angrily and walked away, followed by Fan Kuai and the others. Wu Qi frowned. Was Liu Bang really here to mediate the war? Why did it look more like an act? Chapter 613. The flying ship was wheeling in the sky. Hundreds of miles away, a city towering on a lofty mountain was engulfed in a monstrous flame. The city of Dayu was built with boulders as the main material, but the flame on it was the prime flame unleashed by the immortals, which could burn through even the void, let alone ordinary boulders. The pale golden flame silently blanketed everything. The boulders melted amidst the flame, and the magma gradually shrank, eventually turning into wisps of smoke and dissipating in the air. The city was littered with corpses, and the city itself was burned to ashes. A huge pit, hundreds of miles in diameter and several miles deep, had been burned out of the lofty mountain. Some residual magma had piled up in the pit, with bubbles the size of a human head bubbling. A few groups of expressionless people, numb like the walking dead, were walking away from the city along the main roads. They staggered across the boundless wilderness, some of them throwing their heads back and crying from time to time, but there were no tears in their eyes. The fire had evaporated more than half of the liquid in these survivors' bodies, so they had no tears left. From time to time, some of them fell silently to the ground, and a pale golden flame suddenly ignited on their bodies, burning them to ashes. The others turned a blind eye to these people and walked past them. Even their blood relatives didn't have the slightest reaction. There was only one thought in everyone's mind: get away from this city, away from the hell where countless lives were killed. On the flying ship hovering high in the sky, Wuxia was kneeling on one knee on the bow, gasping for breath. There was a piercing wound on his right chest, with faint thunderbolts flashing in it. It was caused by a peak first-tier heaven immortal who burned his immortal soul and sacrificed himself to a sword, becoming one with it and piercing through Wuxia's defensive barrier and bone armor. If not for his quick reflexes, which allowed him to forcibly rip open the void with his fleshly body and flee about 10 feet away, the sword beam would have pierced through his heart. Even if it could not kill him, it would at least take away half of his life. As he tried his best to absorb the dense purple energy released from Panga continent to repair his body, the dozens of wounds on Wuxia's body gradually healed, but the wound on his chest healed at a very slow rate. Wave after wave of severe pain struck Wuxia, and he could not help but let out a muffled grunt. This battle was too bitter, too difficult. A total of 18 peak stage first-grade Heaven Immortals led 200 Heaven Immortals and 3,000 itinerant cultivators to attack Jianfeng City, the capital city of the Dark River Province, a fourth-grade province under the Central Province. All the military forces in Jianfeng City had been mobilized, and they followed Bo Yunting to wipe out all the itinerant cultivators in Zhong Province. Upon receiving the urgent military report that Jianfeng City was under attack, Wuxia, who was leading an army to besiege a gathering place of itinerant cultivators tens of thousands of miles away, immediately led 3,000 soldiers under his command to Jianfeng City. 18 peak stage first-grade Heaven Immortals. Although Wuxia was full of tricks, and he had killed 11 of them with sneak attacks, and the other 7 Heaven Immortals had joined forces, Wuxia was still in a very difficult situation. He had almost abandoned the army and fled several times. As he could not use any divine abilities, he could only use the true body of heaven and earth scripture to fight the enemy with his strong fleshly body and the spells that he was not familiar with yet. Wuxia was in a very passive position. If it were not for his profound attainment in the true body of heaven and earth scripture and the support of the body of the heavenly dragon cultivated by the dragon transformation script, Wuxia would have been smashed into a meat pie by those heaven immortals whose overall strength was about the same as his. Even so, the desperate blow from the heaven immortal, which had burned his immortal soul, nearly killed Wuxia. Fortunately, there were still 4 armies in the vicinity of Jianfeng City. A total of 20,000 soldiers rushed back to reinforce Wuxia, who was nearly beaten to death. That was how he managed to escape with his life. However, after the great battle, the 3,000 private guards of Yu Clan under Wuxia's command were either killed or wounded, and only about 300 of them managed to escape with their lives. Most of them were crippled, and some of them even had their brains severely damaged. Even if they survived, they could only retire and retire. The 20,000 soldiers who rushed back in time also suffered heavy casualties. More than 27,000 of them were killed or wounded, and only less than 3,000 were still alive. The 4 generals who led the army had also been caught by the desperate enemies and exploded. The 4 generals and their subordinates were either wounded or killed. Now, among the 5 armies, Wuxia was the only commander who could still move. Even though the 5 armies had risked their lives to fight these immortals and itinerant cultivators, a heaven immortal who cultivated a fire elemental cultivation technique still burned his immortal soul and spewed out a mouthful of prime flame, burning the entire Xianxia city to the ground. Xianxia city originally had a population of more than 2 million, but less than 200,000 people managed to escape from the city. Coupled with the natural disasters, such as astral winds and thunder during the battle, more than 100 villages and towns near Xianxia city were completely destroyed, and more than 1 million people were killed or wounded. Damn it! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Wuxia struggled to stand up and beckoned to Huang Liang, whose chest, abdomen, and thigh had been stabbed 3 times by the immortal sword. Call those brothers who still have the strength to walk and go down there to save them. There must be people alive in the collapsed houses in the villages. As long as they are alive, we must save them. Huang Liang had just unbuttoned his pants and reached his hand into his crotch to feel around. When he heard Wuxia's order, he grabbed his crotch hard and jumped up to tie his pants. With a yellow face, he smiled bitterly and said, "May the ancestors bless me. The ancestors bless me." That sword grazed past my pouch and hurt the hamstring of my thigh. Luckily, it didn't hurt my treasure. May the ancestors bless me. May the ancestors bless me. Hearing Huang Liang's words, Wuxia nearly vomited blood. He roared furiously, "Take our brothers and go save them, or Lao Tzu will castrate you." Huang Liang let out a strange cry and hurriedly jumped up. Limping and limping, he led the over 2,000 soldiers who could still move and rushed to the villages and towns near Xianxia city. With the strong physical strength of human warriors, even if the houses had collapsed, with no more than 10 soldiers in a village, they could move all the collapsed houses away within 2 hours and rescue the people buried in them. Over 2,000 soldiers were more than enough to give emergency treatment to over 100 villages and towns. Sitting angrily on the prow of the ship, Wuxia frowned and cursed Liu Bang and his brothers over and over again. Liu Bang, the angel, did not fulfill his duty as an angel at all. He ran around to you with a large group of squires. It had been more than 3 months since the day Wuxia first met Liu Bang. Over the past 90 days, Liu Bang and his men had traveled to 18 provinces into Yu, all of which were the capital cities of the provinces that had been destroyed. Almost exactly the same as when he was in Zhong province, Liu Bang forcibly took female immortals as concubines along the way. From 97 gathering places of itinerant cultivators in 18 provinces, he had forcibly taken 198 beautiful female immortals as concubines. However, his negotiations with the commander-in-chief of the provinces never yielded any results. Every time, he would show some so-called evidence provided by the myriad immortal alliance that the provinces had persecuted the immortals of the alliance, hoping to use it to persuade the provinces to withdraw their troops. But the evidence never stood up to scrutiny. Just like Wuxia, the commander-in-chief of the provinces whose cities had been destroyed retorted to Liu Bang with harsh words. After a series of curses, Liu Bang flew into a rage out of humiliation and left with his men, without making any attempt to mediate or explain. Just like that, Liu Bang had traveled to 18 provinces over the past 3 months. However, the places he passed by were still plagued by the disasters of war. There was no relief at all. On the contrary, with Liu Bang's mediation efforts, the itinerant immortals of the provinces seemed to have taken stimulants and began to launch a large-scale counterattack in groups. The siege of Xianxia city involved over 200 heaven immortals, including 20 peak-level heaven immortals. It was the first time in more than a year that Wuxia had seen thousands of itinerant cultivators. Moreover, these itinerant cultivators and heaven immortals did not care about their lives. Whenever they fought with the soldiers led by Wuxia, they would explode themselves at the first sign of exhaustion. At least half of Wuxia's soldiers were killed by the sudden self-detonation of their opponents. In the face of such crazy enemies, even Wuxia could only sigh helplessly. When the top heaven immortal who fought him realized that his immortal arts and magical treasures could do nothing to Wuxia, he burned his immortal soul and launched a desperate attack on Wuxia. Although his immortal soul was burned to ashes and he died, Wuxia almost died together with him. It was not only Zhong province, but also the other provinces. Immortals and itinerant cultivators of various provinces were fighting desperately against the Yu's army with all kinds of desperate means. In just a few months, as far as Wuxia knew, the army of Zhong province had lost more than 500,000 soldiers. Forced into a desperate situation, Bo Zhongfu even ordered the old soldiers who had been discharged from the army and returned to the countryside to be recruited back into the army. Even the soldiers who served under Feng Lingling were re-enlisted, reorganized, and returned to the army after being reorganized. Lu Bang, are you here to put out the fire, or to set it on fire? Wuxia frowned as he looked up at the clouds in the sky. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the recent changes in the situation had something to do with Lu Bang. Don't tell me you deliberately instigated Myriad Immortal Alliance to fight us just to make it easier for you to find a concubine? Wuxia felt that Lu Bang was capable of doing such a thing. The fiercer the battle became, the more difficult it would be for those itinerant cultivator clans who had been cultivating in seclusion to come out and fight with others. If that happened, wouldn't all the beautiful female immortals in those clans be exposed? While he was cursing what Lu Bang had done his mind, Wuxia suddenly heard a crisp sound of metal clashing. The sound was crisp and pleasant, but it came with a strange force that went straight into one's internal organs. Upon hearing it, Wuxia felt his divine soul tremble, as if a force was about to pour into his head. Hastily, Wuxia performed an incantation gesture, enveloping his entire body with a layer of gray mist, and only then did he stop the invasion of the force. Rising to his feet, Wuxia looked into the distance. Hundreds of miles away, he saw a group of monks clad in kasayas and holding staffs in their hands, standing next to the crowds of people fleeing Jianfeng City. Each and every one of these monks was tall, dignified, and there was a faint glow of Buddha behind their heads. The suffering of the mortal world, the sorrow of all living beings. Join my Buddhist sect, all will be liberated. These monks murmured some words to persuade people to join the Buddhist sect. Gradually, those people who had survived the calamity knelt down to these monks and threw themselves on the ground. Wuxi's heart suddenly twitched. In just a short period of time to drink a cup of tea, hundreds of thousands of people had knelt down in the wilderness. From these people, a huge amount of faith power soared into the sky and constantly poured into the bodies of these monks. Chapter 614. Buddhist League cultivators had a high demand for the power of faith. Whether it was condensing relics or forming indestructible bodies, the power of faith was an extremely important resource. How could Buddhist League cultivators preach on Panga continent with such great fanfare? But when the all-out war broke out, the attention of the Yu dynasty was attracted by Myriad Immortal Alliance, those immortals and itinerant cultivators. Naturally, no one paid attention to what the Buddhist League cultivators were doing. For a moment, hundreds of thousands of people fell to their knees, chanting the name of Buddha as the Buddhist League cultivators did. A great amount of pure power of faith poured out of their bodies and poured into the bodies of the Buddhist League cultivators. Gradually, the Buddhist light behind the heads of the Buddhist League cultivators became more condensed. After being transformed by their Dharma, the power of faith was transformed into extremely pure Buddhist energy. About 70% of the Buddhist energy remained in the bodies of the Buddhist League cultivators. while the other 30% transformed into golden beams invisible to the naked eye and rose into the sky, quickly disappearing. What a brilliant plan! Wuxia sneered. It was indeed a brilliant plan. The officials of the Yu dynasty were a little dull, and their reactions were a little slow in the face of such a clever plan. The Yu dynasty was involved in the situation, while Wuxia had always been an outsider. Therefore, he could see things more clearly than those officials. A faintly discernible aroma came along with the faint chanting of Sanskrit. A clear spring swayed around Iju, and a few lotus leaves grew out from the spring. 3 pink lotuses bloomed quietly, and a human silhouette shrouded in a faint pink light quietly appeared on the lotuses. The fat monk frowned at Wuxia with a strange expression on his face. After a moment of silence, the fat monk chanted the name of Buddha and said in a deep and powerful voice, "I am Iju, the preaching disciple of Little Ri, delightful Buddha of carefree heavenly realm. This general has killed my junior brother today, which has sowed karma with Little Rui, delightful heavenly realm. If you are willing to bow your head and convert to Buddhism, that will be fine. Otherwise, you will be punished by heaven." Therefore, it was better to take advantage of this germination to strangle it when it had just appeared, lest these Buddhist cultivators develop the power of their believers to a point where they couldn't get rid of them in the future. Currently, the union of 10,000 immortals, as well as other immortals and itinerant cultivators, were engaged in a fierce battle with the Yu dynasty. The flames of war were endless, and the people had no way of making a living. Yet, the Buddhist cultivators actually came out. Wuxia felt that there was definitely something fishy going on here. Opening his chaotic divine eyes, Wuxia sneered coldly as he looked at the power of faith rising in the air. When a myriad immortal alliance launched a desperate attack on the Yu dynasty, the Yu government immediately made the strongest counterattack. The battle between the two sides involved those immortals and itinerant cultivators who were living in seclusion. As a result, the dispute between the myriad immortal alliance and the Yu dynasty immediately evolved into an all-out war between the immortal powers on Panga continent and the Yu dynasty. When the war caused countless people to lose their homes, the Buddhist cultivators took advantage of the situation and used their tongues to bewitch the people into becoming Buddhist believers. Buddhist cultivators. The blood soul immortal stunning bow was also one of the mystic arts of the Yu dynasty's Directorate of Celestials. It used the user's own blood essence to conjure a vicious restrictive spell, which specialized in attacking cultivators' souls and souls. It had the powerful effect of defiling one's soul and corroding one's golden body, and was extremely lethal to both immortals and arhats. Wuxia had spent more than a year fighting outside, and during his free time, he had studied many of the mystic arts of the Directorate of Celestials. Therefore, it was easy for him to conjure such a vicious curse, which was extremely powerful. Wuxia shook his head. Karma? Convert? Otherwise, it would be the wrath of heaven. These words could only fool those mortals. How could Wuxia be frightened by them? Laughing mockingly, Wuxia cried out in a deep voice, "Wrath of heaven? Can you represent the heaven? How dare you?" Wuxia grinned, then led the dozen flying ships under his command and sped toward the plain. A shrill howl rang out as the monk's Dharma body quickly turned green, shriveling and shriveling. His skin and flesh were rotting in many places, and a large amount of pus was oozing out of his body. In just a few breaths of time, the dignified monk had lost all his skin and flesh, turning into a pale green skeleton. A beam of light towered into the sky from the green smoke. The monk Sarira tried to flee, but a few wisps of green smoke wrapped around it. A miserable howl rang out, and the Sarira abruptly turned green. As the wind blew, the fist-sized Sarira suddenly turned into dust and fell to the ground. Wuxia's stand was very firm. He knew very well the bewitching power of religion over the people. He did not want the Buddhist League to establish a foundation in Zhong province, and he did not want them to take the opportunity to enter Hai province and his territory. When all the people in his territory became believers of the Buddhist League, who would listen to whom? What if all the soldiers in his army and high province were believers of the Buddhist League? Would the army listen to him or the cultivators of the Buddhist League? Was there an eminent Buddhist league overseeing this place? Wuxia immediately put his guard up. The monks walked among the people who knelt on the ground, chanting the name of Buddha while a faint golden Buddhist light sprinkled from their bodies. Wherever the Buddhist light passed, the wounds on the people's bodies healed quickly, and their exhausted physical strength was quickly replenished. The sadness, grief, confusion, and numbness in their hearts gradually calmed down. There was only warmth and peace in their hearts, as if they had come to the paradise of bliss, where they would never have to go through the cycle of reincarnation again. Wuxia frowned deeply as he looked at these monks, who were clad in kasayas and holding staffs in their hands, looking solemn and dignified. He had dealt with a group of monks, including Arhut Baosheng. These monks were people who would not get up without benefits, and their Taoist rites were located in outer heavenly realms. Like those immortals, the cultivators of the Buddhist League had been forcefully suppressed by the Yu dynasty on Pangu continent. Wuqi's face furrowed abruptly. Was this the so-called eminent Buddhist League? Monk Yizhu was so angry that his white flesh was trembling. He pointed a finger at Wuqi and roared furiously, then suddenly raised a hand toward the sky. A beam of golden light towered into the sky and exploded into a golden rain of light about 100 miles in diameter, forming a huge swastika. Laughing hideously, Monk Yizhu said, "What a ferocious, vile creature. It just so happens that an eminent senior of our sect is overseeing this place. Let him purge your foolish fools. Why are you in such a hurry to summon me, Yizhu?" A very pretentious voice rang out. Wuqi took a heavy step forward and unleashed an oppressive aura, causing Yizhu and the cultivators of the Buddhist League behind him to drift back hundreds of feet. "Cut the nonsense," Wuqi snapped. "Tell your fellow bald donkeys to get the hell out of Zhong province, or else you'll suffer the same fate as that bald donkey just now." With that ugly face and head full of scars, who else could it be but Lao Ai's precious disciple, Madman Shui? Wuqi sucked in a cold breath as he vaguely sensed something. Wuqi felt a vast, mysterious, and frightening force covering the entire sky above Pangu continent. He glanced around with his chaotic divine eyes, and a faint auspicious light spread out in all directions. In a flash, he could see all the changes in the aura within a radius of 10 billion miles. Not only around Jianfeng City, but in other places very far away, there were similar golden, auspicious lights towering into the sky. Judging by the number of auspicious lights, there were at least hundreds of thousands of cultivators of the Buddhist League recruiting believers on the battlefield between human and immortal. Wuqi gave a cold snort and cried out in a deep voice, "Huang Liang, activate all flying ships' defensive mechanisms and prepare for battle." Instead of saying that Liu Bang was trying to extinguish the flames of war, it was better to say that he was fooling people. By assuming a posture of wholeheartedly mediating disputes, he could even anesthetize many people in the Yu dynasty, drawing all their attention to him and the celestial court he represented. Wuqi looked coldly at the huge group of cultivators and said, "Leave the territory of Zhong province. I don't care what strange plans you Buddhist League have in other places, but not in Zhong province. You want to develop believers in Zhong province? Dream on. Damn you." After pondering for a moment, Wuqi suddenly stretched out his hands and made a posture of drawing a bow and shooting an arrow. The misty green gas condensed into a bow and a long arrow in his palm. He chanted a few spells in a low voice, and a trace of blood oozed out from the corner of his eyes. The blood flowed into the arrow like a living thing, and a strange magic talisman that looked like a big eye was drawn on the arrowhead. When the cultivators of the Buddhist League saw their fellow disciple killed by an arrow, they all chanted the name of Buddha and flew into the sky angrily. Both sides bumped into each other in midair. A fat monk, standing over 10 feet tall, with a fair and plump face, pointed his finger at Wuxia and snapped furiously. "How dare you? Why did you hurt my junior brother with such a vicious curse?" Especially when Wuxia was planning to bring Yin Dan and others to Panga continent, there were too many unspeakable things in his territory in the future. If the Buddhist League established a foundation in Zhong province, it would be like he suddenly had countless spying eyes around him, and it would be difficult for him to keep any secrets. With a long cry, he thrust his right hand forward, and the arrow shot out silently with a trail of green smoke that was over 300 feet long. Hundreds of miles away, a smiling monk was touching the head of a severely injured elderly man, injecting his power into his body and healing him. Suddenly, an arrow pierced into his chest. Along with a series of hissing noises, the monk's face paled immediately. The green arrow exploded in his chest and transformed into thin streams of green smoke, coiling around his body and wrapping him up. Huang Liang and a few generals stood behind Wuxia, guarding him with bone talismans in their hands. They were ready to strike at any time. They also looked at the monks in confusion. They could not understand why Wuxia suddenly attacked them. At least, in Huang Liang's opinion, these monks were helping to appease the common people, so he should save as many people as he could. Chapter 615. He was clad in a moon-white monk robe on the inside and a golden kasaya on the outside. A fist-sized 7-colored glazed Buddhist bead was hanging around his neck, while a string of pink prayer beads made of unknown material was dangling from his left hand. Madman Shui was standing on a lotus flower, putting on a solemn and dignified face of an eminent monk, looking up at the sky with his eyes facing the sky. However, no matter how one looked at him, he would not look like a crown prince even if he was wearing a dragon robe. Madman Shui's attire made him look like a nouveau riche from the Buddhist League. Especially the rouge stain on his cheek that had yet to be wiped off, it was a clear indication that he was a nouveau riche from the Buddhist League. But when Iju saw Madman Shui, he looked like a grandson who had just met his grandfather. With a flattering smile on his face, he bowed and came before Madman Shui, then said in a low voice, "I really deserve to die for troubling you, Venerable One. It's just that when I came here with a few junior brothers to preach the Tao, we bumped into this rude and unreasonable man who asked us to leave Zhong province. Both of my junior brothers were brutally killed by him." Madman Shui answered in an ostentatious manner, then fixed his eyes on Wuxia. Wuxia looked at Madman Shui with a faint smile on his face. Upon seeing Wuxia, Madman Shui immediately trembled with fear. He glared at Iju with both shock and anger, and was about to lose his temper, but Wuxia had already stepped out of the flying ship. "Where did this evil monk come from? How dare you come here to seek death? Take this punch from me." Wuxia winked at Madman Shui as he threw a punch at Madman Shui. Madman Shui gave a loud cry as countless pink lotus petals shot out from all over his body. He clasped his palms together, and a beam of great delight, Zen light, transformed into a dense mist and shot out, colliding head-on with Wuxia's punch. Although Wuxia's punch looked strong and powerful, it actually did not contain any strength at all. The beam of Madman Shui's great delight, Zen light, only produced a few faint ripples. "How dare you act presumptuously in front of me with such a puny trick?" Madman Shui laughed wildly, then pointed his fingers at Wuxia. Amidst a series of sizzling noises, tens of thumb-sized thunderbolts darted out, glowing with a pale pink light and glowing with a pale golden Buddhist light. The thunderbolts exploded on Wuxia's body, and the sound of each thunderbolt explosion was the moaning sound of a young girl reaching the climax. The power of the thunderbolts was not great, but the moaning sound had an extremely strange and magical power that could shake one's soul. Wuxia frowned slightly. The moaning had no effect on him. However, the faces of the Buddhist cultivators, including Monk Iju, were all flushed, and their lower bodies suddenly propped up a tall little tent. Wuxia cursed under his breath that Looney Blood's thunder technique was really absurd and obscene. Then, he gave Looney Blood a quick glance, and both of them flew towards the ruins of Jianfeng City, which had turned into a lake of lava. When they had flown tens of miles away, Wuxia turned his head and bellowed, "Kill all these baldies for Lao Tzu." Huang Liang was now Wuxia's most loyal lackey. Wuxia had fed him with countless money and beautiful girls, and had even intimidated him with his frightening overall strength. Upon hearing Wuxia's order, Huang Liang did not hesitate. He immediately waved his arm and cried out, "Attack!" Hundreds of oracles standing on the deck of the flying ship raised their arms at the same time, unleashing countless bow and arrows that shot towards Yizhu and his companions. Gleaming with a cold gleam, the bow and arrows were as sharp as the fangs of a wolf. The pungent smell of the black smoke assailed the nostrils, and shrill ghost howls could be heard coming out of the black smoke. Obviously, these were not some kind of attack. Some oracles even activated the power of earth, fire, wind, and thunder, filling the sky with strong gales, thunders, and flames, while large meteors fell whistling down from the sky, smashing towards the monks. Amidst the rain of arrows and gales, there were also arrows shot by the soldiers led by Wuxia. The arrows shot by these specially made crossbows were very powerful, and when the cultivators around Yizhu were caught off guard, 7 or 8 of them were injured on the spot. Dark green blood gushed out from their wounds. All the arrows were coated with a deadly poison, a poison that even the golden body of Arhut of the Buddhist League with the cultivation base of Heaven Immortals could not resist. Yizhu was so angry that his white flesh was shivering. Glancing at Looney Blood, who was fighting further and further away from Wuxia, he clenched his teeth and bellowed, "Junior brothers, let's release these vile creatures from purgatory." Damn it, I thought we got ourselves a good job this time, but why do we have to risk our lives? With a shake of his staff, Yizhu unleashed a large sheet of golden Buddhist light to protect himself, and then unleashed all sorts of Buddhist spells like a thunderstorm. The soldiers sent by Wuxia to rescue the people buried under the collapsed houses had also returned. When they saw Yizhu and the group of monks fighting against a dozen flying ships, they immediately formed into a battle formation and charged forward with deafening battle cries. Immediately, the oracles on the flying ships waved their arms and recited incantations, sprinkling a large sheet of light onto the soldiers and greatly enhancing their combative strength. While the two groups of people were engaged in a fierce battle, Wuxia had brought Looney Blood to the ruins of Jianfeng City, several hundred miles away. Hiding in a cave melted by the true flame of an immortal, Wuxia grabbed Looney Blood's bald head and gave it a hard smack. "TSK, you and your disciple have climbed up the high branch of a primordial immortal, and yet you didn't even send me a message? Since when did you become the Lord of the Merry Buddha of Wishful Heaven Realm? What kind of trick are you playing?" Looney Blood stared at Wuxia with a distressed face. His bald head was covered with bumps from Wuxia's smack. Holding his head with both hands, he cried out, "Don't hit me! Don't hit me! I'll tell you everything." Only after Looney Blood told Wuxia what he and Lao AI had been doing for the past 1 year did Wuxia understand what he and Lao AI had been doing for the past year. It all started from the incident of Miao Ing Palace. In the case of Miao Ing Palace, Wuxia had gained a great advantage, as he had successfully obtained the innate yang energy and cultivated an innate chaotic spirit body, while Feng Lingling was the one who had fallen into Wuxia's trap. He had discovered the collusion between King Baishan, King Xianxia, and Patriarch Miao Ing. But not only did he not contribute to the case, he was pressured by both King Baishan and Patriarch Miao Ing. One of them worked hard in the imperial court of the Yu, while the other used her identity as a celestial lord in the celestial court to force Feng Lingling into a desperate situation. After forcing Feng Lingling to retreat from Zhongning City, Lao AI returned to Miao Ing Palace in the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean and hooked up with goddess Miao Xian. As the proud disciple of Lao AI, Madman Shui had hooked up with several dozens of junior disciples of Miao Ing Palace, using the primordial yin energy of these female immortals to strengthen his own cultivation base. Lao Ai's great sun magic was truly evil and magical, as it allowed Madman Shui to advance his cultivation base to the realm of Heaven Immortal in just a few short months. On the other hand, Lao Ai had been cultivating day and night with Goddess Miao Xian, as Goddess Miao Xian possessed the cultivation base of a gold immortal. Just a little bit of her energy essence to Lao Ai would be equal to the hard work of an ordinary Heaven Immortal for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. On the other hand, Lao Ai's cultivation base was advancing at a tremendous pace, and in just a few months, he had reached the level of a high-tier Heaven Immortal. The master and disciple had regarded Miao Ying Palace as a paradise, and just when they were indulging themselves in the pleasures, the elders of Myriad Immortal Alliance, a celestial lord from the celestial court, Buddha Wishful Joy, and some other important figures suddenly paid them a visit. After a closed-door discussion with these people, Patriarch Miao Ying appointed Goddess Miao Xian to lead a group of disciples to cooperate with Myriad Immortal Alliance and Buddha Wishful Joy. Lao Ai and Madman Shui were cultivating the great sun magic, while Lao Ai was also cultivating the delightful Zen technique of the Buddhist League, and his prime magical treasure was the Wheel of Delight, an evil Buddhist treasure. Although Buddha Wishful Joy only stayed in Miao Ying Palace for a few hours, he took a liking to Lao Ai at first glance. With just a few words from Patriarch Miao Ying, he took Lao Ai as his personal disciple and taught him the unfathomable, delightful Zen technique of the Buddhist League. With that, Madman Shui's status rose, and he became the Dharma imparter under Buddha Wishful Joy's direct disciple, which gave him a very high position in Minor Rui Free Heaven Realm. Because of Lao Ai and Madman Shui's extraordinary innate talent, both of them were the magical creatures of the Nine Dragons Jade Pillar. Buddha Wishful Joy was very pleased with them, and he personally taught them their cultivation base, using the divine ability to enlighten them and elevate their cultivation base to the level of peak stage Heaven Immortal. Wuxi's mouth twitched when he heard that. It was not easy for him to cultivate his true body of heaven and earth scripture to the level of peak stage first-tier Heaven Immortal. But Lao Ai and Madman Shui had obtained such great benefits just by changing their cultivation bases. But Buddha Wishful Joy was a mighty Buddha whose overall strength was equivalent to that of a primordial immortal from the celestial court. It was really easy for him to create two Heaven Immortals. Wuxia gave Madman Shui a fierce glare and said with a cold snort, "What are you trying to do?" Knowing that Wuxia had something on his master, Madman Shui dared not to hide anything, and quickly told Wuxia what was going on behind Myriad Immortal Alliance. As Wuxia had expected, the nearly insane and destructive attack launched by Myriad Immortal Alliance was an attempt to stir up the flames of war between the Yu Dynasty and the Immortals on Panga Continent. They wanted to make the people on Panga Continent homeless and destitute, making it easier for the Buddhist League to preach and recruit new believers. But the expansion of Buddhist League's believers on Panga Continent was only a part of the whole plan. Myriad Immortal Alliance was just a chess piece in someone's hand, and what they were doing was only to trigger a conflict. Even the Myriad Immortal Alliance had found a perfect excuse in advance for launching such a crazy attack onto Yu Province. The sovereign was ambushed and seriously wounded by a king from the imperial clan of the Yu Dynasty, as well as a dozen elders of the alliance. It was one thing to seriously injure those elders, but the sovereign's real identity was the nephew of some almighty figure in the heaven. Now that he was seriously injured, and they could not find any spirit medicine that could heal him, he could die at any time. As the nephew of an important official of the Celestial Court, an existence as strong as a primordial immortal, once such a vital figure died, the consequences would be extremely serious. Logically speaking, Myriad Immortal Alliance was in the right, and their attack on the Yu Dynasty was justified. Even the fact that they had attacked Ningbo City and over 200 other provinces with stars was justified, because they had provided all kinds of evidence. On the other hand, The celestial ambassador Liu Bang was not in Liangzhu to discuss the matter with the human emperor. Instead, he was deliberately traveling to various provinces, trying to mediate the war. He was determined to make the war as fierce as possible. On top of that, he wanted the Yu dynasty to gain the absolute upper hand and make the immortals and itinerant cultivators on Panga continent suffer as much as possible. Wuxia looked at Madman Shui in horror and said, "Are they crazy? Are they intentionally sending these immortals and itinerant cultivators to their deaths?" Madman Shui rolled his eyes and said to Wuxia with a wry smile, "Who said these immortals are dead?" Wuqi's heart skipped a beat as he grabbed Madman Shui's shoulder. Chapter 6:16. Those immortals were not really dead? The corner of Wuqi's eyes twitched as he stared at Madman Shui. Vaguely, he felt as if there was a blood-red curtain in front of him, and something extremely terrible was hiding behind it. Madman Shui's words were like a huge hand that pulled the curtain open. Wuqi felt that he had seen through something. Patriarch Miao Ying was crafting a primordial immortal item under the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean. King Baishan and King Xianxia were inextricably linked to Miao Ying Palace. The celestial lords of the Celestial Court and the Buddhas of the Buddhist League had suddenly paid a visit to Miao Ying Palace. The sovereign of Myriad Immortal Alliance was the nephew of some almighty figure of the Celestial Court, and the Alliance had been working hard to gather all the itinerant immortals and cultivators on Panga continent, using various means to gradually form them into an organization with powerful potential power. Since the sovereign was suddenly wounded by a king from the imperial clan of the Yu dynasty, it was only logical that the alliance would retaliate against the Yu dynasty. On the other hand, the attack on itinerant cultivators into Yu province had given the alliance the best excuse to retaliate. It was not only the matter of the sovereign, but also related to the life and death of countless immortals and itinerant cultivators on Panga continent. Even Wu Qi found it funny. Didn't the ministers of the Yu dynasty find it strange? After those mountain spirits and water demons absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, they naturally gained sentience and cultivated into demons, as it was permitted by the law of heaven and earth. How did so many immortals and itinerant cultivators come to Panga continent? Where did they get their cultivation technique manuals from? Wasn't there someone pushing this matter from behind the scenes? Like Supremacy 3 Flame, a good friend of Wu Qi's, who was born as a butcher, he could actually find a mystic scripture that could lead him straight to the Heaven Immortals Tao in a barren mountain. Was it because of his good luck? Or was it because of his ancestral grave? On top of that, the mystic scripture happened to suit Supremacy 3 Flame's spirit root, allowing him to cultivate a fire elemental cultivation technique until he reached the Heaven Immortal realm. Fortunately, there was an organization like the Myriad Immortal Alliance, which gradually gathered the idle immortals and itinerant cultivators on Panga continent and brought them together. Even when Wu Qi once assumed the name of Taoist greed and made a name for himself in Anhui City, an emissary from Myriad Immortal Alliance immediately came to him and asked him to join the alliance. This was a whole set of plans, a whole set of extremely detailed plans. Taking a deep breath, Wu Qi asked in a deep voice, "How do you know those immortals who died fighting the Yu's army are still alive?" Madman Shui twitched his lips as he stared at Wu Qi and said, "Only after I joined the Buddhist League with my master did I realize the vastness of the Buddhist League, and its divine abilities are truly boundless. Firstly, half of the 9 nether yellow springs, 6 paths of reincarnation, was already under the control of Buddhism. Secondly, the current Lord Buddha, Amitabha, has an innate, extraordinary treasure that was created when the heaven and earth were first created, the 8 treasures lotus throne. It can transform into a transmigration pool of virtues, and as long as a single thread of true spirit is left in it, one will be immortal." Madman Shui smacked his lips enviously and said mysteriously, as long as a single thread of true spirit is placed in the 8 treasures lotus throne in advance. Even if one's body is killed and soul is destroyed, as long as the true spirit remains. After the 8 treasures lotus throne is transformed into a transmigration pool of virtues, it will only take a huge amount of Buddhist willpower to reforge one's golden body, or transform into an arhat, or even a bodhisattva. If one makes a great contribution to the Buddhist League, it is not impossible for one to transform into a Buddha directly. Staring fixedly at Madman Shui, Wuxia clenched his jaws and said, "All those immortals and itinerant cultivators who fought against us crazily over the past few days, have their true spirits been placed in the 8 treasures lotus throne?" Madman Shui gave Wuxia a strange look and said with a wry smile, "Tell me, if not for the fact that they have a thread of true spirit in the 8 treasures lotus throne, which gives them no fear of death and promises them great benefits after the battle, who would be so foolish to fight against the army of the Yu dynasty? Myriad Immortal Alliance is just a loose alliance of immortals, and they are not the sons of the sovereign. So why would they fight so desperately?" According to Madman Shui, almost all the immortals and itinerant cultivators of Myriad Immortal Alliance, as long as they took part in the battle against the Yu dynasty, had placed a thread of true spirit in the 8 treasures lotus throne in advance. The reason why those immortals and itinerant cultivators who took part in the battle were even crazier and more fanatical than the immortals of Myriad Immortal Alliance was because the Buddhist League had given them an extra promise. If those immortals who had attained the righteous fruit of heaven immortal perished, they would directly form their arhat golden body in the transmigration pool of virtue, and the power they obtained would definitely be greater than their original strength. If they contributed a certain amount of meritorious service, such as destroying Jianfeng City and killing those immortals who killed and wounded the great Yu army, they might directly obtain the Buddhahood of Bodhisattva, possessing the overall strength equivalent to that of a gold immortal. Buddhist cultivators did not attach great importance to the improvement of their cultivation base, but to the accumulation of the power of faith as well as the sudden epiphany. Therefore, there was a saying in the Buddhist League that one could become a Buddha with a single thought, as long as one could comprehend some unique power from the Buddhist scriptures. Even an ordinary mortal could become a Buddha in an instant. With the overall strength of the Buddhas, as long as they did not hesitate to spend a great amount of power of faith, they could definitely fulfill the promise they made to those immortals and itinerant cultivators. They themselves were only heaven immortals, and perhaps they would never be able to become gold immortals. However, as long as they joined the union of myriad immortals in attacking the Yu, risking their lives to destroy some villages and cities, and killing a few of the Yu's soldiers, perhaps when they condensed their golden body in the transmigration pool of virtue, they would have the power of a bodhisattva. They could either be a powerless little heaven immortal for the rest of their lives, or achieve the Buddhahood of Bodhisattva in the Buddhist League, which would at least allow them to control a small heavenly realm. Comparing the two, Wuxia could easily guess the choice of those immortals and itinerant cultivators. The promise the Buddhist League made to those itinerant cultivators was that even if they did not have good aptitude in this life, it would be difficult for them to become heaven immortals. However, since the Buddhist League controlled half of the 6 paths of reincarnation in the Yellow Springs, they could influence the reincarnation of these itinerant cultivators. After these rogue cultivators died, the Buddha Lord would use the power of the merit reincarnation pond to help these rogue cultivators repair their souls. Then, he would send them to be reincarnated so that they could enjoy glory and wealth. And, at the same time, they would have excellent cultivation aptitude. The Buddhist League promised that after these itinerant cultivators enjoyed everything they had, they would send disciples to bring them into the Buddhist League and do their best to cultivate them. At the very least, they would become arhats. An arhat of the Buddhist League would at least be able to control a populated planet in a small heavenly realm, which was better than being an itinerant cultivator with the lowest status on Panga continent. With the promise of the Buddhist League and such generous conditions, myriad immortal alliance, and those itinerant immortals and itinerant cultivators had caused such heavy losses to the Yu. When these cultivators did not even care about their lives, how many lives would it take for the Yu's soldiers to fight them to the death? Wuxia sucked in a cold breath. Who made this plan? How could it be so vicious and decisive? And what exactly was the purpose of this plan? Overall, Myriad Immortal Alliance was a complete loser in this plan. The sovereign was seriously wounded, and his life was in danger. A dozen elders were severely wounded, and it was unknown if they could recover. Most of the immortals and itinerant cultivators had accepted the conditions of the Buddhist League, and once they died, they would become disciples of the Buddhist League. None of this would benefit Myriad Immortal Alliance. What exactly were they trying to do? Madman Shui could not answer Wuqi's question. He and Lao AI were just disciples of Delightful Buddha, and they had just joined the sect. Although they had been ordered to bring many cultivators of the Buddhist League to Panga Continent to stir up trouble, he had not been able to get close to the real core circle of the Buddhist League, and could not figure out the purpose of all this. In general, in the end, only the Buddhist League had received the greatest benefit. How many allies did Myriad Immortal Alliance have on Panga Continent? Each province might have only a few thousand or even tens of thousands of immortals and itinerant cultivators. But under the rule of the Yu, there were tens of thousands of first-grade provinces, and each of them had 300 provinces. So, the total number of immortals owned by Myriad Immortal Alliance was truly a terrifying number. If so many immortals and itinerant cultivators joined the Buddhist League, its overall strength would definitely be greatly improved. And in the process, the Buddhist League would be able to constantly recruit those displaced people. For Buddhist League cultivators, natural treasures, spirit herbs, and immortal stones were important, but the foundation of their cultivation lay in the number of believers. For those high-level cultivators, such as bodhisattvas and Buddhas, the more stable their foundation would be, and the stronger their overall strength would be. It was equivalent to Myriad Immortal Alliance fighting for their lives, and all the benefits would be taken away by the Buddhist League. But Wuqi did not believe that Myriad Immortal Alliance was such a self-sacrificing existence. Just by looking at the style of Li Qinghua, the son of the sovereign, he knew that Myriad Immortal Alliance was not a charity organization. So, what exactly was the Myriad Immortal Alliance trying to do? Why did they involve Patriarch Miao Ying and even the high-ranking officials of the Celestial Court? And it seemed that Liu Bang, the Celestial Ambassador appointed by the Celestial Emperor, was also involved in this. What exactly were they trying to do? Patting Madman Shui's bald head, Wuqi said in a deep voice, "Go back and tell your master about this." Madman Shui grinned, nodded, and said, "Master said that we should just follow behind and take advantage of the situation." Twitching his lips contemptuously, Madman Shui said in a gloomy voice, "We know these baldies are plotting something, but what does that have to do with us? If we don't take the benefits, we will lose our lifespan." Clapping his hands happily, Wuqi laughed and said, "Isn't that the truth?" After a brief moment of pondering, Wuqi whispered a few words to Madman Shui. After that, both men exchanged a glance and nodded at the same time. Wuqi punched Madman Shui on the shoulder and shattered his shoulder blade. Meanwhile, Madman Shui pulled out a Muni Pearl given to him by Buddha of Joy before he left and hit Wuqi's face with it. The impact caused Wuqi's face to cave in and nearly disfigure his face. Both men sprung up into the air with their wounds, cursing and swearing as they ran back to the flying ship. This time, it was Wuqi who was running in the front. Madman Shui produced the Muni Pearl given to him by Buddha and smashed Wuqi with it. The pearl smashed onto Wuqi's body like raindrops, making all the bones in Wuqi's body produce cracking noises, while his arms and legs were broken and tendons torn. It was a miserable sight. As soon as Wuqi returned to the flying ship, he immediately ordered the army to retreat. When Huang Liang and the others saw that Wuqi was defeated, they quickly turned the ship around and fled. Madman Shui laughed and ordered Iju and the others not to chase after them. while he continued to recruit refugees and expand his believers. Wuxia fled for several tens of thousands of miles. Just as he was about to find a place to rest, an emergency message suddenly came from the voice transmitting formation on the flying ship. Angel Liu Bang was assassinated in Xianxia province, severely wounded and dying. The assassin was Jing Mo, the left military minister of Xianxia province. Chapter 617. This lad is really ruthless. Touching the wound on his face, Wu Qi gasped in pain. A few days ago, Wu Qi and Madman Shui had put on a good show. Madman Shui had used the Moony Pearl to break all of Wu Qi's tendons and bones, forcing him to flee with his army. The news had spread across Zhong province. After Wu Qi reported the incident to Bo Yunting in an official document, he returned to High Province with several dozens of his personal guards to recuperate, while the soldiers under his command continued to fight under the leadership of the generals sent by Yu Clan. The Moony Pearl was a Buddhist magical artifact. It was crafted by eminent Buddhists by fusing their own Buddhist energy with the willpower of all people, and using all kinds of pearls naturally produced by the heaven and earth as their main body. It had the powerful ability to destroy all fabrications and wipe out all evil spirits. The Moony Pearl in Madman Shui's hand was crafted by Buddha Wishful Joy, and its power was extraordinary. Even a gold immortal would have his flesh and bones shattered by a single pearl. It was a very powerful magical artifact. Even though Wu Qi had a very strong fleshly body, he was still severely injured after being struck by the Moony Pearl a few times. His face was also hit by a pearl, and the bridge of his nose was dented. His injuries were even more serious. A thread of Buddhist energy lingered in his wounds, tangling with them. Even if he took some spirit pills and medicines, it would be difficult for him to fully recover. Fortunately, Wu Qi had Princess Zhang Lu by his side, who had inherited the great Tao of the ancient heaven god. Princess Zhang Lu had exercised the power of heaven and earth to neutralize 99% of the Buddhist energy that had invaded Wu Qi's body, and only then did Wu Qi's injuries heal by more than half. However, the face was fragile and delicate. Although most of his injuries had healed, the wound on his face still made Wu Qi feel very uncomfortable. There were still some cracks on his cheekbones, and even when he breathed, Wu Qi felt a sharp pain in his head. Staring at a clear spring amidst the vast expanse of yellow sand, he gave his own face a glance, took a deep breath, and with a sway of his body, he sped forward. This was no longer the Central Province, but the Yellow Sand Province, which was more than 100 provinces away from the Central Province. This was also the place where the angel Liu Bang was assassinated. The news that Liu Bang was assassinated by the left minister of Xianxia province and was seriously injured had spread throughout the Yu in just a few days. Emissaries from various powers rushed to Xianxia province, and Wu Qi did not want to be left behind. He left a celestial fiend puppet in High Province and pretended to be seriously injured, while he went straight to Xianxia province. During the war, the officials of the Yu were very strict with the management of the teleportation formations. Wu Qi spent a lot of effort to get here through the teleportation formation. When he arrived at Xianxia's house, it had been 3 days and 4 nights since Liu Bang was assassinated. Wu Qi left the capital of Xianxia province in a hurry and rushed to the place where Liu Bang was assassinated at the fastest speed, Yueya City. Yueya City was the most important city in Xianxia province apart from the capital. It was also the city that was destroyed by the stars of Myriad Immortal Alliance more than a year ago. The city was extremely rich in resources, producing a large number of rare metals and minerals. It was one of the important raw materials for the military court of the Yu to forge all kinds of upper-grade weapons and armors, as well as countless large war machines. Therefore, hundreds of millions of people lived around Yueya City all year round, relying entirely on mining for their livelihood. The attack of the stars of Myriad Immortal Alliance had crushed hundreds of millions of people within thousands of miles around Yueya City. 60% of them were skilled miners and smelters, which had caused a devastating blow to the mining industry of Wuxia City. Therefore, Xianxia province was the largest province in the Yu that contributed the most to the encirclement of immortals and itinerant cultivators. Even the military court of Liangzhu had stationed an elite army of 300,000 soldiers in Xianxia province, which was directly under the command of the human emperor, striving to wipe out all the immortals and itinerant cultivators in Xianxia province and the surrounding areas. In such an important place, it was reasonable for the angel Liu Bang to come to Wuxia City to mediate. However, as soon as Liu Bang entered Wuxia City, he was stabbed in the chest by Jing Mo, the left military minister of Xianxia province. Now his life was in danger, and his soul might scatter at any time. Such a big event immediately shook all sides of the Yu dynasty, and all kinds of people rushed to the scene. Wuxia hurried through the boundless yellow sand with the innate escape method. He wanted to rush to Wuxia City and see what kind of trick Liu Bang wanted to play. If he was not seriously injured, Wuxia was ready to take the opportunity to seriously injure him. If he was really seriously injured, Wuxia did not mind giving him a push, and even using the remote curse to teach his true spirit on the 8 Treasures Lotus platform a lesson. Of course, the 8 Treasures Lotus platform was the supreme treasure of the current Lord Buddha, and it was an innate spirit item born from a wisp of innate primal energy. It was very difficult to tamper with the 8 Treasures Lotus platform. But even if he could not destroy Liu Bang's true spirit, Wuxia wanted to teach him a lesson, and at the same time, annoy these cultivators of the Buddhist League. He had a bad feeling that the cultivators of the Buddhist League had colluded with the immortals from the heaven and were carrying out their plan on Pangdu continent with great fanfare, which could very well endanger him. Not only Wuxia himself, but also so many of his friends, brothers, relatives, and lovers. If he sat back and watched these people do whatever they wanted, the consequences would be very difficult to clean up. So he had to do something. Even if I am a mayfly trying to shake an iron tree, I will do something. Wuxia took a deep breath, and the thick earth element energy under the yellow sand within 100 miles quickly rushed into his body. Suddenly, the underground energy veins under him moved, and in the blink of an eye, Wuxia was hundreds of millions of miles away. With the innate escape art found in the Scroll of Stealing and the Quafu chasing the Sunstep being combined, Wuxia could travel hundreds of millions of miles in a blink of an eye like a ghost, and without raising a single speck of dust, he came to Wuxia City, located at the border of Xianxia province. Standing on the peak of a bronze-colored mountain, Wuxia looked down at the surroundings. The mountain was over 100 miles tall, and the surrounding mountains stretched for an unknown distance. Even with the eyesight of Wuxia's chaotic divine eyes, he could not see where the edge of the mountains was. To the west of Wuxia, the mountains formed a huge crescent-shaped valley, and in the middle of the valley was a large blue lake, whose water was also crescent-shaped. Between the lake and the mountains, along with the flow of the mountains and the water, was where Wuxia City used to be. But the star of Myriad Immortal Alliance had completely flattened Wuxia City, and a huge gap had appeared in both the mountains and the lake, adding a strange and ferocious look to the originally harmonious scene. The place where Wuxia was standing was the edge of the mountain range where the mountains had been destroyed. That day, the star had fallen near this place, shattering the mountains and collapsing the ground. Although Pangdu continent had the ability to repair itself, the terrain had changed. The mountains that stretched like a screen had turned into a rugged stone forest here. It was as if a large piece of the crescent-shaped mountain had been bitten off, and the lake had spread along the damaged terrain, filling the stone forest with water. Next to the new stone forest, a city that was obviously newly built stood between the mountains and the rivers, surrounded by barracks filled with a towering murderous aura. At least 100,000 soldiers were stationed here. Hundreds of flying ships of various sizes were hovering in the sky, and right above the city was a strange-looking pyramid made entirely of black stones, with a total of 3 steps from top to bottom. The base of the pyramid measured about 1 mile in both length and width, and stood about 2,000 feet tall. It was divided into 3 parts from top to bottom, each connected by a steep staircase. Hundreds of oracles from the Directorate of Celestials were sitting cross-legged at the edge of the pyramid, shrouded in a hazy halo, with vague shadows of ghosts and deities hovering motionlessly above their heads. Vaguely visible primordial runes flickered on the surface of the dark pyramid, emanating a terrible pressure that made one's heart palpitate. With just a glance at the pyramid, Wuxia felt a chill run down his spine, as if there was a prehistoric beast hiding in it. It was a terrifying beast that killed people like scything flax. It was hiding in its lair and was probably sleeping, but the aura emanating from it made Wuxia feel as if he had encountered his natural enemy. His muscles were all tensed up, and his heart was pounding madly. He could not wait to leave this place as soon as possible. A.O. Buzin poked his head out of Wuxia's clothes, spat out a tiny flame, and said in a low voice, "That damned flaming tiger. Lao Tzu has finally digested all his divine power. Damn it, why is it the aura of Yazi?" In terms of seniority, Lao Tzu has to address their patriarch as uncle. So this should be a little cub that was born later, right? Yazi? Wuxia patted A.O. Buzin on the head and said, "You mean there's a Yazi in that black pyramid?" A.O. Buzin licked the corner of his mouth and murmured in a low voice, "This is clearly the supreme tower of the Yu's Directorate of Celestials, which proves that there is a supreme oracle guarding this place. How is this a pyramid? The tower has 3 grades, and this is a lower grade supreme oracle. TSK, an expert of the realm of primordial immortal." Chuckling, A.O. Buzin said in a low voice, "A supreme oracle who is fused with the soul of a Yazi beast. Good heavens, he is also an expert who cultivates both magic and fleshly body. We can't afford to offend him, and it's best not to get close to him. An old fool like him, who cultivates both magic and fleshly body, but has reached the realm of supreme oracle, is the biggest headache for those immortals of the celestial court, and those bald donkeys of the Buddhist League. This old fellow in front of us can fight at least 3 immortals of the same realm as him at the same time." Wuxia gave A.O. Buzin a look of horror. An oracle or warrior who had cultivated both magic and fleshly body to the realm of primordial immortal could fight 3 immortals of the same realm at the same time. Sensing the shock in Wuxia's heart, A.O. Buzin began to count one by one. The soul of a Yazi beast is an expert of the realm of primordial immortal. His fleshly body is equivalent to a primordial immortal, and he can fight a primordial immortal head-on. Coupled with the Tao of ghost and deity he cultivates, the ghost god he worships is at least a primordial immortal. If he uses all these tricks one by one, he can easily deal with 3 immortals. Twitching his mouth, A.O. Buzin nodded and said, "Of course, those 3 primordial immortals cannot have a primordial immortal artifact. Otherwise, a primordial immortal artifact would be equivalent to a primordial immortal who has cultivated successfully, and its power would be greater. If they have a primordial immortal artifact, the one who will be defeated will be this old fellow in front of us." Wuxia nodded slowly. That was reasonable. After all, who was a primordial immortal? For a supreme oracle, even if he cultivated both magic and fleshly body, to be able to fight 3 immortals at the same time was not taking primordial immortal seriously. That was reasonable. Half of an immortal's strength was in his own immortal artifact, and having a primordial immortal artifact and not having one made a huge difference. Staring at the black supreme tower, Wuxia was wondering why there was such a powerful figure in this place. Suddenly, a faint blood mist drifted past Wuxia's feet. Wuxia quickly looked down and saw that the blood mist was actually a large, hazy flag, and a tall fiend figure was wrapped in it. The banner of Qiyu. And this guy. Wuxia's pupils constricted to the size of a needle tip. Chapter 618. The whistling wind rolled up countless grains of yellow sand, turning them into a murky sandstorm and rushing forward. Protected by the banner of Qiyu, Xianyu transformed into a hazy blood mist and slowly moved forward in the sandstorm, approaching the newly built Yuya city step by step. All his attention was focused on the city and the military camp in front of him, and he did not notice that Wuxia was standing on the peak of a mountain tens of miles above him, looking down at him. Frowning, Wuxia sneered and said, "Great minds think alike. Both of us are eyeing Pangu continent, a fat piece of meat." He took a few deep breaths and circulated a wisp of chaotic energy across his cheeks, melting away the remaining wisp of Buddhist energy in his cheekbones. After that, Wuqi transformed into a gust of wind and blended into the sandstorm, moving forward cautiously at a distance of less than 3 miles behind Xianyu. Wuqi was puzzled. What was Xianyu doing here? And when did he come to Panga continent? How many men did he bring? Did he bring the woman who Wuqi could not forget? The sandstorm soon blanketed the city, and the shouts of generals could be heard coming from every corner of the military camp. The human warriors with strong, fleshly bodies walked out of their tents and slapped long iron stakes into the ground to reinforce the tents. The strong wind brought a great deal of sand and dust and smacked the tents, causing them to tremble violently, while the iron stakes were pushed along by the strong wind and rattled noisily on the ground. Wuqi followed Xianyu and snuck into the camp. He watched as Xianyu approached the back of a soldier who was reinforcing the tent, then broke the soldier's neck with ease. After that, he donned the soldier's armor and began strolling around the camp. Xianyu was an expert in the art of military formations, and he was very familiar with all kinds of activities in the military camp. Now, in the sandstorm, the soldiers were all hiding in their tents, and few came out. On top of that, Xianyu possessed a strange and unfathomable demonic technique, which allowed him to travel in the strong wind at any time. With that, he easily circled around the camp, and even circled a few rounds in the newly built city. It seemed that he could not find the man he was looking for. Shaking his head discontentedly, he covered his aura with the banner of Qiyu and snuck out of the military camp again. But as soon as he stepped out of the military camp, a cold laugh came from the supreme tower in the sky. "Have you seen enough? If you have, then stay here." A strange whistling noise rang out as a plume of black smoke shot down from the supreme tower. Amidst the black smoke, a huge bony hand leaped out of it. It was about an acre in circumference, and with a suffocating pressure, it went straight towards Xianyu and grabbed him with one swift move. Xianyu gave a cold snort. His fleshly body suddenly swelled to hundreds of feet tall. Then he threw a punch at the bony hand. A loud boom rang out, and a few sparks flew out from the bony hand. Xianyu gave a muffled snort, and his fist was stained with blood, which sprayed hundreds of feet away. A wisp of dark mist seeped into his arm from his injured fist, quickly turning his fist and arm pitch black. Then the dark mist began to spread along his arm and into his body. The dark mist kept making shrill, squeaking noises, as if there were countless rats hiding in Xiangyu's arm, and were about to gnaw at it until only bones were left. Xiangyu staggered back dozens of steps, knocking his head against a sentry tower in front of the military camp's gate. The nearly 1,000 feet tall sentry tower crumbled to pieces. 5 soldiers on duty on the tower, led by a low-ranking officer, leaped down from the tower. 5 broadswords and 1 long sword transformed into 6 beams of cold light, thrusting straight at Xiangyu's back. Wu Qi shook his head. Xianyu is still so impulsive. Does he think he can do whatever he wants in the enemy's camp, just because he is protected by the banner of Qiyu? Wu Qi had never considered that this was the imperial army from Liangzhu, the capital city of the Yu, under the direct command of the human emperor. Even the weakest soldier in this army had the overall strength that was at least strong enough to fight against a body cultivator of heaven immortal realm. Xiangyu's overall strength had just stepped into the realm of heaven immortal, and yet he dared to come here and do whatever he wanted. Sighing softly, Wu Qi moved his body forward, sliced open the void soundlessly, and appeared behind Xiangyu. He pointed his finger out, and the star shark transformed into a clump of silvery green mist and shot out, enveloping the 6 soldiers. Countless tiny starlights spun and shot rapidly in the mist, piercing through the sturdy bodies of these soldiers. In just a blink of an eye, the power of stars condensed by the star shark had smashed the 6 soldiers to a pulp. Grabbing Xianxia with one hand, Wuxia stomped his right foot on the ground and took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already brought Xianxia hundreds of millions of miles away. After taking 18 steps in a row, Wuxia and Xianxia were already 3 provinces away. Suddenly, someone beside Wuxia blew a light breath into Wuxia and Xianxia's ears, and a hoarse and cold voice pierced into their ears like a steel needle. It is not easy to have such a level of attainment in the Quafu chasing the sun step. Which prince's subordinate are you? Hee, if you dare to offend me again, having your soul destroyed will be considered a light punishment. 2 muffled booms rang out, as both Wuxia and Xianxia were severely wounded at the same time. Wuqi's spine exploded with a boom, leaving a fist-sized bloody hole in front of his chest. At the same time, blood burst out of Xianxia's dantian and forehead. His dantian and spiritual ocean were severely wounded at the same time, and more than half of his magical power was gone. It almost knocked him down from the realm of heaven, immortal to immortal. Wuxia was scared out of his wits. He had taken 18 Quafu chasing the sun steps in a row, but the fearsome figure in the supreme tower had easily found him and Xianxia, and had even given them a warning and a small punishment. Fortunately, Wuxia was using the Quafu chasing the sun step, a cultivation technique of the human race, which made the dreadful supreme oracle think that Wuxia was from one of the powers in the Yu dynasty. Perhaps he had some scruples of his own, which was why he showed mercy to Wuxia and Xianxia. He dared not imagine what would have happened if he had fled with Xianxia using an innate escape art, and the supreme oracle had found out that he was using an immortal art. Would he and Xianxia have been wiped out by the supreme oracle in the blink of an eye? The sharp rebuke just now had nearly shattered his innate divine soul, shattered his spine, and nearly ripped his body to shreds. Both of the injuries were so close to taking his life. Just a little bit of insignificant force was enough to destroy Wuqi's soul, or completely destroy his fleshly body. This was the power of a supreme oracle. Wuxia staggered a few steps forward and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His legs went limp, and he fell heavily to the ground. Xianxia was in an even worse state. His dantian and forehead were severely injured at the same time, and his eyes were rolling backward, with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. His magic power was out of control under his skin, wriggling here and there like countless earthworms. It was a horrible sight to see. Shivering, Wuxia got his feet. Ignoring Xianxia's condition, he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to silently exercise the healing technique found in the true body of heaven and earth scripture. A purple rune that looked like it was forged of crystal emerged in front of Wuxia. Countless wisps of purple mist that could only be sensed by mystic arts and could not be detected by naked eyes or divine sense rushed out from under Panga continent and rushed into Wuqi's body. His shattered spine was rapidly regenerating, and one white bone after another was reforming his shattered skin and flesh at a speed visible to the naked eye. After more than 2 hours, Wuxia sprung to his feet. His fleshly body had been repaired, and the healing power of the true body of heaven and earth scripture was amazing. Waving his fists and kicking his legs, he walked up to Xianxia and stuffed a few soul-nourishing and life-saving spirit pills into the mouth of Xianxia, who was on the brink of death. Xianxia's body trembled slightly, and he finally woke up from his coma. He coughed violently, coughing a few clots of dried blood from his throat. Before he could see Wuqi's face clearly, he cried out in a deep voice, "I am Xianxia, the Hegemon King of Western Shu. Thank you for saving my life today, my benefactor. I will repay you handsomely in the future." As the voice rang out, Xianxia raised his head and recognized Wuqi's face at first glance. which was slightly deformed by Mao Niju's heavy blow. Great Yan's Duke of Tianyin, Wuxia. Xianxia was stunned. Then he asked word by word. His tone had become extremely cold, as if the words were dug out from a 10,000-year-old glacier, making Wuxia shudder involuntarily. Long time no see. He Jimin King of Western Chu. With a smile on his face, Wuxia cupped his fist and greeted Xianxia. Xianxia let out a few strange laughs in a deep voice. Suddenly, he leaped up into the air, and when he had just jumped 10 feet into the air, a pitch-black spear appeared in his hand. With a loud roar of a tiger, he thrust the spear straight towards Wuxia's throat. A loud cracking noise rang out, as a purple electric arc burst out from the spear, thrusting towards Wuxia's body like a giant serpent. Wuxia stood still in front of Xianxia with his hands clasped behind his back. The electric arc smashed accurately onto Wuxia's body, ripping Wuxia's clothes to shreds. Like a dragon, the electric arc smashed viciously onto Wuxia's body, shattering into countless tiny electric arcs and scattering in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the pitch-black spear was pointed right at Wuxia's throat. The spear bent abruptly, and with his eyes bloodshot, Xianxia howled as he thrust the spear forward with all his might. A crisp sound rang out, and the spear exploded. With a muffled groan, Xianxia was sent flying hundreds of feet away. His hands were badly mutilated by the broken spear handle, and he staggered back dozens of steps before falling heavily on one knee on the ground. "Bastard!" Xianxia roared furiously, pointing his finger at Wuxia and saying, "I'm going to pull out your tendons, peel off your skin, eat your flesh, and use your soul as a lampwick so that you will never be able to reincarnate." Ao Buzin wiggled his body and crawled onto Wuxia's shoulder. He glanced at Wuxia, then at Xianxia, and said in a professional tone, "You killed his father and stole his wife. You're not as old as him, so I'm sure you didn't kill his father, but stealing his wife. That's for sure. You've hooked up with his woman, haven't you? Hurry up and kill him. Kill his husband, steal his wife, and let his child call you his father. How great would that be?" Wuxia almost coughed out a mouthful of blood. He glared at Ao Buzin, grabbed him by the neck, and shoved him into his sleeve. Sighing softly, Wuxia cupped his fist at Xianxia and said, "You can't blame me for that." Xianxia glared at Wuxia and was about to roar, but he suddenly froze and clenched his teeth. A few cracking sounds rang out, and many of his teeth were broken. Then, he snorted coldly at Wuxia and said, "From now on, don't ever show your face in front of Lao Tzu again. Or else, even if your cultivation base is 10,000 times stronger than Lao Tzu will still kill you." Xianxia took a deep breath and slowly rose to his feet, fixing his blood-red eyes at Wuxia. After a long, long time, he suddenly transformed into a beam of blood-red light and shot up into the sky, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Wuxia stared at Xianxia's fleeing beam in horror. This is not him. This is definitely not his style," he said in astonishment. Before his voice could fade away, a dark shadow suddenly emerged from the void behind him, and a cold gleam shot soundlessly toward the back of Wuxia's head. Chapter 619. Wuxia shook his head and said with a cold grin, "That camp belongs to us, do you? What does it have to do with you, fellow Taoist Han?" Laughing wildly, Han Xian flashed his body and shot out dozens of extremely thin beams of cold light from both hands towards Wuxia's face. The beams of cold light were silent. Around Wuxia, dozens of Xianbing crystal walls kept rushing out, but they were all shattered by the beams of cold light. For a moment, it was as if a peerless zither player was plucking the strings of a pipa with his fingers. The air was filled with a clear and melodious tune. The crystal walls were shattered, and a large sheet of cold air spread out in all directions. Countless palm-sized, hexagonal snowflakes, as thin as cicadas' wings, fell down from the sky at high speed, plunging towards Han Xian like a rain of blades and arrows. As the beams of cold light approached Wuxia at high speed, Han Xen cried out in a low voice, "This is the 7 killing stab, refined from the essence of the 7 killing star. Nothing in this world can stop it. Enjoy the wonderful feeling of having this killing power enter your body." The sky was filled with killing intent, and the morale was as strong as steel. The strong aura of an army made Wu Qi's body feel very uncomfortable. Hurriedly, he exercised all kinds of soul-protecting mystic arts found in the Inferno Hell Fiend scripture to stabilize his soul. Letting out a long breath, Wu Qi nodded to Han Xian and said, "Oh, fellow Taoist Han. It must have been hard for you to track me all the way from Xianxia province to here." Wu Qi snorted coldly. The Xian Bing rose into the sky and fiercely charged towards Han Xian. The aura of a battlefield emanating from Han Xian's eyes grew stronger and stronger. Vaguely, he could hear the battle cries of countless soldiers, the noises of blades, spears, swords, and halberds cutting flesh and bones, the rumbling of war drums, and the thunderous galloping of horses. An extremely fierce and brave aura rose from the ground. Vaguely, a mist of blood burst out from around Han Xian, and suddenly, a large crimson star emerged behind him. Han Xian slowly lowered his body, and specks of cold light gradually appeared in his palms. He sneered in a low voice and said, "Looks like you're not willing to tell me your purpose for coming here. Forget it. I'll chop off your limbs and collect your soul. I'll find the answer myself. Haha, you really shouldn't have gotten involved in this matter." The star shark refined by Wu Qi could also gather starlight and turn it into an indestructible star aurora that could shoot out and injure people. This kind of strange magical power that was tempered by starlight collided with the 7 killing stab, and they were a good pair of opponents. The specks of starlight shattered, and the 7 killing stinger, which was originally flying at incredible speed, was also hit by the starlight. Its flying speed suddenly decreased by more than 100 times. Black shadow. It was indeed a black shadow. This shadow was like a person's shadow that suddenly stood upright under the sun. It was so dark that it seemed as if it had been smeared with countless black lacquers. There were no facial features to speak of at all. Even though Wu Qi's chaos divine eyes were powerful, he couldn't see through this man's face. Obviously, this man had some kind of extremely strange magic, or had been shielding his body and sense of power with a secret treasure. A strange weapon made from the original starlight of the 7 killing star? Staring at the black shadow for quite a while, Wu Qi abruptly laughed out and said, "Who do you think you are? You said that you can turn my body into meat paste, but can you really kill me? Why are you cowering? Are you too ashamed to see the others? Come on, let me see how powerful you are." Clang! The star shark quaked intensely, and Han Xian was forced back for a few steps. Han Xian looked at Wu Qi and growled in a deep voice, "I am Han Xian, soldier." Snorting coldly, Wu Qi's body suddenly transformed into a puff of devil power and dissipated. The cold beam of light penetrated the devil power, transformed from Wu Qi, and spun in the air for tens of circles, but failed to locate Wu Qi's power. Helplessly, it could only transform into a beam of cold light and fly back, falling into the hand of the man who suddenly showed up in the air. Han Xian narrowed his eyes. The blood-red light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He said coldly, "Why do you pretend to be ignorant? Since you went to Xianxia province, don't you know that our emperor was attacked by an assassin in Xianxia province, and we don't know whether he's still alive or not? We all know what you're going to do there. Why do you need to hide it with lies?" Han Xian just kept moving quickly around Wu Qi, his body flickering and flashing in the air like a ghost, appearing here and there from time to time. Dozens of cold beams of light kept piercing around Wu Qi, shattering the Xian Bing crystal wall and shattering the snowflakes falling from the sky when Han Xian shook his body, shattering them into ice crystals and scattering in all directions. "My fellow Taoist, why did you attack me for no reason?" Staring at the dark figure, Wu Qi let out an unpleasant laugh. A cold gleam flickered in the dark figure's palm as he pointed his finger at Wuxia and said, "It does have something to do with me. Is that man called Xianxia? I've been following him all the way here, and judging by his appearance, he looks like an old friend of mine. Is he Xianxia?" Wuxia pondered for a brief moment, then shook his head and said, "What does it have to do with you whether I know him or not?" The pitch-black fiend energy was gathering inwardly, and Wuxia had reappeared. When he was reforming his body, he had made some minor changes to his face, height, the thickness of his arms, the size of his waist, and many other details. But these minor changes had made him look like a completely different person and had nothing to do with Wuxia at all. On top of that, Wuxia had purposely released a strange aura from his body, which was the prime energy essence of the ancient mystifying hag from the Pearl of the Shun, filled with a strange power that could confuse one's mind. Layers of ice walls, as thin as a cicada's wings and measuring a few miles in circumference, emerged before the cold gleam. It was the strongest defensive divine ability found in the Dark Een Water scripture, but they were shattered by the cold gleam one after another. Amidst a silvery cracking noise, the cold gleam shattered 33 layers of ice walls in a row, piercing straight into Wuxia's chest with a killing intent that nearly froze Wuxia's marrow. "This is the armor of Greedy Wolf, and this is the sword of Vanquisher, the weapons I forged by gathering the essence of Greedy Wolf and Vanquisher. Taoist, spare your life." Wuxia was talking nonsense with his eyes wide open. He stared blankly at the shadow and said with a frown, "Xianxia? What is that? Who are you?" Wuxia feigned ignorance and asked in a cold voice. The shadow paused, then slowly circled around Wuxia, shook his head and said, "It can't be Xianxia. Years ago, he committed suicide in River Wu, and his fleshly body and soul were refined by Zhang Zifang, with the central extreme yellow devil suppressing heavenly thunder. His soul is gone, so how could he still be here? It seems that I have been too suspicious." Han Xan smiled faintly and said coolly, "I am very sensitive to the smell of blood. The man you saved had a strong blood aura emanating from his body, so I had no choice but to catch up with you. Tell me honestly, why did you intrude the army camp? I can let you die in one piece." Both men glanced at each other. While they were about to strike again, a strong stench of rotting corpses suddenly came from the surrounding air. Along with a few cracking noises, the cold gleam pierced through the 7 little fiends Wuxia had pointed out, then pierced straight into Wuxia's chest in an arc. Wuxia gave a slight cry of surprise. His body spun rapidly like a wild wind, and a hazy white mist sprayed out from his body. Within the white mist, one could vaguely see a boundless snowfield and an immeasurably large iceberg. A frigid gust of wind blew out from the mist, turning the area 100 miles in circumference around Wuxia into a world of ice and snow. The shadow gave a strange laugh, shook his head, and said, "Although it is not Xianxia, why did he come to the army camp in the middle of the night? And why did you save him? Tell me the whole story now, or else I'll definitely turn your flesh and bones into a puddle of mud and scatter your soul into nothingness." The shadow looked at Wuxia from head to toe for a long while, then nodded slowly and said, "It might not be without a reason. You know that man just now?" The shadow paused for a brief moment. Then he suddenly laughed coldly. The dark mist that enveloped his body slid down from his body like a stream of water, transforming into a faint shadow that merged with the shadow under his feet. Wuxia was taken aback. The man was clad in a tight black armor, tall and handsome. He was none other than the deputy of Liu Bang, Han Xen, whom Wuxia had met a few months ago. A wolf howl rose into the sky. The black armor on Han Xen's body shone with a dazzling, cold light. A silhouette of a wolf could be vaguely seen behind Han Xen's back. He rushed towards Wuxia at top speed, holding a strange-shaped long sword in each of his hands, and hacked towards Wuxia's head. Wuxia had only taken a glance at the large red star, which was full of sharp edges, when his divine soul felt as if it had been heavily cut by a knife. He gave a muffled snort. He felt a hot sensation in his nose, and a large amount of blood flowed down from his nostrils. The fierce killing intent that had just smashed into his body slowly flowed out of his body along with the blood. Wuxia stared at Han Xian in shock. He had only taken a glance at the large star that had emerged from the blood mist behind Han Xian, but his divine soul was already wounded. What exactly was the origin of this large star? Wuxia stared at the dark shadow. So, this man had been following them all the way from the Yuya City's barracks? The Supreme Oracle in the Supreme Tower had all kinds of mystic techniques and divine abilities, and he was an almighty expert of the realm of primordial immortal. It was understandable that he could track them with his divine sense. Although Wuxia did not leave any trace of his aura, Xianxia had left behind a trace of the smell of blood. It was his fate to be chased all the way here. But this dark shadow had been following them all the way here and still managed to find them so accurately across 3 provinces. This was an incredible ability. 36 tall figures, each about 30 feet tall and wrapped in white bandages like mummies and emitting a strong stench of corpses, emerged out of thin air. Without uttering a single word, they leaped towards Wuxia and Han Xian. A cold light shot over and arrived behind Wuxia in a blink of an eye. After Wuxia began to practice the true body of heaven and earth scripture, his fleshly body had developed a very mysterious divine ability. Before his divine soul could react, his fleshly body had automatically shifted to the side and pointed out a finger backhandedly. As soon as the finger was pointed out, the void within about a foot in circumference in front of the fingertip suddenly cracked and cracked open, from which came shooting out an immense cold air. "Do you know the man who turned into a blood beam and fled just now?" asked the dark shadow in a deep voice. At this moment, Han Xian's eyes were bloodshot, emitting a 1-foot-long blood-red light. Vaguely, a boundless battlefield could be seen in the blood-red light screen, where countless soldiers were charging forward with all kinds of weapons in their hands. Standing in front of Han Xian, Wuxia felt an extremely fierce and murderous aura coming at him, as if hundreds of millions of mighty soldiers were charging at him. Even with his current cultivation base, Wuxia could not help but sway and almost stumble backward. After a moment of silence, Wuxia slowly took dozens of steps back. Wuxia gave a cold snort, along with a long and shrill cry. The star shark darted out from between his brows, transforming into a huge green shark shadow that swished across the sky. Specks of starlight converged in the long rainbow brought up by the star shark, clashing with the 7 killing needles and producing a deafening boom. The cold air condensed into 7 tiny ghost heads, clashing with the 7 killing needles and clashing with each other, producing a deafening roar. Chapter 620. A strange noise rang out as a huge palm slapped down towards the top of Wuqi's head. Wuqi gave a loud cry, and a 3-inch thick Xianbing wall appeared above his head. When the palm slapped on the Xianbing wall, a large sheet of dense, dark green smoke sprayed out from the palm, while the Xianbing wall let out a shrill squeaking noise, as if ice water was poured on a red-hot iron block. The noise made Wuqi's ears ache and his heart itch. In just a fraction of a second, the smoke from the palm corroded the Xianbing wall, and the huge palm continued slapping down towards Wuqi. Wuqi was shocked. Although he was only a peak-stage heaven immortal now, the Xianbing wall in the Darkening Water Scripture was a top-notch defensive divine ability, capable of freezing all kinds of poisonous gases and poison waters, and had a great restraining effect on all kinds of evil things. Yet, such a miraculous divine ability was actually restrained by the dark green smoke. What exactly were these 36 things that emitted the stench of rotting corpses? Not daring to take the palm strike head-on, Wuqi swayed his body and dodged the palm strike like a swimming fish. A loud boom rang out in the surroundings. 36 sturdy figures wrapped in white cloths waved their hands at the same time and performed a strange incantation gesture. Then a shrill, unpleasant incantation rang out in the air, and in the next moment, countless 10 feet wide and long white cloths shot over from all directions, quickly intertwining into a spherical space with a diameter of several tens of miles, wrapping Wuxia, Han Xian, and the 36 monsters at the same time. Wuxia felt his vision turn dark, and then he found himself trapped in a strange space that was pitch black, with nothing but specks of phosphorescent ghost fire drifting across it. He opened his chaotic divine eyes, but he could only see about 100 miles ahead. Beyond, there was a vast expanse of dark mist, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not see what was behind it. Next to him, Han Xian, clad in the armor of greed, was vigilantly releasing the 7 killing Stinger and Vanquisher to circle around him, illuminating an area hundreds of feet in circumference with a faint glow. "Formation," Wuxia said to Han Xian in a deep voice. Han Xian took 2 steps closer to Wuxia, gritting his teeth and saying, "Your enemy?" Wuxia rolled his eyes and immediately put the blame on Han Xian. "Nonsense. I've been cultivating in seclusion in His Excellency's mansion for many years, and I've never had any dealings with those itinerant cultivators of Panga continent. How could he be my enemy? But you, Han Xian, as the deputy of the Celestial Emissary, there must be countless people who want you dead, right?" Just now, when the Supreme Oracle in the Supreme Tower mistook Wuxia as a sinecure in some king's mansion, Wuxia immediately put the blame on himself. Then, he quickly put the blame on Han Xian. "These people are here to cause you trouble. As the deputy of Liu Bang, how could there be no one who wants to cause you trouble when Liu Bang is assassinated?" Han Xian's face flickered. He gave Wuxia a look and said coldly, "You are trapped here as well." Wuxia pondered for a moment, then raised a finger and said, "Give me 1,000 upper-grade immortal stones and some spirit pills or other natural treasures that I can use. I swear on my inner demons that I will do my best to help you break out of the formation." Han Xian was taken aback. He gave Wuxia a death stare and said through clenched teeth, "If you can get out of here, of course, I'll give you something good." Wuxia said smoothly, "I won't release the eagle until I see the rabbit. If you don't give me anything good, you can stay here and deal with this formation." Han Xian had never seen someone like Wuxia who would take advantage of the situation. Gritting his teeth in anger, he pointed at his weapon and said in a ferocious voice, You. Fine. Which king sent you here? Tell me the name of that man, and the rest can be discussed." Wuxia just smiled and said nothing. All of a sudden, a bone-chilling wind began to blow around them, rolling up dense black smoke that looked like a spider web and gradually approaching them. Figures could be seen amidst the black smoke, and vaguely, tall monsters could be seen approaching them step by step. Beside these monsters, there were some hazy and indistinct existences that constantly exuded a chilly and evil aura. These unknown existences constantly let out soft cries. When the cries entered one's ears, it was like the cries of a child's mother, causing one to have the urge to respond. Soul-snatching tune. Wuxia quickly performed a hand incantation gesture, and a primordial rune that twisted like a spirit snake took shape between his fingers, quickly entering his ears. Looking at Han Xian, Wuxia smiled and said, "Do not answer their cries, or your soul may be sucked away by some unknown existence at any time. I don't think I need to explain to you what kind of divine abilities these extraterrestrial fiends possess, do I?" Chuckling, Wuxia shook his head at Han Xian, sighed and said, "As for asking me to betray His Highness, that is absolutely impossible." After a brief moment of silence, Han Xian pointed at his own ears. Immediately, Wuxia performed another hand incantation gesture and sent a soul-concentrating seal into Han Xian's ears. The soul-concentrating seal was one of the primordial runes, which could stabilize one's soul and condense one's divine sense, preventing one's divine sense from being shaken by external evils. The Tao of primordial runes was extremely mysterious, and with Wuxia's current magical power, Even someone who was 100 times stronger than him would not be able to suck away his soul with an evil technique. Sensing that he was no longer attracted by the faintly discernible cries in the formation, Han Xian fixed his gaze at Wuxia, then fished out a palm-sized storage bag from under his sleeve and threw it over to Wuxia. He cried out in a deep voice, "There are 3,000 upper-grade immortal stones, 100 bottles of spirit medicines produced by Tusita Palace in the Celestial Court, and several hundred spirit items of various kinds in there. Help me get out of this formation, and all these are yours." Gladly, Wuxia put the storage bag, glinting with a 5-colored immortal glow, into his sleeve. Then, he raised his right hand and swore that he would do his best to protect Han Xian from the formation. After that, he spat out Star Shark and waved both palms, unleashing a large sheet of purple-green flame. Like a melted glass, the divine flame of order spread out in all directions. Wherever the purple and green-colored flame swept across, those vague and indistinct existences hiding in the darkness would let out shrill and shrill howls, as they were all turned into nothingness by the flame. An enormous amount of pure soul source energy kept rushing into his body, causing Wuqi's innate divine soul to grow rapidly once again. He took a long and comfortable breath. The chaotic energy kept transforming into the divine flame of order. In just the time of one breath, 30% of the chaotic energy in Wuqi's body had been transformed into the divine flame of order. Suddenly, Wuxia performed a lotus-shaped incantation gesture on his chest. On his fingertip, a ball of purple-green flame, about 10 feet in diameter, was burning fiercely, emanating a threatening heat that forced Han Xian to take a few steps back. Damn it! Purple and green, the divine flame of order that specializes in hurting fiends from the outer domains. Han Xian fixed his eyes on the ball of flame on Wuqi's fingertip and cried out in a low voice. Even those few great emperors could not control an innate divine flame of this level. Who's this guy? How could he have such an opportunity? After pondering for a brief moment, Han Xian suddenly grinned coldly and said, "He is indeed from the imperial clan of the Yu. He, apart from Panga continent, where else can I find an innate divine flame that can be easily absorbed? The information provided by the few celestial lords is indeed accurate. Some of the princes from the imperial clan of Dayu are serving immortal cultivators, and some of their men have even sneaked into the celestial court. What they said is true." With a deep cry, Wuqia forced all the other flames out of his body, except for a tiny wisp of flame, and compressed them into a fireball about the size of a human head in front of his chest. It was purple-green in color, and no heat could be sensed from it. All its power was condensed into a fireball. The divine flame of order had been compressed to the limit that Wuxia could reach now. From the inside to the outside, it was clearly divided into 3 layers, and the core layer had been compressed into a liquid state. Wuxia gave a deep cry and waved his right hand. The fireball shot out and smashed into the ground hundreds of feet away. A loud boom rang out, and a great sheet of purple-green flame sprayed violently in all directions. Pillars of flame, about 1,000 feet tall, rose from the ground and swept away the dark smoke and chilly wind in the surroundings. More unknown existences were burned into nothingness amidst the raging flame. An enormous soul force kept pouring into Wuqi's divine soul, causing him to gasp for breath. It took him a lot of effort to withstand the severe pain brought by the rapid growth of his divine soul. The flames swept across 1,000 miles in circumference, wiping out all the fiend gods who kept making faint cries. However, 36 tall figures were still approaching Wuxia and his companions, one step at a time. These eerie figures were shrouded in a layer of dense white light. The purple-green flame kept burning the white light, shattering it layer by layer, but new white light kept emerging. Many times, when the purple-green flame had approached their bodies, a large sheet of dark green mist would rush out and push the divine flame a few feet away. After that, new white light would burst out from their bodies. Han Xen gasped and said, "Mystic Skeleton Spirit Gathering Fiend Armor Talisman. At least 100 of them have been used. This is definitely the Mystic Skeleton Spirit Gathering Fiend Armor Talisman made by a Sun Oracle. Bastard. Who is spending so much money to kill me?" Han Xen was misled by Wuxia, thinking that these monsters were coming for him. Furthermore, when he saw the white light that kept bursting out from these monsters, Han Xen could no longer control the killing intent in his heart. He threw his head back and let out a sharp cry, then shot out the 7 killing needles with a cold gleam. Even Wuxia was shocked by what he saw. In the Directorate of Celestials, Mystic Skeleton Spirit Gathering Fiend Armor Talisman could be made by Star-Grade Junior Oracles, Sun-Grade Great Oracles, and even Supreme Oracles. However, different people made different talismans, as the materials they needed and the power they could unleash were different. The Mystic Skeleton Spirit Gathering Fiend Armor Talisman, made by a Sun-Grade Great Oracle, could withstand at least a few full-force attacks from a peak-level Heaven Immortal, and the materials used were even more expensive. On top of that, the Sun-Grade Great Oracle had to spend a lot of effort and physical strength to make these talismans, and they might even lose a few days of their lifespan. Therefore, Fiend Armor Talismans of this level were extremely rare. Even if they did exist, they were usually kept by the elders of those big clans as protective items. However, when these monsters were burned by the divine flame of order, dazzling white light kept bursting out from their bodies, and every time the white light shattered, a Fiend Armor Talisman was destroyed. In just a few breaths of time, at least 100 Fiend Armor Talismans made by Sun-Grade Great Oracles had been destroyed. The cost was simply too high. Watching Han Xen rush out like a mad bull, Wuxia could not help but grin coldly. What is wrong with this Han Xen? Isn't he known as the General of Wisdom? Why is it so hard for him to control himself now? Hee, it's not bad to have Han Xen as my fighter. You meow, is this your revenge? The strange thing is, how did you find my true form? Chapter 6:21. His killing intent towered into the sky. Right when Han Xen dashed out, 3 large stars soared up from behind his back, emitting a dazzling starlight that illuminated the surroundings. One of the large stars had countless edges and corners, which was the 7 killing star. One was pitch black like a black hole, which was the greedy wolf star, and the last one was crimson like blood, which contained countless wronged souls, which was the Vanquisher star. With these 3 stars gathered, it was the matchless power of the Vanquisher wolf star. The 7 killing needles shot through the air with a cold gleam that stretched over 1,000 feet in length, smashing onto the 36 gigantic figures like a thunderstorm. White beams kept bursting out and shattering, producing thunderous booms that shook Han Xen's body and made him tremble violently. The greedy wolf armor on his body emitted an eerie gleam, while the 2 Vanquisher swords flew out and slashed, producing several thousand sword beams that swept across all directions. 36 monstrous figures surrounded Han Xen, slapping and smashing him with their huge palms. Each of their attacks could topple a great mountain and dry up an ocean. A dense dark green, poisonous smoke spread in all directions as Han Xen fought fiercely with these monstrous figures. Wuxia pretentiously took out a few lower-grade immortal stones to replenish his energy, and in just the time of a few breaths, he had completely absorbed all the immortal energy contained in the immortal stones, transforming them into chaotic energies to replenish the energy he had consumed just now. He did not continue unleashing the divine flame of order. Instead, he waved both hands at Chi-Chi. His left hand was performing an incantation gesture and reciting an incantation. Numerous primordial runes that contained the power of earth, water, fire, wind, and many other elements of thunder roared out, transforming into a large energy storm that smashed and collided with the 36 monstrous figures. Meanwhile, large sheets of blue cold gleams kept shooting out from his right palm, as the soul-freezing immortal thunder, a mystic thunder technique found in the Darkening Water scripture, was unleashed in quick succession, hitting the monstrous figures and causing their bodies to flicker violently with cold air. Han Xian was fighting desperately at the front, making him an excellent meat shield. The strength of his fleshly body was so strong that even Wuxia was struck speechless by it. He met the palms of the 36 strange shadows head-on with his fists, and each of his punches carried a force that could break the heavens, forcing the huge shadows back. The gust of wind from his fists contained an extremely brutal killing intent from the battlefield. When a murderous aura washed over the dark green poisonous smoke, it turned into green smoke and dissipated. With such a good meat shield in front of him, Wuxia, who was originally the main character, gained a huge advantage. He only cared about using all kinds of spells to easily attack these huge monstrous shadows. For the time being, he did not need to worry about his own defense. The Star Shark blade was hovering around him, transforming into a silver cyan spiritual light that was wandering around. Every now and then, it would let out a few high-pitched screeches and shoot out large amounts of starlight that looked like rubies and sapphires. After a full hour, one of the strange shadows was finally hit by Wuqi's several dozens of ice soul and soul-splitting immortal thunders in a row. The fiend armor talisman it carried was completely depleted, and 3 thunderbolts smashed onto its body at the same time. Along with a series of cracking noises, a cold power that was strong enough to freeze even diamonds into ice crystals struck into the monster's body along with the thunder power. The white cloth wrapped around the monster's body was torn apart one after another, exposing the gigantic body that was wrapped under the white cloth. Wuxia could not help but suck in a cold breath. These huge shadows looked extremely ferocious. Wuxia reckoned they were made from the corpses of longbow men, as the chest and abdomen of all these corpses were filled with some kind of unknown filler, which should be some kind of herbal paste. Amidst the sticky, green, translucent paste, a strange heart the size of a human head was beating violently. Hundreds of black and red veins were growing out of the heart, connected to the strange shadow's body, pumping ceaselessly, sending a strong force into the strange shadow's body at all times. Their huge bodies were shriveled and ugly, their muscles tightly bunched up, and their muscle fibers could be seen clearly. They looked like dried toads, emanating an indescribable cruelty and evilness. Their facial features were deformed. Their eye sockets were filled with red crystals, and their noses and lips were cut off. Their sharp teeth were a few inches long, as sharp as blades. They did not look like the teeth of a human, but the organs of some wild beasts. 3 ice soul and soul-splitting immortal thunders from Wuxia struck the hideous monster at the same time, immediately covering its body with a thick layer of xianbing. The monster's movement slowed down abruptly, allowing Han Xian to lunge forward like a mad tiger, swinging the pair of swords whistling through the air. Dozens of sword beams hacked and hacked on the monster's body, chopping off its limbs and head. Dark blood splashed and sprayed in all directions, twisting in the air like poisonous snakes. Together with the broken limbs, they danced in the air for a few moments. Suddenly, the blood shrank inwards, and the broken limbs and head flew back to their original positions at the same time, reattaching themselves to the monster's body. A blood-red light flashed, and the wounds were healed. Then, the monster casually slapped heavily on Han Xian's back. Han Xian, who thought he had killed the monster and exposed his back to the monster, gave a muffled snort and staggered a few steps forward. The power of this palm strike was at least 10 times stronger than the one Han Xian used to fight against them just now. Fortunately, Han Xian was wearing the greedy wolf armor, an immortal item defensive armor, which prevented the poisonous gas from penetrating into Han Xian's body. However, the tremendous force of the palm strike still made Han Xian see stars, and he felt a severe pain in his spine, as if it were about to break. Bastard! What is this thing? Han Xian cursed aloud, spraying countless water droplets towards Wuxia. My vanquisher carries the killing intent of the stars in the sky and can kill all living beings in this world. But why is this thing unharmed after being hit by my sword? Wuxia coughed and said coolly, if this thing doesn't have any life force, how could fellow Taoist Han kill it with your sword? Han Xian was taken aback. Then he gave a furious roar. The three-colored starlight shone brightly around him. He swung his sword quickly in the air, unleashing 36 dark runes that looked like wolf heads, shooting towards the 36 monsters in a row, bringing up a dazzling light that was over 1,000 feet long. He grinned hideously and said, who said I can't kill them if they don't have any life force? Even if they're ghosts, I want them to die again. Greedy wolf slaughtering the world? Ultimate curse. As Han Xian let out a loud shout, the white light on these monsters finally faded away. The wolf head-shaped runes smashed heavily onto their bodies and instantly sank into their bodies. Suddenly, a great amount of starlight sprinkled down from the dark sky. All kinds of starlight fell onto the bodies of these monsters, spinning quickly on their bodies like sharp blades. Pieces of broken flesh and bones kept falling from these monsters' bodies, but they were quickly sucked back into their bodies by streams of black blood. In just a moment, the killing and recovery had reached a magical balance. Seeing that Han Xian was using a mystic technique to deal with these monsters, the speed of the runes and thunderbolts in Wuxia's hands suddenly slowed down. Han Xian shouted angrily at Wuxia, what are you still doing there? Why don't you cooperate with me and kill them now? Wuxia smiled faintly. Casually, he pointed out several dozens of primordial runes, forming layers of earth, water, fire, and wind restrictive spells around himself. After that, he continued to unleash more thunderbolts and fire, smashing the bodies of these monsters and covering their broken bodies with xianbing. The bone-piercing cold seemed to have a great effect on weakening the incredible recovery ability of these monsters. When Wuxia struck seriously, the broken bodies of these monsters could no longer fly back to their bodies, and many pieces of flesh and bones fell to the ground. Han Xian was wild with joy. Laughing out loud, he wielded the vanquisher like an apprentice chopping dumplings in a restaurant. The two swords brought up tens of thousands of sword beams and fell onto the bodies of these monsters like raindrops, shredding their bodies into pieces. Bolts of icy soul and soul-splitting immortal thunderbolts kept rumbling out, freezing the broken bodies of these monsters and their strange recovery ability completely. Working together, Wuxia and Han Xian finally managed to chop these monsters into pieces, turning them into a pile of broken flesh and blood. Right at this moment, a faintly discernible sneer suddenly rang out. Defective goods are just defective goods. Their lethality is not that great, and their recovery ability is restrained by the cold. Next time, if you don't give me the best, I won't even bother to help you old bastards. Han Xian suddenly snorted coldly and cried out, it's here. Found it. He dropped the vanquisher and abruptly produced a silver-white immortal talisman in his hand. He bit his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of blood onto the talisman. Immediately, a large sheet of immortal light that looked like melted glass sprayed out of the talisman. Within the light, a hazy figure emerged. The man slowly pulled his bow open, knocked an arrow, and released the arrow, aiming at the direction Han Xian was pointing at. 7 kills, vanquisher, greedy wolf, combine the 3 stars into one, and slay all immortals with an arrow. Han Xian snapped. Starlight of 3 colors shot out from the top of his head and attached itself to the arrow, transforming into a beam of light that was about 10 feet thick as it shot toward a certain spot in the dark void. You sneaky bastard! Come out and die! Cried Han Xian. I have 360 tortures for you to enjoy. Let's see who dares to plot against me behind my back. The beam of light darted forward, piercing through countless layers of dark smoke. All of a sudden, a cloud of green smoke burst out of the void, and then a huge skull emerged. The skull sprayed out a large sheet of ghost fire, which collided with the tricolored beam of light. A loud boom rang out as the immortal talisman in Han Xian's hand suddenly burst into a silver flame and turned into a wisp of smoke in a blink of an eye. The tricolored beam of light suddenly expanded by more than 1,000 times, surging forward like the tide of the Qiantang River. The huge skull let out a shrill howl, then abruptly shattered into countless broken pieces of bone that fell down from the sky along with dense black smoke. Amidst the sound of ripping cloth, countless pieces of white cloth fluttered down from the sky, and a sheet of sunlight sprinkled down. The formation that had trapped Wuxia and Han Xian a moment ago had been shattered by the mighty power unleashed by Han Xian's immortal talisman. Wuxia frowned and suddenly shrunk his body, transforming into a tiny speck of dust and burrowing into the dense underbrush under the ground. A creepy laughter came from the air. That voice said, "You received money from others, so you have to help others deal with disasters. Little kid, you're going to die today. TSK, your fleshly body is very strong as well. No wonder you've cultivated the true body of heaven and earth scripture to the 9 stars realm of the first Panga heaven. It's a good material to refine a law corpse. TSK, where did you get these magical items that are filled with killing intent? You're really awesome." Wuxia, who had transformed into a speck of dust, was amused, while Han Xian suddenly leaped to his feet in a rage. "What true body of heaven and earth scripture? I'm Han Xian, the deputy emissary under the command of Liu Bang, the king of Han, who is cultivating the true body of heaven and earth scripture." Han Xian hurriedly turned his head back in anger, but found that Wuxia had long disappeared into the underbrush. The innate escape art was marvelous. So how could Han Xian find Wuxia when he quickly scanned the area with his divine will? A furious shout came from the void, and a skinny, short old man suddenly appeared, accompanied by a pungent smell of a corpse. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.